Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, children of all ages. If you're under the age of 18, don't tune in because you might get us into some trouble. Welcome to day number 2 of the main event here at the APL Million. My name is Jordan Bromley, joined in commentary by Damiano Alloy and our man Mike Maddox. How are we doing, boys? Welcome.
Thank you for having us there, Jordan. Doing well, mate, and yourself?
I'm all right, Mike. What about you?
It's great to be here, having a great series, just running deep and everything.
Obviously, it's not the best that you guys are sitting here with me, meaning that you're no longer in that field. I guess we'll go in order. What happened?
Not too much, really. Probably made a call that was maybe not the greatest, and then jammed ace 10 from the button for 10 bigs and got caught off by king 8 in the flip. But look, can't complain. It's been a good series, and it's a great field and a great tour to be part of. So great for the experience.
Get into your successes in a moment because I know that you've had one that we can speak about. Mike, no successes for you just yet, but you haven't really been here very long.
Well, that's a good excuse, isn't it? But really, it's just playing a lot of day ones and having a good time doing it.
Amazing. Let me know in the chat if the audio quality is alright. We're rocking a 3 mic setup. Michael, actually get you to match what my man over here is doing, and you can't hear me, so just take that one off. No, don't take it out. Just push it off your ear. There we go. Now you can hear me. So ears work wonderfully. When they're not blocked, it's all good. As we've got an all-in and a call. Queen Jack against the Ace King. Let's see who comes out on top in this one. It's a nice call for Queen Jack. No backdoor spades available.
Wouldn't mind a cheeky little 10 to make a bit of a sweat as well.
Little sweat.
Always call for the sweat.
Everybody just wants violence. Everybody just wants people to have sweat. How about no sweat? What about just the king of clubs? Just looking at a queen or a jack on the river to stay alive. Can he do it? No, he cannot. This table is one player smaller, I believe. Or maybe that was a double. Nope.
I believe we have just lost one.
Yes, so one elimination. Getting in touch with a couple of people that are in the chat. Eric has a question. Has first place money been transferred to Sam Adams yet? I know that there are plenty of players out there that have something to say about it. For example, QN. 500k at this point is piles. 83 big blinds. We've got Roger Hawley cheering on Sam as well. Now, we'll get onto your successes very soon. I just want to check with my man what's been going on in places other than Australia. You disappeared. You left the country.
We did.
You abandoned us.
We did. Well, not abandoned, because I came back, right? So we're back on Australian soil, but we moved back officially to Vancouver, where it's summer and it's beautiful, and it's quite the destination to be at. Really happy to have that, but honestly, when you come back to the Australian poker scene, it's just beautiful. Everybody was so welcoming. It felt like I'd been gone forever. I've only been gone for 2 months.
Well, there you go. And is Vancouver originally your hometown?
That is, yeah. That's right. We started, and we lived in Melbourne for 7 years, Brisbane for 4, and back to Vancouver again, doing the around the world trip. But I did steal a Aussie passport on the road again, so now I can come and go as I please.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, welcome.
Yeah, naturalized.
Yeah, there you go. And I have to ask, second, or was it?
Yeah, we got heads up. We did an ICM deal because it's only like 4 big blind difference. So we locked up more than what our opponent did end up winning. But
and this was in the mini high roller.
Mini high
roller.
Yeah, I actually matched late rego that whilst I was in my day 1 flight with the main.
Oh wow. Okay, that worked out.
Yeah, did okay. The double bag was elusive, but we got it, and then managed to turn it into our second over 35k score in a month.
Plenty of updates going onto your Instagram. I'll let you boys plug them actually. You want to plug yours first?
Yeah, I obviously know there's a few people in chat that are watching from it, but at DAMMO_23, the extra M for madness, obviously. And yeah, we'll post all the vlogs of every series there.
And Mindset Master Maddox over here, what is your Instagram? Give yourself a bit of a plug.
Yeah, certainly no stranger to doing the story updates and the vlogs, good or bad, rain or shine. My Instagram handle is mike.mdx if you're not already following me, but we're certainly giving a lot of story updates every day. Certainly, it's a nice sweat. It's fun to do. I love it, even when we lose.
Good stuff with Jess opening the Ace King of Hearts, getting called by the Ace Deuce of Diamonds from the big blind. She did open very large here. It was an open to 22k, and at 6k big blind, it's almost 4 bigs. So very large open. Looks like it wasn't actually she, my bad. Jess going to fire another barrel. Down goes the Ace Deuce. So did you eventually battle in that heads up?
Yeah, we did. So I was heads up with a fellow SA reg, and we did battle and had a spot to try and win it. Didn't get there, and then had 15 bigs and was no good. But always good fun to battle with another SA reg, and always good fun to put yourself in the spot to get another trophy.
I came over at one point and watched a little bit when you were 3-handed, when you actually found the elimination to get heads up, and it seemed like you and the fellow gentleman you got heads up with seem to know each other fairly well.
Yeah, so I've battled with Dylan a little bit over the years, being obviously from the same state, and he's a fairly capable reg as well. And, you know, we're all trying to improve, and taking the pressure out of paying for a 20k heads up and actually try and battle as hard as you can was pretty cool. Yeah, unfortunately not another trophy to add to the cabin.
Reno shouting you out on YouTube as well, wanting to say hello.
How are we, Reno? Good to see you in the chat. Hopefully you're resting up.
He was on the stream a few days ago, actually, I think with the Centurion, maybe.
He was, indeed.
Fantastic. Over to Mark Little. Wow. Was that a fold with Ace-Jack? No. Action now on him here in the hijack with the Ace-Jack offsuit. Starting this one with 12 bigs. Probably just going to want to send this one into the middle, right, boys?
Absolutely. You don't want to mess around here too much to get it in. Hopefully you steal those blinds and getting close to the money. But as ICM considerations coming in, it's money first, everything else second.
Yeah, the triangle is requested and flung his direction. Looks like Jess is going to get out of the way. 10-7 not good enough. I think it's the top 384 that are getting paid, or maybe 374.
375, maybe?
I think it's 375, that is correct. But we're getting to that spot where ICM will start to make a little bit of difference, and might see some play where some people are trying to squeak into the money there off their short stats.
I had a very quick walk around the room to see who was still in, who was cruising. I will let you know, boys, that the defending champion, Amin Riazati, is still in. He had around 350,000 at table number 38. And if you guys have any questions in the chat for myself or the boys that I'm here with, please feel free to send them through. We've got Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch all open, so we've got everything here to kind of keep our eye on things. But we'll have them for probably a couple of hours. Usually we do it in 2-hour stints, so... You right?
Yep, no problem.
Okay. Wasn't sure if you were sick of me already. As Nicholas saying 4.3 million and 738 for first, should be 1.5 million. Look, the way the breakdown happens, guys, is that it depends on the total amount of entries. So when it gets over that 1,000 mark, that's when we get to the 20% up top. It gradually decreases from there. So I think the way they've done the system is that it's around 17% up top. Somebody can confirm that for me. But that ensures that there's an appropriate amount of payouts as we see Ho Jiang going to jam in these pocket sevens, and Richard Bountony not going to be searching for a Bountony on this occasion, but probably will try and make this call and find an elimination to get us closer to that money bubble. I think Fours is calling here for 10, boys.
I believe it should, but I think from what I've seen previously that we might see a laydown here. I did bust from this table before the stream went live. And
You've got some
a touch, not much, but obviously busted fairly quick. You might make a lie of me here, but he seems like the type that may make a bit more of a tighter fold. With ICM, can't be the worst here as well.
So Richard, this is actually Richard Pountney, not a B. He's one of mine. He's been studying under the Maddox Mines the banter for a little while. He's a very capable player up from northern Queensland, come down to get into the APL Millions way. Yeah, I mean, he's solid. You can see he makes the fold here. Sometimes those ones you can make calls, but start getting these ICM considerations in. Maintaining your stack and stack preservation really is worth a lot. So he knows he opened early position, short stack jams over top. He might not be in good shape very often there.
So I'll just let the production crew know that it is in fact Anthony, so we're going to hopefully see that one changed in around 20 minutes time. He'll still be sitting there with probably around 400k, hopefully for the Mindset crew. So how has that all been going? Are you still doing it from over in Vancouver? You've still got a large abundance of guys that are willing to kind of improve their poker ability?
Yeah, absolutely. It's
guys and girls.
Guys and girls. Actually, probably 60-40 split, female to male. I think the females really embrace coaching more so than the egotistical male. You know? But yeah, no, it's going fantastic. Most of what I've done has been online this whole time. Online coaching delivered. You record the sessions, you give it back to them. So it's been a smooth transition. We're running about 25 clients at a moment, so going very well. I'm trying to see if I can clone myself so we can handle a few more.
It's always an issue when you get as many people hoping to kind of have your expertise as you never really feel like you can split your time up, right? I've never experienced it, but I've heard, you know. David McGuinness saying, hello, Mr. Maddox. Hope you are well.
Awesome. David, good to see you. Thanks for jumping in the chat. Got a little spot coming up here. Another raise with a small pair by Richard.
Looks like Luke is just going to call from the cutoff with ace-queen offsuit. I think I would rather see a call with the suited variety and maybe a 3-bet with the offsuit, but does decide to just put in the call. And now Sam in the big over 30. Reckon he comes along with the 10-7.
I think so.
Like a pretty quick call, and we are going to go multi-way.
and loves to mix it up. See if he can get creative on the board here.
The flop brings a deuce and an ace. And your boy might be at 400k soon after all. As Luke has, like Silver, I believe that's Luke Silver, has actually trapped this one in the cutoff, and he is in rough shape. As Richard has an almost hammerlock on this one. 97% of the time he will be winning this hand, and he continues to set the trap here.
This one's all going to come down to how aggressively Luke wants to play this ace-queen. He's obviously playing risk-averse pre-flop by just calling. Now does he try to overprotect his hand by going big sizing? That could lead to a bit of trouble here.
DW is saying that somebody folded the 4-3 offsuit, so this would have been a super cooler board, but obviously not going to be coming along from the button with that one. What size do you like from Luke here, guys? Maybe around 12k?
Yeah, you don't need to bet too big, right? You're pretty much should have the hand locked up most of the time. So a small bet, you don't need to protect your hand, right? Nice pick there, Jordan.
Yeah, very well. 1k off Jordan.
I think he goes 11, and now Richard, are we going to set this trap over multiple streets, or are we going to pounce right now? The board isn't really very dynamic, so...
I mean, I like trapping again, because if you give up how strong your hand is right away, after going for a check raise, leading into the gun, it becomes very strong. Double trapping, that's how you build a big pot.
That is a bricky turn. Looks like another check is probably due for Richard. Just waiting to see whether or not he decides to lead this turn. Nope, continues the trap. And what size do we like here now, Damo?
I think knowing Luke, and he's a very capable person, I think he's going to size up here. I think we're going to see something that's going to be over half pot. So probably going to see something like 35 to probably about 45k in that sort of realm. Setting up, obviously, to pile Brick Rivers, I think. And unfortunately, it's going to get some bad news, I do believe. I don't see a world where Richard is probably not butting or folding.
Yeah, interesting to think what Luke thinks Richard has in this spot. We call their demo pretty close.
Yeah, 35 to 45k.
You'd assume Richard raising under the gun and then check calling the flop. He's probably got some sort of tens, jacks, queens kind of hand, you know, maybe ace worse, but can't be that much worse than ace queen. So you think you're in front with ace queen, trying to get value. Don't need to go too big again.
We've got a little bit of a sigh here and a lean back from Richard, trying to make it look as weak as possible. It's not quite Oscar season, but it's obviously a good case to kind of get himself a nomination early. Do you think we see it get taken north to around 70?
I'd like to see him take the lead back here, but if he knows his opponent is strong, he could just continue to trap.
Looks like he's reaching to around... Is that 70 exactly?
Oh my god. Min click.
9 days.
Not quite a min click, a touch over.
75.
No, 75. So he goes 2.5x, and I actually like this size. Though it is a bit of a pickle for Mr. Silver, because he does have that ace of spades, so he's blocking portions of some of the potentially lower ace-x combos that he would be ahead of from potentially finding a check-raise bluff on this turn. Wonder whether or not any alarm bells are going off here for him.
Yeah, I mean, what does your opponent check raise you with on the turn that you can beat at this point? That is the question. And how likely is your opponent to be actually bluffing? Sometimes you got to separate yourself from how strong your hand is and think, what the heck does my opponent have here?
Definitely agree, and played a big pot with Luke, which led to my demise, and chose a similar line to what Richard is playing here. So definitely echo what Mike's saying, and sometimes you can't get too married to your hand strength, and just see what your range of your opponent's hand is here. And it's only some premium, some very strong holdings. So be interesting to see if Luke can immediately find the fault. Don't know if he will, but I think on the river he'll have a very tough decision, and one that he probably can find a way to get away from.
Looks like he just decides to jam, and he is going to get promptly beaten into the pot, I would think. Well, not quite. Looks like he is going to give this one a little bit of thought. Obviously, it's not going to be super comfortable with bottom set when you get 3-bet jam turn, but how often is it that your opponent's going to have sevens as played?
This is the slow roll portion of the course.
Yes, this is in the nit roll portion. Now, just so you know, Mike, if this somehow gets folded, I'm going to needle you until the end of time.
I might walk out of the commentary booth and just fly back to Vancouver if this gets folded.
The chips should be in last week, as Richard raising turn to hope that something like this happens, and the plan has worked out to perfection. All he needs to do is flick in the remainder. Luke might be feeling pretty comfortable about this.
Oh yeah, you would definitely think you're in front. He's going to be very shocked when Richard makes the call.
Yeah.
Like, Luke is praying for a call right now. It's going to be, I don't have the audio of the table, you guys do, but I'm sure that when the call eventually goes in, there's going to be some interesting words said probably as I'll boost it a little bit for you guys so that you can hear properly. Are you hearing the table all right?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Got it in the ears.
So as soon as this call gets made, I wonder what the reaction from the table will be. And it goes, and the deuces get flipped over, and he kind of looks away. And you can see in the top right of the screen, people are kind of like, what's going on?
Just watching Sam Adams' face to see if he had any reaction, and typical Sam, 0, just pure stoic.
Yep. A couple of people are saying that that is a slow roll, so your boy finds the double up to 400k like I said he would, but maybe you need to have a little conversation about just making sure you can call offsets when you induce them.
Hey, he made the call. Sometimes you just got to think it through, make sure you know. And
Look, I'm not going to try and defend it too much, but when you're under the lights, with the pressure on, $100 money, big main event,
167.
using it because I probably would have snapped him to try and do it. But you've got to give some of that into consideration here. It's not your every average day tournament, so won't be too harsh on Richard, but yeah, probably a quicker call would have been sufficing.
yeah, but I mean, we can debate the call, but the hand was brilliantly played.
Oh, he played it to perfection. He played it to perfection. It probably just should have taken a tenth of the time. That being said, he takes himself up to 67 bigs in good position, heading towards the bubble. 375 players will make the money. You've got the counts down the bottom. Over 700k up top, more than last year, larger prize pool, more entries, and we still have plenty to go, boys. What is going to be next for you, seeing as though you're not in the main event? Mike, you're taking some messages, so I'll flip it over to Damo.
I'm unsure yet. Obviously, I've commentated before, only overseas, so first time commentating in Australia, so I'm happy to stay in the booth as long as you need. And then obviously the Monster Stack seems going to be like a great prize pool. I can't remember if that's today or tomorrow, and there's another one like the second chance as well.
Yep, the second chance is on with dealers today as well.
And the 450s and the 350s seem to be my jam at the moment, so I should fling it. But I do have my partner with me, so it might be a couple of days off as well. I'm unsure yet.
Fantastic. Is there been any non-poker stuff going on with your partner since you've been here, getting away to any of the theme parks or anything like that?
Not the theme parks. We're staying at a nice little holiday resort, so a few trips to the spa, a couple in the pool. You know, it's nice to not be by yourself and poke coffee in the morning and actually not to focus solely on poker and poker sims before you play. So yeah, it's nice.
Just picking up the action, Po Jiang ripping in the ace-9 offsuit for almost 15 blinds from under the gun 1 over to Hugh Nguyen. Not going to be doing anything with ace-deuce, I wouldn't think, but
This is the jam and pray.
yeah,
Just hope it gets through, but there's a big risk.
yeah, it looks like the ace-deuce is going to have a quick funeral procession for his hand before eventually folding, I would think, and yet down it goes. He's only going to have to get it through Richard now. Oh, he's not going to be able to. Wow. And we talk about nip rolls and slow rolls. What are the jacks going to do here? Are we going to have a time for consideration? Nope. Snap flick in. Knows this one's a call. Let's run it. We already saw a couple of aces folded, so Po is not in good shape, 18%. I believe that is 2 outs, so one of the aces is not good, needs to try and locate one of the other 2. Or your boy's going to be up to almost 500k. Oh, but there is one of them. Ace 4, 3, 2 spades, turn card. The 6 needs to fade a jack on the river. Is able to. Full double.
There you go.
Going the way of Po Jiang up to 180. And what will be... What do you say?
Easy come, easy go. It's
Yeah, I mean, still cruising, still over 300. And what about you, Mike? What's going to be your next event? Do you have aspirations or plans to potentially fire the 5K? I know there's a satellite happening in the room at some point later this afternoon.
I am definitely going to fire the 5K. I think I'm going to ignore the satellites today and just play straight into the 5K tomorrow.
Okay.
Because there's a spicy little No Limit Hold'em PLO event on this evening.
Is there?
350.
Right.
PLO. I haven't played any PLO since I've been here yet because I've missed all of them.
That was going to be my question. I know that you arrived relatively late. You had a, I believe it was a kind of a boys' trip Perhaps. I saw a couple of stories, so I won't ask any questions because what happens on boys' trips stays on boys' trips. So I saw you playing a couple of PLO events at the World Series, but you didn't arrive in time for those. A little bit annoyed by that, or just happily enjoying the time that you had with the lads?
I mean, definitely enjoying the time with the lads, but PLO, APL main, just you cannot beat it. Those are great.
Did you see
Structures are
the
great.
prize pool for the 2.5K?
I didn't see any of it, no.
So the prize pool for the 2.5K got 83K up top.
Okay, now I'm annoyed.
It got 148 runners.
Wow, for a 2.5K PLO.
Yeah, it was a relatively ridiculous tournament. I'm not sure if you were here either. I think you were.
I just missed it. I came up the day later.
Right, there you go.
I'm not a PLO expert. I play a little bit. I probably wouldn't have fired the 2.5, but the 1.1K was good value and good fun.
For sure. For sure. Picking up a couple of the comments in the chat. Greg saying, Mark, you can't lose from here. Well, he's got 15 bigs. He's got a little bit of work to do. Roger Hawley saying, anyone watching the races as well? The only races I'm watching is Ace 9 v Jax at the moment. So maybe we'll have to get the screen up later if somebody comes into the booth and has a couple of bets running. But for right now, we're just going to cruise as Mark is not going to come along. Walk for Jess there. People still mentioning Timon about the Jackstar. Were you guys watching the stream for the Jackstar?
Watching bits and pieces, but unfamiliar what happened with Timon.
We got to a point where we had to play orbit for orbit due to a lot of tanking that was going on to do with pay jumps, and that man who ended up coming second was the main culprit. But joke's on us, he ended up winning, $230,000 or whatever. So yes, if you guys have any questions for myself, Damo, or Mike, send them through. We'll do our best to answer. This is day 2 of the main event. Only 2 more days of coverage to go. Monday will be our final table, and there are whispers in the background as to a chance that we may bring you coverage of the final table of the 5K. So I will throw that out there. We didn't do that last year purely because we were absolutely ruined. But given some of the names that we've got in the building, the likes of Monster Dong, Jonathan Karamalakis, Matthew Wakeman, and a few others, there have been some interest from people to stream the 5K, so we'll see what we can do. Tam Churong with the ladies raising to 12,000. Mr. Silver with 7.7 blinds, though, may feel like it's his time to go for it.
These ones are really tough because King Queen O, you're definitely doing it if it comes around to you. But when you get that under the gun raise, you're right at the bottom of the under the gun's range. So do you want to run it against them? You know you're probably behind. He decides to go for it.
Does indeed. Unfortunate timing. It's one of those ones that you feel icky doing, but you got 7.7, you have the big one coming up in a couple of hands. Are you going to get a better spot? I don't know. That's an unfortunate one here for Luke, and he's going to have to find 3 outs here, as it doesn't look like, as I say that, one king is now in the muck, so yeah.
He's definitely going to need some love, as Tam's not going to be folding ever. Queens against the King Queen. Cards on their backs. And Mr. Silver is going to have to try and take gold on this run out if he wants to stay alive in this tournament.
Does have both suits working for him, so some spades and some diamonds here to give us a split. And we'll see how we go.
To a flop we go, and that is not good. Top set for the Queens. Does have some backdoor flush, backdoor straight draws. That's one of them. Is to locate a 10. Cannot do it. The 4 of spades spells GG. Mr. Silver will be heading to the back of the room and not in the money. We are not in the money just yet. Fig Jam was asking us, can you tell us the order of who's busted from the bubble? No, I cannot, because we're nowhere near the bubble yet. 375 make the money. You can see the scroll wheel down the bottom, giving you an update on the payouts for everybody at that point. So, boys, you're doing a fair bit of traveling, playing poker. Are you still playing poker when you're over in Vancouver, Mike?
Not enough. There's the Canadian poker scene's not as great as you would like it to be.
Right.
East Coast, Montreal, they've got
playground. I'm pretty useless with Canadian geography. Vancouver's West Coast or near West Coast.
Right on the ocean on the West Coast, kind of above Seattle.
Right.
And then the East Coast, all the way on the other side of the country, is Montreal's playground poker.
It's interesting. How far is Vancouver from Seattle?
3-hour drive.
Right, I've heard very good things about games in Seattle, actually.
Really?
I have a friend who was originally living in Oregon who would go to Seattle to play poker fairly often.
Okay.
And she always had amazing things to say about that, and also games in Sacramento further south in Cali.
Beautiful. I might have to take the drive down, because that's
maybe
not
it's
too bad.
worthwhile. Yeah.
3 hours is good. They used to have quite a few series at the Indian casinos across the border.
Yeah.
But those have dried up since I got back as well. So there's nothing in British Columbia other than the casinos, which have all the rights to run the tournaments. And then you'd have to drive 12 hours into Alberta to play any sort of series.
Right.
But It is $137 round trip to fly to Vegas, and it's about a 2.5-hour flight.
Amazing.
So that
You know
that
what
is
to do.
good.
Tempting.
And what about you, Dan? Are you getting much traveling going for
Yeah,
the series?
so just came back from Bratislava, which
wow.
was
Okay.
awesome. Obviously trying to defend that Lex Live title.
Yep.
Wasn't able to do so, came 92nd, so gave it a solid crack. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful country was Slovakia. So highly recommend for anyone that does go to Eastern Europe to stop in. Some of the best food I've ever had. But yeah, Bratislava did obviously Spain last year, so obviously Barcelona was pretty cool. Don't have anything else too much planned moving forward. Me and my partners bought a block of land and and obviously building a house. So probably can't do it as often, but off to Italy next year for a family trip and probably incorporate some poker in that.
Congratulations on the land purchase and the house building. That's amazing to hear. Every time I've seen you so far this series, you're always rocking a football jersey. So what do you reckon today?
So I've got one of the Italian kits. I've got the third kit that Italy wear as well. I do like collecting them. I was in Inter Miami one yesterday that you saw me in, which is quite nice.
The pink one, right?
Yeah, cool. One of my favorites, and I'm slowly collecting them. I don't mind my classical ones as well. And yeah, I feel like when I'm playing my best, I'm always in a top or in a Guernsey. So that will continue for sure.
When you were over in Bratislava or over in Spain, did you get the opportunity to go to any games?
No, unfortunately not. I was too busy being in tournaments, which isn't a bad thing. But yeah, definitely on a to-do list when I'm over in Italy for sure. If the season is still on, might be just finished though.
Picking up the action here, Richard with the pocket queens, finding the raise to 12k. Your boy's running hot. He's picking up hands. He's cruising along. Looks like nobody in the blinds wants to come along though.
Honestly, it's the best feeling when you're running good day 2 of any tournament, let alone the biggest prize pool on Australian soil.
I'm sure I'm going to come along with the King Deuce suited. To a flop we go. 33k out there. These guys relatively deep, around 50 big blinds effective. And the 7-4-5 is a very good flop for the big blind. In theory, we should probably see some leads, but Tam, no backdoor flush draw, just going to check it straight over. Richard not scared either. Fires out a bet of what looks to be one big blind. Just 6,000. Wonder whether or not Tam has any plans here. Nope. Just lets it go. And transitioning from football with Dame, I want to ask you about some hockey. Are you back into the hockey since getting back over to Canada?
I don't really strap up the ice skates, to be fair.
Okay.
That's not really my...
I remember you being a pretty big fan.
Oh, I love
still...
watching it.
Yeah,
I will definitely go and watch it. And my younger brother played professionally for a little while as a goaltender.
That's
so
right. Yep. I remember you
absolutely
sharing
love
some
it.
stuff online about him playing at some point in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I edited this crazy video of all of his highlights together for him.
Yeah,
It's like a
that's right.
birthday gift, and it turned out really well. And then he decided to stop playing professional hockey. So we have those mementos, which is really nice. But I definitely can't. I can barely skate and stay on my feet. I have taken a couple of dates over the years ice skating because you have to hold on to each other.
Right.
I'm actually holding on to them more than they're holding on to me. But it ends up being a lot of fun.
And do you get to go to many games in Vancouver?
It's expensive.
Is it?
So
Okay.
if you want to go to a game, it'll cost you like $250 a seat almost.
That's crazy.
It's very corporate heavy. A lot of business deductions to go to the games and stuff like that. So if you want, it's a nice night out, but it is expensive.
I was in America when I was 21 back in 2018, and I got the opportunity to go to a preseason game at Madison Square Garden, and it was absolutely unreal. It was such a cool experience. And since then, I've had kind of a fleeting interest. I never really watch any games, but there's a TV show that I've been watching that is all about Canadian ice hockey.
Nice.
It's called Shoresy. I don't know if you know about this.
I haven't seen it.
It is hilarious. It's about like this guy that lives in like a country town in Canada called I'll have to remember it. As we see Richard opening the Queen Jack and Mark's turn to wake up with a monster. Pocket Jacks for 12. This feels like a good luck moment.
He's actually flattered here off 13 bigs, 12 bigs. So interesting here from Mark.
No, it looks like he hasn't acted just yet. It was 12k to call.
Oh, perfect. All good.
Yep.
I thought he flattered, and I was like, that makes more sense.
So yeah, he does rip it in, and nobody in the blind's going to be waking up with any hands. As I think we're going to have a couple of faces join us at this table relatively soon. Richard letting go of the Queen Jack. Sudbury, that's the name of the town.
Sudbury, Ontario.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, it's not even that rural, but just how you have rural Australian slang, and it's a whole dialect out here. You have the same thing in hockey in Canada, in the rural areas, and it's quite funny.
So this show was an off branch of a show called Letterkenny, which is it's made by the same guy. It's starring Jared Kiso, so it's starring all the same people, but it's basically an off branch from that one. and it's fantastic. There was a character in Letterkenny that was never featured called Shawsey, who was an ice hockey player. He was just a total arsehole to everybody, and they decided to make a show about it. It's amazing. I reckon you would really, really like it.
I have seen Letterkenny before, and if you guys are listening and you haven't heard of Letterkenny and you have no idea what we're talking about, I very highly encourage you to go to YouTube right now and pop in Letterkenny and just watch any of the videos. It's hilarious, the slang that they use, and you can't understand what they're saying.
Oh, no way. Shawsey is the same. He'll be abusing people, saying things to them that make absolutely no sense, but it's still absolutely hilarious. I'm talking about hockey and talking about football. Did you ever play football when you were a kid?
Yeah, definitely did. Also coached a little bit.
Okay.
So, we realised pretty early on that I was too short to be a keeper. Being all 5'7" and keepers probably being over 6'2". So,
Well, your partner seems to think you're a keeper.
yes, well played, Jordan. There we go. I'll definitely drink to that one. But yeah, I realised I was too short, so did a couple of coaching courses and coach back at home, and don't do it anymore. Poker takes up too much time, but something I definitely enjoyed doing.
Fantastic. 10 with the open with the Queen 9 suited. Looks like Jess is wondering what to do with the Queen 10 offsuit in the small. 26 big blinds to start. Looks like a come along is in order, and the Ace 4 suited as well is probably going to want to flick in a cause. It looks like we've got a yellow bucket hat incoming. You guys that were a part of the fantasy know all about the yellow bucket hats. They're still crushing it, still top of the counts, as it's actually going to be what looks to be a 3-bet squeeze coming out from the Ace 4 suited. What size have we gone here? 38,000 it looks like. That looks like a little bit on the small side, boys. What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely on the small side. We don't really want to be playing out of position here too often. We're not that close to the money bubble yet. We're still 60-odd paces away. So I do like the 3-bet, the aggressive play, getting this close to the money bubble with the big stack, but maybe we want to try to take this down pre-flop a little bit more often with a big size here.
Yeah, definitely agree. And what we've seen from Mr. Nguyen earlier before the stream and being on this table is he did love a squeeze as well. So maybe in a position where a few of us maybe would have taken a flat here approaching the money bubble, he's definitely more on the aggressive side. I think if he is choosing this, though, we probably would have wanted to see about 7 to 8 bigs and make it that size where we've got to generate a few more folds and
Something a bit closer to kind of 50k?
Yeah, something like that, because I think now, especially in position, with something like Queen 9 suited, you're probably getting a decent enough price to probably call in position and play post, especially when the stacks, like it's 20 bigs, but you could put a pretty big dent in Mr. Nguyen's stack here if he does call and then wins a big pot. So I feel like a call is coming as we, I believe, see one.
I don't know if that's a call. Is that a call? No, it's a 4.
Oh, hello.
82k. Takes the Queen 9 suited north. And to be honest, against this smaller size with Queen 9 suited exactly, I actually really like this. What do you guys think?
This has to be some sort of a either live read, bet sizing tell, something like that, because a 3-bet from the big blind is generally going to be pretty strong. Tam has picked up on something that we're not aware of, and he's executed, and I love it.
You don't think he's just targeting the smaller size that he took?
It's possible, it could be, but he would probably need a sample size of having seen something before.
I'm just going to say 2 things really quickly. We saw a few squeezes on this table before I busted and came in the booth. We saw this a lot, and Tam seems to love to take it to the streaks. What I will say, and probably as I say this, he'll fold, but I have a feeling that Nguyen is definitely thinking about 5-bet jam.
Unbelievable.
That would be so disgusting. He does cover Tam in this spot, so it wouldn't be outside the realms of possibility, especially given that we're 60 places off the money bubble. Don't really want to risk your tournament life so soon as the chips are getting brought back. Oh my god, is this a 5-bet non-all-in?
Oh, wow.
No
Really?
way.
It is.
Oh my god, Click Wars on day 2 of the main event. What is this, ladies and gentlemen?
Guys, we're watching some real poker.
You could feel it. He gave him a look before he did it. And
178k.
I'm glad I said it. And I think Tam has to fold now. And I respect the 4-bet. But, yeah, credit Mr. Nguyen. Very, very well done. Great spot.
Taking us back to the early 2010 EPT vibes. The Click Wars are back, and we love to see battling like this. Tam, a little bit shocked by what he's seeing. One last glimpse at the Queen 9 suited, and down it goes. And I wonder if Nguyen's going to show him a 4. No, he just says to watch the stream, and he takes himself to 576. Not messing about now, as Talkman saying street poker. Absolutely, I love to see it.
I love it. That is the kind of stuff that you see in theory, like, hey, we should 5-bet these kind of ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited, and then you sit down at the table, day 2 of the main event, and you're like, maybe not.
Yeah, credit where credit's due. Great 5-bet. Good to see a bit of the streets and the click wars back in poker. And this is the thing. You hear so much about theory and GTO. You come into a field like this, people from all makes, all different backgrounds playing poker. You see some stuff that you don't expect, and it's great to see the game is alive and well. And great 5-bet, great spot.
I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage so far on day 2 of the main event. Couple of questions. Regan Bates is asking, what's the buy-in for this one? $1,500, but there were 10 different flights that you could try and make it through to day 2 with 2 opportunities in each of them. So 1 entry and 1 rebuy. And I don't know, boys, I haven't asked you just yet, but I'm sure there are a lot of people out there that are in this one for quite a sum of money. People are joking that this isn't a 1,500, this is more 7.5K. How many bullets did we fire in this? Are we comfortable chatting about it? Is this a conversation we're allowed to have?
I am the luckiest guy in the room for sure, because it was one and done.
Wow, that is the dream.
That would be nice.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't worry, it wasn't that last year and it wasn't that the year before, but this one was one and done.
Yeah, given I came halfway through the series, I spent less than I did last year. I spent
good.
10,000 last year, which was more than I wanted to. This year, I had to get all the way into the turbo flight to bag a start stack, essentially, for this one. I busted 4 times, got through on my 5th bullet.
Okay, so this actually was a 7.5K.
Spot on.
There we go.
Nice.
Richard opening the pocket 4s as Bounty is his name now.
Yes.
Getting rid of that Bounty. Tam Shuong going to try and get some chips back this time with the ladies. Had them not long ago to get the elimination of Luke Silva. See if he can do it once more here. I think something in the vicinity of 32,000 is probably perfect for a 3-bet. Let's see what he reckons. Also, those of you that are watching that aren't from Australia, this is a series running on the Gold Coast. And it is a record breaker. This is one of the largest tournaments on Australian soil, maybe even the largest ever. 3,375 entries for a $1,500 buy-in, amassing a ridiculous $730,000 for the win. As looks like Tam Shuong has elected to 3-bet, and he goes to 25, a little bit smaller here. Almost a min raise.
Might be trying to get some action here. He knows he's got a really strong one, but what he's going to do is he's going to induce a call. And queens are a great hand. They don't play post-flop on that many boards great all the time, so we might have to see some fun post-flop poker, but will we see another squeeze?
I was going to say, New In loves his suited ace-X from what we've seen, and he's squeezed at every opportunity, so would not be surprised here, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll find out, but maybe not.
He does decide to let it go, but it looks like
happy.
it pained him. Never seen somebody so pained to fold ace-6 suited. Sam with the 10-9 of the big blind, recognizing he's not going to be sticking around. Richard's asking for a count, but I think he will just flick in the call and see a flop. Yep. Red chip acquired, red chip thrown in. 65K out there. Let's see 3 cards. All the 4s still available to him. Can he connect with one on the flop? No, he cannot. King, 6, deuce, all diamonds. And that is an all-tam flop.
Should be one that goes check, bet, fold, but we'll wait and we'll see. You never know.
Yeah, Richard with only 1 out. So we can see Jackie Glazier wandering around in the background, doing flips for packages to the Ville series, Poker in Paradise up in Townsville. I can see Mike's eyebrow raising. That is a personal favorite spot for him, am I correct in saying?
It absolutely is. It might be my favorite tour stop. Smaller fields, smaller prize pools, but the people up there are fantastic. I was having conversations earlier this week about how welcoming Townsville is for the pro scene coming in. They shouldn't love having all these pros come in, and they do. They just welcome us with open arms, and it is the best place to play. I don't think it's good enough for me to fly all the way from Vancouver to come into Townsville, that extra flight, but I highly recommend if anyone hasn't been to the Townsville stop, it's one where you can bring your significant other. You got a great hotel, great outdoor pool, swim-up bar. It is the destination on the APL tour.
It is definitely a series where you're happy busting tournaments because the yes, I have.
You have? Okay,
yeah,
cool.
definitely one of the best series because if you're not having the best of time on the felt, that pop-up bar can get quite dangerous. And yeah, I think I've definitely played more than my fair share of tournaments. Having a cocktail or two before play, which is definitely not GTO, not advisable, but definitely one of the best spots in Australia to play poker for sure.
People often ask me what the best tournament is to play in Townsville, and I always insist that the cocktail menu Hyper Turbo is the way to go.
Yeah, 100%.
It's a nice little player of the series that they run there too.
Definitely.
It's quite competitive, and it's just a great time. I've actually gone and taken a swim break on the breaks, the 15-minute breaks. The pool is so close. You just throw on your swimmers, up to your room, back out, change, play again. That's called the break refresh reset.
Fantastic. So we are on a 20-minute delay here, guys. So anything that you see on screen happened 20 minutes ago in real time. We're looking at it all at the same time as you are. So we have no prior info, as it looks like our man Mark Little is going to fire in the rip with pocket 10s. Ho Jiang next to Act just going to let go of the ace 4. Stonecross saying their reactions in 20 minutes will be good. Yeah, when they see that click war that happened, they're definitely going to be looking up and wondering what on earth was going on. Xiao Win, new face to the table, rocking the yellow bucket hats. Those of you who don't know anything about the yellow bucket hats, they are a crew of guys from Sydney, the Hills District, that rock up here every year and enter a team into the Australian Poker Schedule Fantasy Competition and win it without any contest, really. I mean, they're destroying everything across the board. We've got George Sang is currently leading in points for the Tier 2. Likewise, Rex Lee's close behind. Shio also having a couple of results. And I know that they caused you some headaches last year in the fantasy, Mike. Am I correct in thinking that?
Yeah, my team got, I think we finished in 5th or something pretty nearby, but we were never in contention because they were so far out in front. So it was a great time. I really enjoy the fantasy. It's such a nice addition to be involved in fantasy in any way, shape, or form, that you're just playing and trying to do your best on the felt, but then all of a sudden you're doing this for other people too who have invested their money in you as a player. It's a nice change, I guess.
I remember, did I read your name out at some point? Were you drafted?
No, I was not. I would get this every series for APL Millions. I always get a few questions. Unfortunately, because of work, I always come up in that first weekend when the mixed games are on, because I play a bit of mix. But so I tell people not to draft me because I'm not here for the full amount of time, and I'll feel pretty guilty if someone does without that knowledge. But great work by Craig, and I believe it's the Poker Pulse podcast that runs the fantasy. Obviously, go check them out. It's a cheeky little plug for them. But they do a fantastic job, and I only see the fantasy growing from year on year, and more teams entering, and what's more synonymous with APL Millions than the yellow bucket hats being on every single FT/winners photo? It seems to happen quite a fair bit.
Really see them all over the place. It's always funny. You rock up into the poker room and you kind of scan over all the tables that you see, and you can see usually 3 or 4 of those yellow bucket hats in play at any given time. They always seem to be in the FT, as you say, as it looks like Hugh Nguyen has decided that the Jack-9 offsuit is going to be good enough, but Jess is actually the one that's gotten out of line, raising the 6-3 offsuit from the hijack.
Yeah, maybe not something we want to be doing too often, especially when we have an aggressive player like you behind us who's taking advantage of 3-bets in a lot of spots. He probably doesn't know that as much yet, Jess, but 6-3 is a bit wide.
Mark thinking about it here, maybe picking up that Miss Nguyen has been a bit light, and maybe has seen a few squeezes already, and maybe thinking that his ace blocker here is good enough to jam for 17. I don't know if he will find it, and I think there's maybe some better combos of ace X as it goes into the muck, but nice to see him even think about the spot here very quickly here, considering up against a very aggressive opponent.
I saw a click wall before. I wonder if Jess is going to consider doing it back off 22. That'd be insane. It's a really ambitious open as well, opening from the hijack into the shorter stack at the table.
Yeah, probably not advisable, being that we're under 100 spots for the money as well, and you want some stack preservation. But look, felt like opening, can't begrudge it. He's the one sitting in the 6th seat, and we're in the booth, so must have had a reason for it, and it does get away.
We had a question from Lucy Brisbane on Facebook asking, Mike, where are your patches? I've asked a few people and no one seemed to know.
The patches are in a nice little Tupperware box at the Chaos Coordinator desk where Corey is.
What did you just say? Say it again.
Tupperware.
Oh, I thought you said tub, like Tupperware. I was worried that...
The Teletubbies. No, it's in a Tupperware container down at the Chaos Coordinator desk where Corey is. So you can grab those in the middle. I was running a special promo for my client. I didn't make this public, but we were doing a... if you hard bubble any tournament, I'll give you your buy-in back if you're wearing one of my patches.
Wow,
That's a great
insane.
promo.
That's a huge promo. Shout out to Jacob Fall. Tough spot. Yep, very tough one. I saw you were out at the outer tables, Jacob. Don't tell me that you are no longer in the event. I know you bagged a very comfortable stack going into the second day and was hoping that you were going to be spinning it up, but let me know how you're going. I really don't want to know. I really don't want to find out that you're no longer in this one. That would be quite the shame, as Evie, first hand at this table that she's going to be V-pipping, takes this one.
Nice little introduction, pocket tens, like that.
Seen a few tens already on the feature, and we have been taken up to 14k here pre.
Over to Jess with pocket deuces +3. Going to call off of the 22 big blind stack.
Not surprised considering we saw the 6-3 open earlier, but probably one that we could elect to fold here being closer to the money.
Yeah, this one's very close in terms of just the mathematics on the implied odds and how much you need to return. Roughly a 8-to-1 return on your money. You're going to need to flop a set. And the call is 14k. That is, I don't know, you do the math quick, Jordan.
Hey, you're the one that plays. I'm retired.
I'm putting you on the spot. Now, it's going to be around 120k off the top of our head, 130k.
Doesn't look like that is what he's going to be getting, as Mark with the ace-6 offsuit may even try and spoil the party. There's 6.5 big blinds dead, and I wonder whether or not he's considering trying to reach out and take it away. Not sure whether it will work against a player who hasn't opened a hand yet. Evie only just getting to the table as the ace-6 does go down. Poe, queen 9, having to call 8k to come along.
Yeah, connected. Offsuit's fine. Probably come in here and see a flop.
Looks like he will. So to a flop we go 3 ways here. 51,000 out there. Only one deuce remaining for Jess as we saw one folded. Let's see whether or not it will make an appearance here. No, the ace-9-3 board. Obviously, you never want to see an overcard when you have the 10s, but still the best hand in this occasion, and Poe could be in trouble with middle pair.
I'm glad to see Evie coming out betting here. You definitely want to be range betting on this ace-high board as an early position raiser, regardless of whether you have the ace or not. The 10s kind of betting for protection as well. Poe probably not going to go anywhere, so this could get interesting if somebody wants to take this an aggressive line, but they might also both just want to get the showdown here.
The 5 of clubs could make it even more interesting. Both of these guys turning it back to a flush draw.
I thought you had a king.
Yeah, definitely. From what I've seen of Poe, very studied player. I was talking to him a bit on the table earlier. So definitely feel like that he's going to take it to the streets here versus Evie here. Obviously not leading on this 5 of clubs turn, which is definitely fine. But I don't see him folding here now that he has a middle pair and a flush draw versus Evie here.
Looking at the top left of screen, you'll see he's got 8 outs. You see that 5 of those cards are not highlighted. The reason for that is that they were actually folded by the other player's pre-flop. So the RFID system takes into account cards that were folded by those players. So he's got 8 of them that he can connect with any queen, 9, or club. Obviously, a club would be bad news for Evie, given she has the 10 of clubs in her hand as well.
This is actually a much trickier spot than it looks on stream. If you get inside the head of Poe here, he has the queen of clubs, which is nice. He's got the 9, sure, but he's putting Evie probably on an ace, having bet multi-way twice. And if she has the ace of clubs, he might just be dead. So it's a big portion of his stack. I actually like getting away from this spot. He's probably not in front that often, and you don't know if your draw is any good. So hold those chips as we get closer to the ICM bubble here.
Yeah, very well said, Mike, and that's the thing, especially approaching the money bubble. Don't want to be in a position where you're making a call knowing that you're probably folding a lot of rivers to 3 barrels. So, yeah, definitely some great insight from the man that is Mike Maddox, and definitely one that knows his stuff.
So we'll let you guys know that that number in the top right of screen is not quite accurate. As of the delay, I believe we are officially under that 400 mark. So we are getting closer and closer and closer to the bubble. 375, I believe, is the number. So shortly we're going to be probably slowing things all the way down, getting you some hand-for-hand coverage. Not sure whether or not we'll be able to get some views of the outer tables as we get closer to that mark. I know I had a conversation with our production crew as to whether or not we could do that. We might be able to pan things over to a webcam that we set up on top to get a look at the outer tables, but until that point, we're just going to carry on with our feature. Shio win, King 10 suited, and this may be a little bit too appetizing to pass up. Yep, in goes the 3-bet, it seems, to 31k.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the aggressive play at this phase of the tournament. This is where you can start accumulating chips. It's nice to get a big stack in the tournament, but it doesn't really do much for you at other points of the tournament, except for now. When you're leading into the money bubble, you start taking more aggressive lines, you build the chip stack, you set yourself up for the money bubble when it bursts, and the next phase. This is where the skill part of the game really takes over, and the aggressive players, like Win here, is showing us exactly how to do it.
Over to the man who raised. It was actually a little bit larger, 36,000, not 31,000. See what the man in yellow is going to choose to do here. Gonna have to put in a third of his chips almost, or not a third, a quarter of his chips if he wants to come along. And then all of a sudden, the stack to pot ratio on the flop would be about 1.1, so immediate decisions would need to be made on most flops. Do you ever find a 4-bet jam here?
No.
Yeah, no, not from being +1 and then getting squeezed. Your range should be probably a bit stronger than what the King 10 suit. King 10 suit is obviously a fine open, but when you face a free bet here and you're meant to have such a strong range, you can definitely make some more exploitable folds, and being a lot closer to the money than what that number says in the top right of scoring, probably one that CO will find.
Yeah, these ones get really tough. When you start adding in the ICM considerations, this one's normally just a, hey, I can call and see a flop after getting 3 bets, nice suited Broadway. But with ICM, you start finding more folds with these ones when you're out of position. You lean more heavily into the 4-bet jam ranges, like Jordan said, but I think that one's just a little bit not enough.
Question that I have off the back of that, though, is what if he saw the Ace-4, Queen-9 interaction on the stream prior to this hand? Do we then recognize that maybe our friend in seat 7 is a little bit more frisky than it should be in theory?
I would say it does, but that probably means when I put it in, he's just going to cycle it off. So I would probably just still muck, knowing that he's got over 100 bigs and he'll probably just call because he thinks he has to once he free bets. So yeah.
These spots are just so much easier said than done too. Like, you know, your opponent's up to no good. You get in the spot, you're like, okay, I can go after him now. And aggressive players wake up with hands too, so you just never know what you're up against, and it's normal psychology to default into fear in these spots and assume your opponent has a strong hand. But I love a 4-bet jam.
Yes, I think we all do. That is for sure. And the beauty of being aggressive is that people don't give you enough credit when you actually do get a hand as well. So definitely it's pretty good for Mr. Nguyen's image at the moment, as we see Jess opening here off to 16 bigs with the Ace-10 here of the spades, leaving himself with 17 bigs here, I believe, after the open. And I think this one is going to get through, which a much needed pickup here coming on the bubble for a stack under 20 bigs.
You can do what you want.
Yeah, over to Tam in the small blind. Letting go of the 10 deuce, Evie as well. 10-3 not going to be sticking around. I wouldn't think these offsuit hands are so poor to play even from the big blind.
Bet 100.
Getting a look at the stack. Over 100,000, and I think this is just some posturing going on.
No, exactly.
Sandshark says, I agree with the Canadian. his name is Mike. He says, I can do all the theory in the world, but sometimes I just freeze on the table.
That's it, right? One of the hardest things is to get beyond the fear, and I think that's where some of the mindset work really comes in. You have to find a way to just trust your intuition and just go. And the amount of times that I have done that and ran into it is phenomenal. But sometimes, you know what? You come good and you suck out too, so it's worth it. But one of the things I do with my clients is I tell them to just execute and not even look sometimes. Like, if you can't find a 3-bet jam yet, you're not confident enough to do it, don't even look at your cards. Just identify the spot and just whack it, and then look later. In smaller games, of course, not in the main event day 2, but...
Getting death stares from me there, Mike. That's pretty wild. Steve Voigt says, Mike and Damo should tell us more jokes rather than poker theory.
I think that's definitely agreed, Steve. You're much better than me, mate. You're much better than me. That is for sure.
On the topic of poker theory, Mike, I actually, given you've played a lot of PLO, I've started to dabble in PLO a little bit. I did have a question for you, which is on certain flop textures, you know, these kind of high-low disconnected ones, like the 10-3 deuce, the 10-4-5, stuff like that. How do you balance your overbet range?
Overbets on those boards? I wish we could do that.
I once asked this in a chat with Nanonoko, and he was like, What? Like he had a breakdown on stream. It was really good. Sandchuck says, my apologies, Mike. Didn't catch your name earlier. Thanks for the advice. Oh no, Sandchuck, that's fine. Just call him the Canadian. That'll be fine. He won't take it too hard.
It's good to know that the accent is back to normal. The Canadian side that you can.
It was
pick it out.
Australianized.
Somebody actually said that at the table. They said you sound more Canadian now that you've gone home. No, really? Maybe.
Guess so. It looks like Po Jiang's going to open from the cutoff to 15k, 2.5x. Oh, Shio Win waking up with the Cowboys. We asked a couple of people in the chat the other day what your nicknames were for Pocket Kings. Do you guys have any original ones? Or
I don't know if it's original, but King Kong.
King Kong, yeah, we had that in the chat.
Yep.
I call them Kokomos.
Kokomo.
Nice.
I've heard that one before.
It's old school. We go back 20 years with that one.
There you go. What are we going to see here from the man in the big blind? People are not sure whether or not they should just jam or find the non-all-in 3-bet. What would you guys recommend? Especially given we're near the bubble.
I'm not jamming here. I'm definitely 3-betting for value. I think you got to use these opportunities to pick up chips. You can't just overprotect.
As he does, which is really good as well.
A very small size, though. Looks like 36,000. No, 40k. It does go 40k, but still less than 3x out of position. It is against a slightly inflated open size, to be fair. It's against a 2.5x open instead of a min raise. But I still think you want to be going at least 50 here, right?
Yeah, I mean, stacks are pretty shallow, so you can get away with these smaller sizes, because if he calls, SPR is going to be less than 1-to-1, so it's not terrible. And I sometimes like taking a little bit more risk when your hand is this strong.
Yeah, definitely. And you might give just that touch more rope for Po to recognise that we are on a bubble and plough it in, with the stacks being very similar here as well. We don't know what his hand is. Doesn't seem like the reader's picked it up, but he might have one that he does go with, or one that he will flat, which does happen here.
Looks like we are going to see a flop, as Po looks so comfortable over there in seat 2.
Great posture. Shout out to Steve. Kangaroos and the Krispy Kremes, and one of those Krispy Kremes has just come in on the flop.
Yeah, 3-pack for him here of the Krispy Kremes, King of Diamonds, Queen of Clubs, Deuce, the rainbow board. In most cases, CO would be quite the favorite here. And I don't think Po is weak in this spot ever. Like, I think he's going to be trapping quite a lot with a hand like maybe even aces, or hands like jacks and tens that are recognizing that this is very strong, as CO decides to set the trap.
Yeah, a lot of that calling range is connecting with this board in some way. Ace Queen might be there as well. But SPR is so small that you can take all 3 streets to build a small pot. So you can check here, bet small on the turn, and then have like a 60% pot bet left for river.
Check it goes into the turn we are, as my graphics are just taking a moment, and as they do, I'll shout out to Hassan saying, love watching the stream here, especially with the boys commentating and analyzing this spot's great learning experience. Love tournament poker so much. I know for a fact that you're lying about that last sentence, Huss. We had a really good conversation yesterday, and that really throws ambiguity into the rest of the sentence. But thanks for tuning in, and thanks for the comment.
Thanks, Huss.
See the ace of spades on the turn, as 25k is the request. Let's see if it is obliged by the man in seat 2. Do you like this size after checking flop, boys?
It's a great card to barrel on. Your opponent's not going to be able to get away very easily if they have an ace. So I think it's a great size.
Down it goes. We're never going to know what he had, but what we will know is that Mr. Win takes himself up to around 30 bigs.
Great spot there for CO, which is good. But yeah, I played with Huss on day 1. And yeah, we had this discussion about loving tournament poker so much. So
Yes.
I think Huss has just absolutely fired a shot at me and Mike here. But it's great. Good to see him in the chat though. Former main event champion, and obviously very good at the game as well as Huss. So
Yeah, look, his banner is hanging up in the room for a reason. A very, very accomplished player, but he has seen the light, and he has come to the dark side. So he's seen the light and gone to the dark side.
What is that, PLO cash?
No, Hold'em cash, please. PLO cash? That's more of a padded room. Like what? 396 is the count, so we are sub 400, which means that we are closer and closer to the money bubble. Sam Adams has been extraordinarily quiet since this stream began. Maybe he'll finally have an opportunity to get involved. The Jack 10 suited folded off of 27 bigs plus 1. Don't remember that chapter.
I'm speechless. I love raising, so I'm definitely coming in for a raise on this space in the money bubble. His image is going to be quite tight, but I guess stack preservation is taking over. Get to the cash. You know, Sam is very, very good at making the money, winning player of the series, doing all these kinds of things that involve money. So he's probably trying to get there first, it looks like.
How about the 5 deuce suited raise? Fine from the cutoff. Jack 10's not good, but 5 deuce is apparently. Evie not going to stick around with deuces, obviously nearing that bubble, knowing that a few of these shorties are probably going to be opening relatively tight.
Yeah,
Jess, we saw him open the 6-3 earlier, and this is a snap defend. Let's do it. Off of a 20 big blind stack, he must love this one. Natural 9 to a flop, and somehow he's got the best hand. And he still has the best hand. But a flush draw out there could make things very, very interesting. Obviously, we saw the Jack 10 of hearts folded, so that's 2 less outs for Tam. But Jess, 2 pair is the best hand for now. Very quick call after a c-bet of 10k. To a turn card we go. Ace of clubs. What are we going to see from this 5 deuce now?
I think this is a mandatory continue with the 5 high here on a card that should really hit your range.
Add one over.
Find out if Tam does it.
Mike, you look like you're having an out-of-body experience right now. You okay?
There was a lot of coolers that I thought we might experience in the booth. The 5 deuce of hearts 6-3 offsuit in the big blind near the money bubble was not on my bingo card. That flop.
And the barrel comes out and the 6 goes down. Nathan Gregory in the chat says, I've heard PLO cash is pretty fun. Yeah, see? Case in point, padded room.
True
Nathan
grinder.
Gregory.
True grinder, Nathan Gregory over there.
Sandshark says the APL Million broadcast is better than the WSOP broadcast. Well, thank you, boys. I have you guys to thank for us being able to accomplish that amazing milestone of being recognized as better than the WSOP. Have you guys both had the opportunity to go to the WSOP?
I have not, obviously on the bucket list. But yeah, obviously Shulman and Najad do very well with that. They call it the night crew, the night shift. Yeah,
Late shift, yep.
Yeah. I don't know if we stack up to them, but we're doing a pretty good job, boys, without saying too much.
Some of my favorite broadcast moments in any event ever have come from Ali and Nick.
Yeah, 100%.
And Mike, you've obviously been to a few of them. We spent some time together in Vegas back in 2022, I believe it was, maybe even 2023.
2022, yeah, it was 2022.
Yeah. I remember playing some cornhole at a bar with you, getting my ass handed to me. It was good times.
Sneaky good cornhole player over here. I don't know where that skill came from, but it's the same relative pitch in cornhole with the beanbags as it is with playing cards.
Right. Okay.
That little side spin.
Everything's
works out well.
similar. The weight, the distance, everything. Jack 9 suited for Mark +2, as the blinds have ticked up to 4K, 8K. Hour-long blinds on day 2. Do I have that correct, boys?
That is correct.
So we are
Poe will find the Jamie with the King Queen O.
87k into the middle, a touch under 11 blinds. See if anybody in those blinds are going to wake up with anything. Jess's ace 3. It's not 6-3, so I expect a fold from him after CL. Let's go with a king 7. It's going to go around to Hugh Nguyen in the big. Ooh, king 9 offsuit. We know he loves to fire chips into the middle. Is it the same with calling?
I'm going to stick my neck out, and I think we're going to see a call. But he looks like a man that might just fold. I don't know. I don't.
Good read.
Yeah. He's someone that just wants to be in there and battling every time he gets the opportunity. I honestly believe we're in the money. I
Yep.
think he just snaps.
Yeah. I've once heard somebody say that somebody was an enigma wrapped up in a riddle, and I think that's a really good kind of definition for our man seat 7 here. We're not really sure what we're going to see. If you guys have any questions for us in the chat on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, send them through. We'll do our best to answer them. Well, I won't, but these guys will. I'm kind of useless when it comes to answering questions. I haven't played tournament poker for years. 396 is the count. Obviously, 375 is the bubble, so we're about 21 players away at the moment on the stream.
Yeah, and with the bubble coming up, we're going to need your questions in chat here as we go for hand, and it slows a bit down. It doesn't even have to be poker related. You can ask what you like, and I'm sure one of us three will be brave enough to give an answer. So, yeah, definitely with the bubble coming up, get involved.
Ask questions about poker, about sport, about movies, music, the universe, the meaning of life, Mike.
Those are my favorite. I love deep conversations. We
Oh,
can
yeah.
really get into it on stream, but maybe not on the money bubble. Although if the tanking picks up,
yeah.
Money Bubble's the perfect time to have these
That's
conversations.
correct.
Nothing's going to be happening.
so we are in a simulation.
No,
We'll pause that one for now.
let me just mute Mike's mic. Moxley wants to know who wins the AFL Grand Final this year. Hopefully Hawthorn, but I have a feeling that it's probably going to be somebody like Geelong or... Yeah, it's not going to be fun. Adelaide, maybe?
Maybe. I am an avid Crows fan. Do you have tickets to the qualifying final with Collingwood? I think it's Geelong. I think they are the best team in the comp and playing the best football, peaking at the right time. I personally, and I don't want to put it out in either. I think if the Crows lose the first one, we go out in straight sets with everything going on.
It's such an Adelaide. That's so on brand
Yeah,
for them.
correct. Yeah, I think Geelong's a team to beat in who they play. Absolute mystery, because I think anyone in the 8 could make it.
I really hope that Hawks knock out Geelong because I despise Geelong. As a Hawthorn fan, it's kind of mandatory that I have to absolutely despise Geelong. I think Dangerfield... Oh, sorry, my least favourite player in history is Tom Hawkins.
Makes sense.
He's just a tool. No other thing to say. Duke Nam's asking you who is your favourite to win the main event this year. You got any picks, any friends out there that you're hoping run deep? Obviously, you got your man, Mr. Pound, and he's still at this table. But do you have anybody else, boys, that we want to see?
I have a few that I know that have a stack and that are very good players. I think Lachlan Krill,
That was going to be who I was going to say.
Yeah, he's got quite a number of chips. Very steady player. Probably hasn't had as much variance this year as he has in previous years. So maybe it comes good for him here. There's obviously a few Adelaide boys still in the field that I should probably be rooting for. But look, I don't want to put the Mickey on it, and I don't know if he's still in the field, but Amin was playing outrageous, and what a feat it would be for the back-to-back, and I honestly could see him here day 3, day 4.
So I can tell you that Mr. Riazardi is still at table 38. So the dream is alive, but I think he's going to have to FT to get unstuck for the amount of bullets.
Generally how it goes.
What about you, Mike? Any other mindset crew still in this one outside of Richard?
Yeah, there's a handful of students out there in the field, which is great to see. I'm kind of just enjoying watching everyone. The one thing I really love about the Australian, like the APL Million specifically, is we don't get a chance to play for this much money ever, and you don't get a lot of internationals coming in. So it's almost always somebody new that we know that becomes wealthy as F overnight. Like $738,000 in their bank account overnight, and it's probably somebody who has like $100,000 Hendon Mob lifetime.
Yeah.
That actually reminds me, I had Armin in here chatting to him in commentary. It was he and Jackson Young were in here for a portion of one of the late night streams, and he told me the story of him winning the main event last year in a certain Instagram account that needed to be created.
That's fantastic. That was actually a big highlight. Amin and I were playing day 2 at some point, and I was trying to tag him in a story of one of mine that I do, and I couldn't find him. And I said, Amin, what's your Instagram handle? He said, I don't have Instagram. So right then and there, we made an agreement that when he wins the main, but there was about 600 to go at this point, he has to get Instagram, because I knew he just didn't want to do it. So I came to him after the win, and I said, all right, download Instagram. We did it right after. He hadn't even had a drink yet to celebrate. And we got him on Instagram, so now he's one of us.
He is indeed, and he does actually update it too. It's definitely a good account to follow, and yeah, I think he's becoming more and more involved with the Insta and seems to start liking it a fair bit now as well. So definitely converted one over to the good side there, Mike.
Roger Rogers asking, how much money would it take for any of you to never play a hand of poker again? Probably about $3. probably about $1.50. I don't know, boys. It's a pretty big question. I mean, obviously we all love playing it. For me personally, I think it would take a considerable amount of money. I know I don't really play much tournament poker, but I am a cash game grinder. So for me not to play poker ever again, I love poker so much. I think it would have to be a pretty considerable amount of money.
Yeah, it's going to be very high because it's kind of like my only hobby now. So
yeah,
I don't even want to put a figure on it. All I know is that whatever you offer me first up, I'm just going to say, nah, it needs to be more.
Moxley says, wait, you'd pay me to stop playing poker?
Probably the right answer.
What about you, Mike?
The first number that came to mind was 5 mil, and it doesn't feel right.
No.
Yeah, it really doesn't, because the thing is that you could win more than that in certain scenarios, right?
That's exactly right. And there's just, like, I play for the accolades, so you can't win a bracelet if you're not playing anymore.
Correct.
Is the bracelet kind of the main goal for you, Mike? Is that kind of something that you're always going to aspire to?
I grew up watching ESPN, WSOP coverage, winning the bracelets. That is, like, the pinnacle prize to win, for sure. These APL Millions trophies, not quite at the same caliber as the bracelet, So yeah, that's the goal that I'm trying to achieve. It doesn't matter whether it's the main or whether it's just the 1500 PLO, but I would love one of those.
You've obviously won a pretty considerable trophy given the Lex Live result.
Yep.
But, having not been to the WSOP, is that kind of the goal for you, or are there other events that maybe pique your interest a little bit more?
Look, obviously WSOP, because I grew up watching a bit of the old ESPN coverage. Obviously, I have Poker Go, and I've watched all the reruns, and I will get out to Vegas one day. My missus already told me I'm allowed to go whenever I want, so one day I just have to man up and actually do it. Would love one of them. But yeah, I weighted Lex Live as the pinnacle for me because I've been part of the community for over 10 years and refused to take a photo with Lex in my first trip at Lex Live 2, saying I'll only take one once I win an event. And managed to do it about 365 days later, which was cool. But obviously millions trophies are great. I have one. Would have liked a second one, but that's fine. I'm happy to come second any day of the week in a tournament. So, but yeah, I think you don't play for the money. You're playing this game for the money, then you're probably playing for the wrong reasons without me saying that right. You know, you're playing for trophies. You're playing because you enjoy the game. You're not playing just solely to make money because there's probably easier ways to do that are less mentally taxing.
So it's interesting we're talking about bracelets and trophies and stuff. I've gotten a photo up on the laptop here where I'm utilizing my microphone from. I've always been a big wrestling fan, and WPT overseas has a championship belt that they give to the champion at Playground Series in Montreal. So that's always something that I thought was really, really sick. I mean, back in the day, I know you guys may or may not know Mitch Catton on the Gold Coast.
Oh, yeah.
I managed to convince him to get a championship belt made for the Player of the Year, and I think Sam Adams actually ended up winning that one. So there's something in that's always been kind of very cool to me. Looks like Nguyen is putting his foot down once more, just deciding to open the ace deuce off of 15, pounced on by a better ace, but a relatively weak one at that.
Another spot for Mr. Nguyen that he loves to take, and the aggression on the bubble, right time. Kind of continuing from what we've seen as Mark finds King Jack suited here off 10 in the small blind. Probably knows if he does rip, he's going to get called. And being so close to the money, I reckon we're going to see a bit of a tank and a fold, but wouldn't begrudge him thinking about this one.
Given you're so close to the money bubble, I think he's going to want to just try and hold on with his 10 big blinds. He knows that Nguyen is potentially getting out of line, but holding onto that stack and cashing for the $3,245 is probably on his mind a little bit more. So he does let it go back over to Jess. Obviously a little bit frustrated that he keeps getting pounced on by Nguyen. Let's see what he decides to do here. Obviously, if he does put it in, Nguyen may feel, as Mike mentioned earlier, obligated to put the remainder in, give it for a further 60,000. So let's see what the decision will be, as he seems to be agonizing over this one.
Does indeed, and I reckon the table has seen the ace-4 click by now as well, so might be going through his mind as well, as we do get to see the ace of clubs being shown there too.
I have an ace too.
So, boys, as we approach the bubble, no doubt you guys have been in multiple different bubble situations, should I say, as the short stack, medium stack, large stack. How are we going to be approaching this one if we were in, say, Nguyen's shoes? Obviously applying pressure with a hand like ace-4, but would we start just ripping on these guys? Would we start finding larger opens? Would we be 3-betting a lot more? I think we'll start with Mike. How would you approach this if you were the big stack in the situation?
Yeah, so the one thing that you have to think is what are our opponents going to do in response to our aggression? And what they're going to do towards the ICM bubble is they're going to fold pre-flop a lot more. So that means we can start taking hands that have blockers in them and attack with those. So offsuit aces, we can even start 3-betting with some of those. If you're in a situation where your opponent is not going to fold to you pre-flop, an offsuit ace doesn't really have a lot of post-flop playability, so you don't really want to 3-bet it. But now's the perfect time to start expanding that range into a little bit wider 3-bet range, and you don't really need to size up that much because people are going to fold as well.
Yeah, definitely agree. Don't know if the stacks and where everyone's sitting is in the right position for Nguyen just to start open ripping on people here, because I think Richard still has 32 bigs, and it would be a disaster for him just to open rip and get snapped off if Richard actually wakes up with one. But yeah, definitely echoing Mike. I think it's almost at a spot with a lot of his blockers as I'll stop, as Sam's found the 3-bet here. Basically for his tournament life versus the open from Nguyen here.
He decides to basically commit himself, piling in most of his chips. We are getting close-ish to that bubble. Mark's King Queen would have to be putting the remainder of his stack in if he wants to make this call, and I don't think that is going to be something he's going to want to do. That would be a pretty bad outcome for... Oh my god.
My heart skipped a beat there.
That'd be a pretty ridiculous outcome for Sam, because that's one of the only hands that he's actually not doing very well against, given the kings and queens. We haven't seen any folded. Poe with 5s down as well. Tam killing a jack. Back over to Nguyen with the ace-10. Piles. Good luck, sir. Sam Adams needing to hold on here with these jacks, or in the grand scheme of things, he may be soft bubbling this one.
Yeah, definitely. When you left 2 big blinds there, I thought we were going to see a bit of a tank as well. But just snap put it in, which, you know, credit. Some people would have tanked.
Yeah, probably a little bit too far off the exact bubble to be tanking, as we're going to see all 5. Sam Adams with a chance to get up to almost 40 bigs. Nguyen, as we see the King Queen 3 board, that jack no longer good for him. Turn is a 10, an ace.
Diamonds as
out
well.
Of there, and a diamond. Oh my god, the Queen of Diamonds sends Sam Adams packing. GG's, but not going to be making the money in this one. What an outcome.
Oh, sometimes you just feel it, I guess, and you just say, yep, this one's mine, I'm going to run it. And that's clearly what Wynn had to do there. Unfortunate for Sam, I mean, he'd been playing super tight. He had the right image to get away with that pre-flop, and he wasn't even getting away with anything. He had jacks. That's
and
really
have a look at
unfortunate.
Mark and C1, a man that knows that he had King Queen on the bubble and would have made a boat. He looks a little bit dejected here as he's engaging in some table talk. I don't begrudge him at all. But yeah, unlucky for Sam Adams, probably one of the better players in the field, and unfortunately this one won't be his year.
Sasan doing a backflip in chat saying Hugh Nguyen is a player that needs to be respected, and then a minute later saying, take that back, sorry. Eric, or Mark303, saying, last time I saw Sam lose pre-flop all in, my kids weren't born yet. Well, I guess today is a new day, as 379 is the count in the top right, and it wouldn't shock me if we decide to go hand for hand as things are actually paused. So we are officially hand for hand in the APL Million main event. The difference between busting now and coming in that 375th position is $3,520. Is that right, guys?
Yeah, I believe so, as we do finally get the first pan of the whole room from the webcam. And what a beautiful image that is, too, to see so many tables and a Hall of Fame images up the top as well. Really just hallmarks what a great series this has been. Are we surprised that we saw a call from the ace-10 there, though, boys?
As we see Thomas Horowitz asking what the average stack is. Average stack is going to be hovering around that 270k mark, I believe. So given there's 1/10 of the field remaining, we're looking at around 10 stacks to be the average. But we're a little bit north of that, so it's probably going to be around 280 to 290. As getting to see if there's any faces I recognize. I see Liam Murray sitting there. I see... Who else do I see sitting out there? I see Andrew Morley, bottom right of the screen. Is there anybody else that you guys recognize?
Yeah, I saw AC from Adelaide just get up and get back down. I got Matt as well. Can't remember his Instagram handle. Is up and having a chat just here right in front of us too. And looks like quite a number of people in the room still with a shot at taking home what would be a whopping first prize.
Yeah, Ridge Grimsey there as well in table number 8.
See Janet Wyville making an appearance back in the main event down there in the bottom right as well.
Looks like Pat Barber as well at this table immediately in front of us. So some familiar faces still out there as we're doing our best to get a look and see if there's anybody else that we can recognize. If you see anybody that you know in the chat, let us know. The Connor Lenders is there. Yep, you can see him sitting there at the table as well. I'm not seeing any yellow bucket hats.
Not many, actually. Usually they're very easy to spot. They might just be just out of view as well. Big shout out just quickly to all our TDs and dealers. Obviously, this might be the busiest bubble of the year for them and seem to always do a remarkable job. So as you can see them coordinate everything and get the whole tournament under pause and get it all sorted and sterile for our bubble play here. Big shout out to them. Without them, we don't have a series. But back to you now, Jordan.
Yeah, make sure all the counts are accurate. Make sure the amount of players that we've got are accurate so that we can ensure this hand for hand is run as smoothly as possible. Let us know in the chat if you guys are seeing anybody that you think is going to run deep. Any of the faces out there, as Don't run in the poker room. It
Yeah.
causes dramas.
Definitely does. And if you're in the field and you're watching, please feel free to post what your stack is or what the average stack is. If you can
Yes,
see if you can
please.
see a table as well, or a clock, that would be greatly appreciated. Just for us here in the comms room, as we have not been outside the booth, so we don't know exactly what's happening, as we are on that 20-minute delay.
So we'll let you guys know that in the top left of the screen, you may see a gap in tables, a couple of tables that aren't being utilized, and then tables that are being utilized again. That is actually a different tournament up there. I believe that is the bounty tournament that is being run. Or sorry, the rebar tournament. What's it called?
Just like a $350 double stack.
That's
Yeah,
it.
the second chance. I think it is
the
100k
second chance,
guaranteed.
yes.
Yeah.
That is running in the top left, as I believe. In that corner later on will be the 5K satellite as well, a $550 prize point, I believe. As we're still waiting for the hands to conclude and for hand to begin. Send through any questions you guys have in the chat during this time, as play is going to slow right down.
Jordan, I got a question for you. A little bit different topic. You might have already spoken about this with other commentators, but you recently just got the invitation to go and do commentary overseas in Asia for WPT, and that's fantastic. Like, we haven't actually had a chance to do commentary together before, and sitting in here, I'm actually in awe of how quick-witted you are and your expressions and everything, how you lead the conversation. It's great. What was the experience like when you went into Asia for WPT there?
So I didn't actually travel over there. I did all of it from home. So most of the stuff that I do over in Asia, I actually phone in. I get to sit in my living room in my underwear and just do commentary. It's very off-putting for Tom, but yeah, I get to just chill in my house and do it from there. I think there will be some opportunities for me to travel overseas, potentially even as soon as November this year, to do some commentary over there. But yeah, that series was amazing. It's the first major series they've actually had in Thailand. There's very strict laws over there about poker over there, and only about kind of 3 weeks prior to the series actually kicking off, a law was passed classifying poker as a sport, which actually made it a lot easier for them to be able to run it. There were obviously a few complications, given it's the first time it's run. The first day of the series was delayed, but commentating for World Poker Tour was a big one as well, because I thought it was going to be streamed on kind of a side platform, whether it be kind of WPT Prime Asia or something like that, YouTube channel that would have been streamed, but no. The main World Poker Tour paid 800,000 subscribers. All of a sudden, I was commentating. So it was really exciting. Hopefully more opportunities in the future.
That would be great to see you do more of that, because I tuned in for a little bit. It was really, really cool to see. And that grand stage, 800,000 subscribers, that is massive.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit like getting dropped in the deep end, because I was kind of like, oh, would you guys be able to send me the link so that I can keep up with the chat? And they're like, oh, it's just on the channel. I was like, wait, that channel? Oh, okay, cool. So all of a sudden, it was kind of funny, because obviously I've tuned into a lot of World Poker Tour streams, and all the moderators that you kind of see in the chat chatting. Like there's one guy called Jimmy Bluffett who was in every single one of the chats.
Yep.
And I was there commentating, and he was talking. I was like, wait, this is kind of surreal. Like, usually I kind of interact with this guy when I'm in the chat, and now I get to interact with him from a microphone. So, and what was cool as well is the guys that I was commentating with. So one of the guys that I was commentating with, his name's Jordan Banfield. He's an ambassador for WPT Global. So he's actually Canadian as well. He's based out of Alberta, I think. So he was fantastic to chat to, and I got the chance to do commentary with Corey Van Jaarsveld, so I brought him in as well. And he actually had a day stint doing commentary with Lucas Robinson, who was one of the guys that was on the Game of Gold GG Poker show. So that was really cool. I think he had a great time, and yeah, I mean, I hope we get the opportunity to do it again. And shout out to Chris Labrojo and Grant Gardner for helping us get involved in that. You got some competition. He is the master of the mindset. Is his Instagram handle. So yeah,
that's a nice title.
He's an awesome guy. He does amazing work with the likes of Poker Dream and a couple of other companies over in Korea, and yeah, I think it's I'm very excited about the future.
That's great. Did you feel nervous when you opened up the link first time and saw 800,000 subscribers?
To be honest, not really. I just kind of sat there and I was like, oh well, I'm here now. I might as well just do what I do, which is talk as much nonsense as possible, and enjoyed it. I don't think Jordan was really, the guy that I was commentating with, was really ready for the humor that I brought to the stream, because I was saying stuff and he was just laughing. I can't believe you're saying things like that. Like, some of you guys tuning in this week may have seen some of the jokes and stuff that I make all the time, and I don't know. I just kind of kept that going, and it seemed to work out. So
We all love the Aussie humor. In
We
Canada.
do indeed. We do indeed. JK Kitchen, yes, the clock is stopped as we are on the bubble as well.
as I am just going to close this door that we have so that we don't get any spoilers of the outside world.
Yeah, definitely don't want them. Would love to see it all unfold on our comm box and really be in the moment.
As we're hearing some noises, but we're not going to say anything about what's going on out there. Pax Maniac says next stop code Jordan. Yeah, imagine that.
100%.
That'd be pretty cool.
Amazing.
Have to see how we go with that. JK Kitchen's asking, did the clock stop whilst waiting? Yes. So when we go hand for hand, usually what the procedure is that the clock will pause, and every time a hand is played, 2 minutes will be taken off of the tournament clock. So yeah, we are going to be slowing down. So there's actually going to be a little bit of a longer stint than 2 hours in the commentary booth between breaks, guys. I hope you guys are comfortable. Feel free to go and get a drink or a coffee or go to the bathroom, anything you need to do.
There's a nice little sofa behind us. You can take a nap down there. I didn't
Yeah,
get a great sleep
Coffee go,
last
Mike,
night,
if you wish.
Just move the microphone back there. I'll just lay down.
100%.
During last year's stream, I actually just grabbed that and brought it forward, and everybody just kind of lounged out with the elbow mics way back. But this year, we've got a little bit kind of better. If we get into the late night hours tomorrow, because usually tomorrow we play down to our final table, and last year that was very late. We might end up doing that.
I think we might need to turn down the sounds. I don't know if you turned it up for that table.
Yeah, it
I
sounds
don't know
a
if
little
we
loud.
cut it down.
Sounds like we have some commotion on the feature whilst we're on break, which does happen. Obviously, some people engaging in table talk and telling some jokes as we wait for all the hands to stop. We might have some hands that are still playing with a bit of tanking going on as well, which is fair enough. But yeah, it's obviously an exciting time for all those in the field, and everyone in that screenshot right now is probably dreaming of getting through this bubble and then running up a nice big stack to fight for that 700k plus up top.
We've got Fig Jam in Twitch asking, is Dean still in? So you guys may know Dean Cox from WA. He was in commentary with me a large portion of yesterday. He was telling me that he had 40,000 chips starting today's play, but I will say that just before we got into the booth, I had a look at his table and he was still sitting there. So I think he's had a bit of a spin, because he did mention to me that he wanted to come into commentary immediately after he busted, implying that it was going to be very quick, but he's still battling. And he's not here, he hasn't messaged me, so I guess that means he's still out there grinding away. I can see Malcolm Trainer, right of screen, standing up. He's hard to miss. Every time he leaves the room, the average height decreases by about 6
Yeah.
inches. So, yep.
Intimidating frame for sure when you play against Malcolm.
Absolutely. Trying to see if there's any other faces that I'm seeing out there that I'm recognizing.
Looks like we're getting, maybe not. We're getting an announcement over there from, I believe it's Adrian, one of the TDs on floor, with Chris following along from the media team. So I think we might be getting a hand in very shortly as well, which is good. Apparently Brant is out there somewhere. Thank you very much there, Amok, or Eric, whichever one you prefer.
Good luck, everyone.
I've heard a good luck, everyone, and we do have cards being pitched, ladies and gentlemen. We are now in the bubble phase, and we do have a hand coming to us here. I'm sure we'll pan back to the feature for the hand that is played.
Yeah, absolutely, as our production crew will be picking it back up, I think, and panning back. Pax Maniac saying Dean's still in as far as I know, as we are back to the table, Mr. Nguyen. The ace-10 that caused so much drama just before. Back into it, as it looks like we have James Hawkins fresh face to the table, rocking the Puma vest.
I had a chance to play with James for about 4 hands before I abruptly exited the table, so...
So I can't wait for all of your insight into exactly how he plays in depth.
Absolutely, it's a nice vest.
Very nice vest.
That's what I've got.
Great read.
You guys Simpsons fans at all?
Yes, see my vest.
See my vest.
See my vest.
Fantastic. Apparently Brant is still out there as well. Brant's a fantastic poker player from Brisbane.
Yeah, it looks like
Well.
Dean still is in, but with 60k according to the stream.
So he's a very short man with a long beard. Over to Evie with the Queen 7 offsuit. The computer hand going down, and we're going to get comfortable once more.
Yes, we are indeed. Absolute premium for Nguyen here on the bubble. I almost expect him nearly to open every single hand here with the chips that he does have.
I wonder how many money bubble beers we're going to get out in the
Beers.
field. You know, the
See-
celebratory beers.
True.
For a lot of these players, this is the biggest tournament that they've played in their lifetime. And if they get in through a satellite or their PTC points they've earned throughout the year, when you get this money bubble, this is it. This is the defining moment on track to the next moment, obviously, but it's worth a beer.
You had the opportunity to play the WSOP main event.
Yes.
Is that right? Just once?
Twice.
Twice? Did you partake in beer level?
Yes.
You have to. Don't
You have to. Absolutely. They come around with trays of beers as if they expect everyone to drink.
I absolutely love that.
So the final level of day one, beer level with the WSOP.
Nice.
I was at the table of the WSOP going into beer level. Start with 60k, I think I had 22. I didn't partake in beer level because I was stressed out about potentially busting on day one. Mark Seymour and I were sitting next to each other at the same table. We're 23k effective at that point, so I think 300, 600, I would have had like 35 bigs. I 5-bet jam against him. He snaps me off. We both have aces.
Oh, God. Fun.
Getting a message in the chat from Hassan letting us know a couple of regs at Berlin. Happy Whale being Malcolm Trainer, Remain More Far. Cooper Feltham and Armin Riazadi all still cruising along. As I can actually see Armin right there.
Yeah.
So he is still cruising in this.
Goodness me, you have good eyes.
Yeah, for those on stream, left-hand side of the table.
Table number 38,
Yeah,
I believe it is.
so first row on the left, 4 tables in. I believe it looks like seat 7.
Yep.
Yeah.
Did you ever have those Where's Waldo books growing up?
Well, I just knew that was the table he was at.
Ah.
I cheated. Yeah, I cheated.
But I had the answer already.
Yeah, I did. But I did have those. They were great. There was a when I was a kid, there was a YouTube a website where there was, you know, when you send people to websites that have videos with like jump scares and stuff.
Yes.
Yep.
There was a video called Where's Waldo, and it was a Where's Wally thing, and you were trying to search, and it was really, really difficult to try and find. And then there was a jump scare that happened as you were leaning right into the screen, and I'm still kind of pained by that. It still gives me grief.
Yeah.
Some of those jump scares can be slightly traumatic. I remember
There's that really iconic one of the car driving down the range. Do you
Yeah,
remember this one?
and then have you seen the video of the guy that goes really close to TV and then jumps into his wall?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen videos of people punching their monitors and stuff.
Yeah, it's
Classic.
yeah, it's a good old one. I remember falling for that the first time and the second time as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We actually had Dean Cox in here yesterday chatting. His wife, I believe, actually has a YouTube channel reviewing horror films.
oh my
Wow,
God.
there you go.
189,000 followers or subscribers.
Nice.
So very, very popular in the kind of horror movie scene, and it was amazing chatting to him about it. Apparently, she reviews all kinds of things, traveling as far as over to Austin in September to go to a kind of a film festival reviewing certain stuff. So yeah, very cool. If you guys are looking to subscribe to that one, I believe it's called Space Astronauts,
Okay.
I think is the name of it. I'll confirm that with Dean, but yeah, go check out her YouTube channel if you're interested in anything horror adjacent.
It's a great day and age we live in where you can take a passion project and a hobby and actually make a living out of it, isn't
Yeah,
it?
definitely
Absolutely.
can. It's obviously great time to be around in the world when you can do something you love and get paid doing it. And sounds like she's doing an amazing job.
That actually reminds me, you sent me a message prior to coming into the booth about having done carry in the past.
Yeah, Lex Live. Obviously, when I was there for Lex Live 3, I did some comms. I did the other 2 day ones that I didn't play, and they were big days. They were 11 hours and 12-hour days. So, not the greatest prep before a day one, but it worked out in the end. But yeah, and was planning to do the day 2 and day 3 final table comms, but obviously a great problem to have when you can't do that. But yeah, so done some commentary previously. I absolutely love being behind the mic. It's someone that streams a little bit as well when I'm back home with either Football Manager or poker, and done some YouTube creation myself. It's good fun being in front of the mic.
Go on then, plug your Twitch and plug your
It's
YouTube.
all the same thing that you guys have seen already, DAMMO_23. It's across all platforms. And if you want to see someone go and get angry at an Excel spreadsheet of a game, yeah, that's the place to come.
That's Football Manager 23.
Yeah, 24. The new one comes out in 26, and for the first time in about 10 years, we're actually getting a graphics update, so it won't look like
wow.
a mobile game.
That'll be very cool.
Yeah, it is.
I recently heard that there was a new football game that got released. I'm trying to remember the name of it, that was potentially rivaling rivaling FIFA. I'm just trying to remember what the name of it was because there was a lot of kind of initial people that weren't really sure as to whether or not it was going to be a good product. But
Yeah,
other people
Football Manager.
No, I don't know if it was a totally different standalone
Okay,
product.
it's obviously not PES either, as
No.
well, because they're pretty established. So interesting that someone's jumping into the market. I definitely do not play as much or as many games as I used to back in the day. You know, as you get older, life gets in the way. EAFC, which obviously was the evolution of FIFA. EAFC just by themselves now as well.
Geez, you thought about it.
Is, Jordan's trying to have a look for
Yeah,
what
I'm
it
just giving
is.
a quick
Yeah,
search.
go ahead, mate, as you are. As we're still in the bubble here, as you guys can see, and it seems like there's a couple of hands still happening in the room. But yeah, interesting to see what our next hand will be.
UFL.
Yes, did hear about this as well as thank you very much to Bill as well. We got in the chat at the same time. I don't know what I will make of UFL, but who knows? Something to definitely look into in some downtime between work and playing poker and trying to stay semi-fit. And yeah,
I'm hiding it, gone past, mate.
Looks like bottom left, I can see Josh Hutchie turning around over there. He's
yes.
2 years ago, I guess, or was it last year where he finished? No, 2 years ago, I think. Finished in third or second place.
Yeah.
Josh Hutchie?
Yeah, Hutchie was 2 years ago, back in 2023.
Certainly an accomplished player. No slouch in the high stakes scene. He's going to be playing for the win in this one.
As the other game that I want to mention is Rematch. Have you seen
Okay.
Rematch?
I have not personally.
I'll show you the trailer for it because it's come out this year and it looks like a lot of fun. Let me know if you guys have played any Rematch. So it's a little bit more arcadey.
Nothing wrong with an arcade game, that is for sure. And that looks almost like a FIFA Street sort of old school vibe.
Very similar.
Which you could definitely spend a long time playing.
Apparently Rematch is infuriating.
Okay, Eric or Amok, depending, wants to let it know that it's frustrated him.
Out of curiosity, Eric, have you considered getting good?
Yes, that's the number one tip to anything in life. Is it as good as your mixed game skills? Eric's obviously a mixed game player. But yeah.
I've spoken with Eric for, I want to say, the better part of 2 years about trying to organize like a 10-cent, 20-cent mixed game night, and we just have we've never done it, as it looks like we may have another hand in progress. So we're going to kick things over back to our feature table any moment, I would think. Yep, here we are. Oh, Jess with 9s under the guns, going to raise off of 13.
Here we go.
And is Wen going to put him in the blender?
He
Certainly
might.
not going to fold this time, is he?
He's having a laugh.
Thank you.
And says, all right, one time.
One
You can get away
time.
with
We'll
this one
get
time.
the-
Thank you.
Sam,
Thank you, he says.
Sam pleaded for it too. Asked him and he did. So there you go. If you want to get you into fold, just ask very
Isn't
politely.
that funny how that happens? You just get owned so many times. You open, you get 3-bet. You open, you get 3-bet. You finally wake up with the real hand.
Yep.
And they make a joke, and then they fold to you.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Oh, hello. Wow.
On the note of waking up with a real hand, as I can actually see another player that's worthwhile talking about, Corey Kempson in the background. Though I will say he's holding a beverage. So I don't know whether or not he's still in as we see Poe. Oh my god! What is happening here? The queens for Tam Shuong.
87.
I think this is fortunate for Jess because he's going to see a jam and a rejam on the bubble, and he's going to be able to fold here in a different configuration he would be in for all his tournament life, but now he'll be able to get away as we're going to see the ultimate coolie here, a few spots off the money in the APL Millions main event.
Saki, what are you doing to these people? Aces, queens, 9s.
A little bit difficult now for Jess, as it's just a flat from Tam. See what he thinks with his 9s.
See his reaction. He's screwing up his face. He's shaking his head. Up he gets, down he goes. What is he going to do here?
Thank you very much, Eric. Just confirming Corey Van Jay still in as well.
Unfortunately. Nah, I'm joking. Corey has not had a good series, and I really hope that this is a turning point for him, as Jess has no idea what to do. He's already got 12k out, 16k out there.
What would you be doing here, Mike, out of curiosity? I think I know, but...
These ones are all about how much do you want the $3,500, or how much do you want to play for the win. I think this one's pretty straightforward. People.
Oh my god, he puts it in. This should be folded. as obviously the cards are on their back, as Jordan says it correctly. It's a pretty trivial fold, but never mind, lol. Cards are going to be on their backs
Yeah.
in a moment. Obviously, with hand-for-hand play, we need to wait until the hands are completed at the other tables before the cards are on their backs.
Has Tam put in the call here? Is he going to get away? Or
I mean, it's for a further, what, 16K?
I don't think he can fold.
No, you're never folding.
That flat by Tam is so suspicious when it goes raise, jam, flat.
Yeah,
that we have to be a little bit suspicious of what that is. And I don't know, maybe you put both your opponents on a hand like ace-king, but I don't know if ace-king is just flatting there.
No, I don't think so either. And I thought Jess was going to get away here, considering that we saw raise, jam, and flat. But pretty fun run out coming up shortly here. Make sure you stay tuned for this one. Jess is going to need some help. Poe's going to need a hold. And if Tam finds a queen, we could be in the money in one foul swoop.
As I'm just looking around to see if there's any crowds gathering around any of the tables, that one right in the middle may seem a little bit suspicious, as yeah, people are requesting that everybody remain seated because everybody's going to be looking at this feature as the location for the action. If we find a queen on this flop, we will have a double KO and we will make the money. That man bottom of screen, Joel Williams, no doubt, making sure everything is running as smoothly as possible. Apparently my mic is echoing. Let me know if that is still the case.
We just saw Tim Bradle walk down the bottom of the screen. He's Mr. Main Event over there. He's picked up a couple main event trophies in
The
Townsville.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Ville is his playground at the moment.
Back-to-back years, I believe,
Yes,
right?
it was indeed. I had the pleasure of battling with him for the first time when he won his first one. And yeah, great guy, great human being as well, on top of being a very great and accomplished player. I'm going to ask you, Jordan, as I know what I think the answer is, but say we have about 3 bust-outs here. Are they chopping the min cash?
That is correct.
Yes.
Yes, if
Cool.
there are simultaneous bust-outs in the same hand, they don't split it up according to stack sizes. They will chop up the min cash. That is correct.
Perfect.
One of my very, very good friends, actually, Yita Chung, was on the good side of this in Vegas. He... as it sounds like somebody's just trying to enter our room. He had the opportunity to try and make the money in I believe it was a 2.5K. And he busted out on the bubble, but 5 other people busted out at the same time. So they managed to chop up the first 3 places, as we have been joined by somebody. Hello there, Nikki. Welcome.
Hey, Nikki.
Fortunately, we don't have a microphone for you, but I can do these ones.
Just sitting back,
I'll do it now.
obviously sweating the bubble here.
All right, no spoilers about what's going on. Please don't tell us.
Well, it could be 5.
No, you can't tell us anything.
On his hand, and then you're all
Oh yeah, sorry, that's right. Can that happen? If people go,
No, you can't tell us anything.
no, I'm saying people.
No, we...
2 people can go out.
I'm actually waiting to get onto the.
if he wins.
What am I waiting to get onto? The monster stack.
Yeah, the second chance.
So you'll actually beat
There we go. Well, I'm not in the field to knock you out this time, Nikki. So I hope you go and run deep and win this one.
Nikki, I got a question for you. Have you dabbled in the PLO streets yet?
I feel like I played PLO in Vegas, World Series of Poker. I had a last longer bet for a Bulgari bag, and I in fact have a Bulgari bag.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Sounds like you might be addicted to PLO already, or
I think that was the only tournament I played.
Oh.
PLO.
1 for 1.
Yeah, 1 for 1.
How do we get these last longers to win a bag? I'll take a bag.
Just going to touch on something in Facebook. Elizabeth Harrison's asking why we would instead of the 3-way hand. We have to wait. We have to wait for all of the hands at outer tables to complete prior to witnessing the run out of this one. So the way hand for hand works is that all the hands stay face down if there's been an all in and a call, and we wait for the outer table all ins, and we go in table order to find out whether or not there are being eliminations. So you can see the tournament directors running to and from different tables where there are all ins. So we're going to see what happens out there. Unfortunately, we don't have a camera on the ground. You guys are just going to have to listen to see what ends up happening.
saw Chris, our media guru, running around with the camera out, and it seems like he's gone just to the left of the screen, but we can't see. So there might be another hand in progress that has got to a all-in situation, either pre-flop or flop turn or river, and they've also held up as well. So yeah, definitely waiting here to see what is going to happen. But yeah, it looks like Jess is sweating, and unfortunately for Jess, he's going to be in very rough shape. I will say Tam only has the one queen as well. One queen was folded, so if the one outer does come, we will be in the money here in the APL Millions main event.
Yeah, that would be ridiculous, as I'm not sure whether or not you guys can hear what's happening out there. Have we heard of any bust outs?
No, not just yet. Can't hear it too much. But I think the action has turned to the main, as it looks like everyone is now sweating the TVs that are just under this webcam.
Guys, what does it feel like to have 500 faces all staring at you right now?
Well, Nikki plays in a band, so she's used to it.
Ten of diamonds.
Oh, great.
Here we go.
Jack 10 at 6. Needs to find a 9 or an ace. What will it be? Another 6. That's upside down for Jess. He needs to find a 9 to stay alive. What will it be?
Oh, four-sider.
It is a 4-side, but it is a 10, as Jess Pignataro is eliminated. Po Jiang locates an effective triple up to 281,000, as we do lose 1. I'm not sure whether or not that gets us to 376 or into that magical 375 number.
How nice
Lips
is
are
that?
sealed in the background, as Nikki's not giving anything away.
Aces on the money bubble, finding a triple. Not just stealing the blinds.
So it looks like the number only decreased by 1. So the all-ins at the outer table must have resulted in double ups for shorties, because it apparently...
So how does the game change once the bubble bursts?
Boys, go for it.
Well, we basically just released the pressure valve, and everybody starts to get it all in, which means you probably don't want to attack anymore if you're aggressive. So you just pull back the reins, you sit on your stack, you let everybody start eliminating each other, and it just becomes a game of survival at that point again.
Yeah, definitely echo that. Someone like Nguyen, who we've watched here on stream today, been ultra aggressive here on the bubble, as we do get a hand in play right now, and Richard has the 5s, which probably being on the bubble, we're just going to get mucked. You know, you pull right back on those free bets, you pull right back on those really loose opening ranges, and really try to let the carnage around you happen, and then we'll get to a stage where it goes back to a bit more normality after the initial burst of the bubble. It's definitely a situation where Poe's waking up with queens after getting aces here.
It's very common that immediately after the bubble bursts, it becomes kind of an absolute blowout. Like, everybody just starts zipping the stacks in because they recognize that they are in the money, and now it's all about trying to double up. So as it looks like Poe does decide to find a 3-bet to 45k. Nobody behind waking up with anything just yet, but we do still have the blinds to worry about. Brendan, top left of screen, ensuring that everything is smooth with this bubble, making sure the production is as good as possible. Over to Evie with the Queen 6. Down it goes. Likewise, did the King Deuce suited. Seo also folding over to our table captain, Hyun Wen. Ooh, pocket sixes.
Here we go.
I think Poe is a little bit too deep for anything too insane to happen here, but if you get jammed on, you are throwing up in your mouth, I think.
Yeah, this is a +1 open. Oh my god,
he did do it. You called it, Jordan.
You sicko. Richard's going to get out of here, and Poe is going to turn purple. He's going to be hating this, feeling ill, as I wonder whether or not he's doing anything other than just putting this in. Obviously, this is the stone bubble. If you put the chips in here and you lose, no money for doing with queens.
We're running it.
Yeah, look, I think unless this is the only 1500 that you play and you really value saying that you min cash the main, I think against a player that has been as aggressive as Nguyen, you just run it and just know that you're going to be up against a lot of hands that you are absolutely crushing, like we're seeing here. And look, if it does happen that it comes a free sider that is a 6, you've got a pretty cool story to tell as well.
We're looking at the percentages, and it's 14 for Hyun Yuen, which means that a 6 has been folded. So if Poe does lose this one, it will be a case 1-outer, as this just quickly over to Twitch chat. Amok303 Eric saying classic ICM is for poor people spot. Maybe he just feels like running these queens are far too good.
So I just want to point something out really quick as well on this one. The timing that Hugh used in this spot, he pretty much snap jammed. And I don't expect our opponents to be snap jamming without a little Hollywood if they had aces or kings.
Correct. I think you can read into the timing tells, and the fact that he snap jammed would make you more confident that you're ahead, because he would sell the story that it's a decision. And I also think he's selling the story if he has like ace king as well. So to further your point there, Mike, I think this is one that you're going to be fairly happy with. However, it is a bubble. You are on a stream fight at your table, as we said to Richard earlier, where he thought about with the deuces. Do not begrudge this at all. It's a big spot, and he can take all the time that he needs.
Asasan in the Facebook chat saying, hurry up, mate. As he gets...
Yes.
Would you like me to repeat that?
Yes, please, Nikki.
He's only playing for 738,000 up top. Give him a break.
As I will say that in this spot, I think he probably folds ace-king. I think all of us probably fold ace-king, right?
Yeah.
There's a big difference between ace-king and and queens in this spot for sure. The queens, a little bit of momentum run here as well. He just had aces. He just tripled. Now he's got queens. You might just lean into, hey, I might just do this again and essentially go 6 times my stack from what I was 2 hands ago.
You can see he's very uncomfortable. You mentioned his posture earlier, Jordan. Like, I think about an hour ago and how comfortable he looked. He is looking absolutely livid. And, well...
This is just the power of the money bubble, and you can see how much making the min cash means to some of these players, that they're willing to make a fold, even though they know they're in front, probably.
I think as well, Poe seemed very studied when I was talking to him at the table as well. Always fish for some sort of information, so I engage in a lot of talk. I think in his mind, there is not a lot of hands that are meant to be jamming here, being on the bubble. But as with what we've seen from New Win, they have the info, they have the stream open. This is just always going to be a hand that you have to run, I feel, unfortunately for Poe. But look, he's got 30 bigs, just doubled. He'll probably think he'll find a better spot later down the line.
What do you think is the difference, though, in the grand scheme of the tournament between having 30 bigs now and 60 bigs immediately after the bubble bursts? You get to basically collect all of the punts and potentially get yourself over 100 very quickly, right?
I definitely agree. I also think if you call there and you win, you also cripple, well, you don't cripple New Win, but you now go into the chip lead on the bubble. And nothing says this bubble doesn't last for 10, 20, 30 hands, but you can be ultra aggressive as well. So it's not just winning the flip and having the chips and being able to collect those punts post-bubble. The bubble may go on for a long time as well, and you'll be able to really put in the aggression, which obviously, from what we've seen of Poe, he probably understands the game enough to know how to be aggressive in this spot as well. So, yeah, unfortunately, not the outcome that we were expecting, and I would have loved to seen 5 cards there.
I wonder if that hand that Quinn had taken against Sam Adams with the jacks and the ace-10 played into his mind at all, because he thinks, you know, if Sam can just get bounced out of the tournament that quickly with a strong pair, he's potentially only 30% here, or against a 30%, or he's 70% with queens against an ace rag as well. You know, maybe he just didn't want to take that chance.
A couple of you guys in chat, or should I say most of you guys in chat, are absolutely shocked by that fold. Nikki Pickering behind me is struggling for life after that fold.
Is this true? I need something. Oh.
We're not hearing anything. Nothing's happening. Connor says, if you're seeing that fold, does it suddenly become very profitable to jam light against Poe, or is ICM just that important that it's still not worth the risk? I mean, if you're in Wen's shoes, it means you're probably going to be jamming more, right? If you're getting folds from queens.
Yeah, I think if he knows what's just folded, I think he'd start basically open jamming every hand now, knowing that he's just going to get folds unless they wake up with kings and aces. And I will ask the question, if Poe's folding queens, now does he fold kings in the same position? I honestly think if we saw a fold from queens, he's folding kings and he's only calling aces then.
I think that's absurd.
I think so too, personally. But from what we've just seen then, if they had that information right now, I honestly see New Win just going absolutely crazy on this bubble.
Well, Wen's got the green light now.
He does indeed. Not that he needed it from what we have seen today.
This is one of those things that comes down to like how bankroll managed are you as well. Because if you're playing with
point.
40 buy-ins at least of this caliber, $1,500, you call off with queens because a min cash doesn't really make that much. But if you're playing $100 tournaments and this is the biggest thing you've seen, and your bankroll is only $3,000, double your bankroll by making a min cash, you know, folding.
Well,
looks okay.
It's the old adage of, do you want to win $3,500 or do you want to win $735? $735,000, should I
Right.
say?
Yep.
I mean, if you're folding in this spot, I understand that it's the bubble and I understand that it's a very big spot immediately, but in the long run, you're only going to lose that hand. We can tell you're only going to lose that hand about 14% of the time, but at worst, he's going to be up against kings or queens, but how often is he going to have that? 30% is probably what you're up against. 70% of the time, you're going to have almost 80 blinds, and you're going to be able to steamroll people as a relatively solid player. Difference between that, as we look at the payouts, like as you get closer into the hundreds, you're going to be up to 10K. Massive difference.
I think it's absolutely huge. Massive difference, as you've said. The good old adage that ICM is for poor people is probably coming to fruition here. But in saying that, it is the biggest spot that a lot of these players are going to be in. It might be Poe's biggest spot without knowing him personally. And we can't overly be too upset with him, even though I think all of us in this room probably would have run it. I'm trying to be nice. I don't want to say that he's a nit and that it's a slam dunker. As we say goodbye to Nikki from the booth. Thank you for dropping in, Nikki. But yeah.
Auf Wiedersehen. Good luck in the Mega Stack.
This is one of those things where everybody who's not comfortable playing on a live stream absolutely dreads going on live stream because you might get torched by chat, by commentators, you just make one mistake that, you know, it's hard. They can't see the cards. There's a tremendous amount of fear in their minds when somebody like it came raise early position, he 3-bets, and then he just snap jams. Like, you can make some arguments to say, I don't feel good about this, at least. And
Yeah.
It is something that I will reiterate, is that obviously we're sitting here, we're commentating, we're talking smack a little bit, we're making jokes, we're doing all that, but we can see the cards. The guys on stream are playing for probably the most money they'll ever have the opportunity to play for in their lives, and they have no info. They're under the light, they're under the cameras. Obviously, you guys in chat can say all you like about it being a horrible fold, but I mean, in his mind, if he puts it in, 6 comes, out the door he goes, he's going to be feeling way worse about that than he is about folding the coin.
Can you see in the bottom left-hand corner here, Hachi in the green shirt there, he's just adjusting his chair. He has an absolute pile of chips.
Almost like over a milli.
Looks like you're playing a cash game for crying out loud with that
That's
amount
crazy.
of chips.
That's a lot of chips there as well. I think your point about playing on a featured live stream table, that pressure, or you know, you might not be comfortable. There's 2 ways that you can go about it. You can obviously let that moment kind of affect you and you come a little bit into your shell, or might make you nervous. I feel like the only way you can combat that is experience, but you don't get to choose when that happens. But the big thing is probably just leaning into the fact that you're there and just having a good time. And I feel like if maybe this is Poe's first feature, I don't know. If he was leaning into this is just a pretty cool experience, probably helps make the call with the queen as well. But yeah, obviously it is what it is, and we've seen what we've seen as we wait for the next hand coming. And I would imagine it's probably been an all-in and a call considering how long it's taken. But yeah, we'll wait for that next one.
If we look to the far right side of the screen, we can see everybody's holding cameras up right next to the media section behind our banner. Potentially some stuff going on over there, so maybe there's a chance that we could be getting lower and lower.
Sounds like you might be echoing again, Jordan, according to the Twitch chat.
Yeah, what I'm actually going to get you guys to do is I'm just going to mute the mics, and we're just going to make a very quick adjustment. Try and minimize this echoing. So what I'll get you guys to do...
Yeah, busted like 2 years ago.
All right, so we've just adjusted things, so hopefully I'm not echoing as much anymore, but we're going to find out.
Yeah, do let us know in chat if Jordan is still echoing, as we do have the next hand. The number did not change. We're still on the bubble.
Yep, no changes as of yet. Still on the Michael Bublé. Poker has turned into a huge knit fest. You're more than welcome to come play, Darren. I mean, seats open. Jump in, deep end. It's warm. Water's good. Queen 10 for Wen in the small blind. No doubt going to be getting involved somehow. Stonecross says 2-hour bubble incoming. Well, we're comfortable, and that's all that matters.
That is very true.
This is a spot for Win here because he's got an ace on the button, but he knows who's in the big blind, and he just folds.
Yeah, Nguyen didn't even look, I don't think. He just auto-shipped it blind versus blind.
I love it. Keep the aggression going. Obviously, that means we're going to be seeing less hands, but that's all right. Or we're not going to be lingering here for very... Be straight back out to the outer tables, and we can already see that bottom right of screen, there are some flops being played, some chips being shoved into the middle.
Yeah.
You can see the 2 tables on the left have finished.
Bottom right seems to be a biggish amount of chips in that pot too, as we are on to a turn or a river. Can't tell if that's 4 or 5 cards.
I think we are at all 5 because cut card is sitting on top of the deck, so signifying that the hand is at a close.
Chat still talking about the queen fold as well.
Karen Young's asking if the Sweet Bro's still in. I don't know. When we get to the break, which I have a feeling will be once this bubble ends, I'll go for a walk around the room and see if I can find any notable names for you and let you know whether or not they are still in this event.
Is that Koda sitting to Josh's left?
I think it is.
Koda
Yep.
Kogasaki, I think.
Yes.
Yep, I believe that is him.
That's nice. He was not going to fire the final bullet that he did, and then he sold a little bit of action and decided to jump back in, and here he is on the money bubble.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's the last one that counts. That's what I was hoping. It wasn't, but...
Hey, look, you're valiant. You tried, and that's I think that's the main thing, right?
we get the participation medals for jumping in. Actually, you do get kind of the card protectors. The
I didn't even
participation card protectors.
I didn't even bother collecting it. I didn't want to know how many it was after last year was about 8. So yeah,
I've got a shoebox full.
Yeah, I got enough back at home. I said, nah, don't give me one this time, and it was one and done. So maybe something in that, as we are seeing KKJ just getting up there, walking back to his table as well. Good to see him still in. And yeah, it looks like we're still holding here. There might be a couple more hands still out there as well. If you do have any questions, though, in chat whilst we're on the bubble, please feel free to fire them away. Might be David Brown. That's just walked past us just here as well.
Bowen. David Bowen.
David Bowen. Apologies.
Sorry, I'm just catching up on a couple of things. People giving me some updates as to things that are happening out there, but I can't give any spoilers.
That's
Why
fine.
would you even bring that? It's just a tease then. You're just saying you got the updates, but you can't share
must
any.
be-
I just don't want you guys to think that I'm rude looking at my phone, you know?
No, it's okay. We forgive you. I'm guessing that means you have to then give us spoilers once the money's burst.
Of course. I will give you spoilers once the once whatever happens has happened, but I can tell you that nothing has happened. Hello Mello saying a 4-bet shove on the bubble from somebody who covers him looks extremely strong. He'll often put an opponent on kings plus, maybe ace king, and very rarely on sixes or other small pairs. It's pretty much everything that we've said already, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, pretty tough spot.
Yeah, it's easy when you're in the booth or when you could see the cards. When you're the one facing the jam and you just tripled up, you're like, maybe I'll just hang on to these chips for a little longer. I don't want to get busted out right now.
So talking about sitting at the table and what we're doing between hands, are you guys phone people? Do you listen to music? What do we kind of do when we're grinding away? I know I used to see you, it was kind of your patented look to have your big kind of Apple headphones when you were grinding at the tables. What tunes are we listening to and playing?
These days, actually, you know what? I'm going to cop this one, I think, a little bit, but I'm really enjoying the new Justin Bieber album.
Right, okay.
He's moved
Nice.
into some R&B, and I mean, I loved him before, but this is just a proper album now. So it's either a little Justin Bieber, a little R&B, or I really like just meditation music.
Okay. What about you, Damo?
Look, I've just made this change for this series, and I feel like it's helped. I've actually stopped listening to music.
Okay.
And I've started engaging in a little bit more table talk. My partner is an SSO support worker that works with children with mental health with rough backgrounds, and she's encouraged me to start box breathing every time I'm under the gun or in the big line. So
Well, you were going to say that means you've learned from her on how to communicate with poker players.
yeah, maybe, or maybe how to calm myself down, and maybe I belong in the padded room, which I'm sure there's a few people in this chat that would say yeah I do. But yeah, so I've actually stopped listening to music and started talking more and box breathing every orbit.
Walk us through box breathing.
You count for 5 and inhale, count for 5 and hold it. count for 5 and out below,
yes.
and you go on the box, and I do that a couple of times. But when I did listen to music, extra loud that people can hear it next to me.
Wow.
Hard style, hardcore, very fast
Hard
beat.
style.
Very fast beat. I just want my brain to be as numb as possible so I don't overthink.
Fantastic. Looks like Poe is going to keep this train going of ridiculously strong hands. If he's... As the blinds have actually gone up to 5k, 10k, or have they been there for a while?
I think we've just gone up, actually.
Oh, okay.
As Reno's asked me in the chat, no, I'm not planning on playing the 5k.
All right, now if Poe gets jammed on
Snap folding, I
by
think.
the Jack 10, does he go with the Ace King?
I don't think after folding the Queen, but you never know.
It would be relatively backwards logic, wouldn't it?
I think if you knew in, you just rip, right?
Oh.
Oh, he's got one through. Or maybe. It depends on what happens here, but...
So I want to bring something up because we've seen Poe pick up aces, then queens, then ace king offsuit. I have a little debate going between other poker pros. I'm far more on the spiritual side, the energetic side.
Right.
I'm a big believer in momentum and swings, and others who are maybe more mathematically inclined believe in isolation of every individual event. Where do you guys fall on that spectrum? Do you think that things happen in runs, or they say they happen in threes and stuff?
I don't believe there's any way that the runs that these things can happen in the real world sense can be controlled in any way. So I don't believe in the spiritual side of things going on a run, or the universe kind of equating things in one way or another, as we see the ace-9-4 board.
We got to defend from Richard with the Queen 5-0 here on the bubble. We're out of the big blind.
That's a spicy little defend.
Don't think it's going to get... I didn't think we were going to get past the flop here, which we do not. Where do I...
I think there are some times where it can feel like that is what is happening, but it's just being on the positive side of variance.
You think that might be just very random...
Yeah.
Aces, queens.
Of course.
Ace, king off.
Yeah.
Okay. Damo, what do you think?
I've got even a third different option, and before I say this, I love my dealers. They you ask them, I always thank them. Be kind to your dealers about them. We don't get a game. I do believe that there is such thing as being in the hot seat. Not all of our dealers. Not saying that it's Nasaki, by the way, who's fantastic, probably one of the best in Australia. They cut the cards the same amount of times all the time. So I believe they go back and, yes, you shuffle and you cut, but they cut it back into the same order. So I believe that if you're getting a hot streak of cards, it will be dealt to you more often than not because they keep putting it back together.
Now, you guys can't see our faces, but Jordan and I are just staring at Damo.
I've seen it.
So, Damo, you are aware of the amount of unique combinations?
Yes, I am, but the amount of times that you see that the same person for the last 30 minutes kicking up all the premiums, etc., and then the dealer changes, and then it's like 3 seats over. It's just that person now. Just how they shuffle and then put it together. I'm a big believer that there should be a wash every 3 hands. It's a different way of thinking. Doesn't change the way I play because I believe every decision should be in isolation. But it wouldn't surprise me if Poe gets another couple of these premiums here in quick succession because before next wash is done. Laugh all you want, boys.
I say this in the nicest possible way. That is the most insane take I've ever heard.
Why do you think my missus tells me to box breathe and why I belong in a padded room?
There you go. Do you guys think that
Yeah, I want to hear from Chad on this one.
Do you guys think that dealers who are taught to deal specifically in a way to ensure randomization is the most common way that the cards are dealt is in actuality? Eggman says shuffle tracking is a thing. Yeah, sure, if you're a magician. I don't think these guys that are dealing APL series are mechanics to the sense where they can track where certain cards are. And if they are, we've got a much bigger problem than anybody is happy to admit.
Yeah, correct. And I'm not saying that anything like that is going on either. Just I think that, especially in a long series, there's definitely some probably the dealers that are probably getting a little tired and they just shuffle the same amount of times and put it back in the 4 cuts.
Because you know that it's recommended in TDA rulings for them to be shuffling in exactly the same way every time.
Yes, correct. As in, without doing a wash. Look, I'm probably just talk absolute nonsense, which Jordan definitely is looking at me and saying, "Yeah, you are."
You definitely are.
I definitely am. It's just that feel. I don't know. Maybe it's me trying to hide the fact that I think it should that maybe I follow the spiritual path like yourself, Mike, which Jordan is definitely giving some eyeballs. And don't worry, chat, I feel your judgment too.
I don't think you follow the spiritual path strictly. I think you might have just done acid and played a tournament.
He probably hints why I go deep, right?
A couple of people are actually agreeing with you. I mean, Stephen Vogt says, I agree with Damo. Connor Spink says, it gives me hope that a pro player thinks that. I believe most of the dealers here, it's interesting you say, I believe that most dealers here are actually washing at the conclusion of every hand. I know that when I was dealing the Jackstar a few days ago, I was washing at the conclusion of every hand. I would bring the cards in and I would wash them.
You were dealing in the Jackstar?
Yeah. Day 2 of the
It was
Jackstar.
huge. We had that many runners.
Yeah. Harry Varma's asking, apart from Jordan, who else is in the booth right now? Mike Maddox, and I want to make sure I don't get your pronunciation right. Is Damiano?
Damiano.
Damiano.
Oh, we have to turn Italian when we say it.
Nah, Damo's fine.
Damo Hello from Adelaide.
The crazy guy.
Yeah,
the guy that thinks
the guy that believes that all dealers are unintentional mechanic.
This
Eric?
is just a fascinating topic. I'm glad I brought it
It's
up
so
in
good.
general because it is a debated thing among pros, and not all pros think the same. And there's so many different ways to approach this game. But
And I don't knock it. And as I've said from the start, I do not knock any of the dealers. I just think that if you don't wash every hand and you cut them the same way and they go back in the same, that's why you get so many monotone flops sometimes.
I really
certain
feel like
dealers.
you're the type of person that when I get there, you're like, there's been a lot of sevens coming on the flop, so I'm going to start playing Jack 7 more often.
See, I respect probably the game too much and do too much study for me to go, oh, now I got dealt 7 free and 7's been coming, so I'm now just going to call anytime I have a 7.
But you think that way.
But I'm like, yeah, there's going to be about 2 7s on this flop in
That
the back
is
of my
mad.
head.
We've got Reno on the YouTube chat saying, Damo, have you lost your marbles?
It's been a long series, so maybe I have.
So just so you guys know, Damo actually chopped the mini high roller for 45k, so anybody can do it.
Yeah. Ouch.
And this is why Jordan's the best.
Yeah, Eric says, yes, the guy with the tinfoil hat. You were dealing at the start of the main too, right? So I was going to be dealing. I was seated. Ready to deal in case there were dealers that weren't here. But I was actually tapped on the shoulder and said, look, we don't need you anymore. So, yeah, I was at the table directly next to the entrance. A lot of people walked past. A couple of people were taking photos of me, making jokes about the fact that I did a deal. Yeah, it didn't end up eventuating.
I quite enjoy dealing sometimes. It's a nice change to be on the other side of the felt. So,
I loved dealing the Jackstar the other day. I was up at the feature so that nobody could laugh at me on the floor. But to be honest, I didn't make any mistakes. The only thing that I think I would rather not do next time is I haven't practiced dealing. I can't remember the last time I actually dealt a full table a hand of poker. So I was unfortunately scissor pitching, which using my index and middle finger to deal because it's most comfortable for me. But one day I will learn the ways of the proper pitch, as Harry Varma says. I think I'll avoid contact with Damo. Avoid eye contact with Damo.
His loss.
Yeah. His loss and perhaps our gain. Adonis Hall says, I do notice dealers getting pretty lazy. Sure, there's being lazy, but then there's shuffling somehow the exact same way every time. So hang on, I want to ask, if you think that this is the case, does that mean that it's not hot hands in the instance of like aces, ace, king, queens kind of stuff? It's just kings over and over?
No.
Because what they're saying is that if they're shuffling the same way, they would be getting...
Yeah, getting very similar hands is what I would say. So like ace, king, kings, king, queen suited, all that sort of stuff. There's always seems to be one card that seems to be consistent. I don't know why I asked for that. It's a weird thing to think about. That's what I think. Your brain's gone.
It breaks trying to do the math of how that could be distributed out.
100%. My brain breaks too, because like when you're sitting there and you're studying, you got your GTO Wizard Lab out, there's not thing that you think about.
Brain might be broken.
I think there's enough people back home and people in chat that would tell you my brain is definitely broken. As we have commotion, we have an all-in on the bottom left table, and everyone is watching with bated breath. And it looks like there is some cheering. I think we're in the money here in the APL Million main event, and we can get off this topic where I look like an absolute douche. But yeah, congratulations to all that are in the money.
We didn't say that, my friend. You said
that. Oh, look, I know what everyone's thinking. It's fine, guys.
Summer Hodge is asking, "What's my star sign?" So it sounds like you're really collecting some good friends in this one.
Oh, shivers. That sounds like a Virgo that's made that comment.
This is unbelievable. What a great topic.
Oh.
This is how you fill time when we're on the money.
Yeah,
button.
100%. You just go into madness. This is the own night shift, just that it's the middle of the day. And
Yeah.
Damo,
We've
what do
been
you
trapped
what do
in
you
a room.
what do you like after you've had about 3 drinks?
So I go really red, like bright red with any beer. So beer level would absolutely kill me because I go
Right.
bright red.
Right.
I still drink anyway.
You get that white boy flush. Is that what they
Yeah,
call it?
correct, 100%.
White boy flush.
And then after 3 drinks, you know how I'm like really quiet? Never.
No.
I go extremely loud and extremely confident.
Well, the good thing about that is that we can adjust the audio levels for your mic. If you bring up the topic of dealers dealing intentionally, shuffling in a way that makes sure people are kind of
No, I'm not
card
doing
racked
it
for a while.
targeting it for a particular person either, by the way. Just how they
Just how it happens.
Yeah, just how they deal and not thinking about it because they're doing it automatically. Some cars just seem to stay together.
You guys will be happy to know that his microphone does in fact come with a built-in mute function. So
You're not the first person to tell me that on a comm box.
Eric says
Mike's gone.
Eric says the couple of times I saw Damo drink, he was fun to be around. No tinfoil hat theories. So
Oh, you
Yeah.
didn't ask the right questions. I
sounds
think.
like you get along really well with Lewis Murray.
Maybe
That's
actually.
an in-joke for a couple of people watching.
Yeah.
Sam Shurong, Jack 7 suited as we're in the money in the APL Million main event. Let's get on. Let's get these chips beginning to fly. As to be honest, compared to a lot of the other tables that we might have out in the field, there are no super shorties who are kind of crawling their way into the money, cockroaching their way around, as people say. We do have Mark and CEO who are sub 20, but we're going to have to see whether or not they're going to want to do anything. Fold from James, Richard with the 6-5 offsuit, Mark with the 10-9.
Small blind's always so fun. When you look at any sort of chart in the small blind, it says, yeah, you can do kind of anything.
Looks like we're going to see him put in a...
Just a call.
Just a call.
No, he threw in more chips. That looks like a...
No, he
Oh,
announced the
yellow
verbal.
chip.
Okay, all good. I was going to say, I know we've descended into madness. I was hoping it wouldn't happen to players at the table.
Now, here's where you're going to see. I was going to say, Mark has been fairly
Here we
aggressive.
go.
He has those chips stacked all in one tower for a reason. This
Yeah.
is the signature move. And since I've been in the booth with you guys, he's picked up a lot of decisions, let's say. Every hand was like king jack off, king queen, ace 8, ace 9, jacks.
Correct.
Had a lot of spots. So this is the widest he's jammed, but he is attacking the small blind weakness.
Yes, he is, and nice pick up for Mark, and we're probably going to see a little bit more of that from out the whole field now that our bubbles burst, as you mentioned earlier, Jordan, as well. We might see a little bit of madness and see that number really come down. What do you reckon? We might lose about 75 to 100 players really quick?
Yeah, I think that number is going to get under the 300s in a matter of minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets to the end of this level back and we see a 2 in front of that player count in the top right. Average stack, as we mentioned, is hovering around 300k, and I think there are going to be a lot of people sub 100, which is around 10 bigs. So Daniel Treneski is asking, are the Sweet Twins still in? Unfortunately, we haven't been out on the floor, so we have not a clue who is in, who is out, who is jumping around with mountains of chips. Obviously, we saw that over the top view of the webcam. We saw that Josh Hutchins had a mountain, an absolute mountain of chips, so he is cruising, hoping to probably do better than his second place finish in 2023. If you guys have any questions for myself, I'm joined by Mike Maddox and Damo as he's looking.
May have had a few messages from a few other people that are watching the stream telling me that I'm an absolute nutter.
They're like, maybe you should peel it back a little.
Yeah, maybe.
No, you're doing great. And what a natural you are in the booth, too. You said you're enjoying the commentary. You've done it a couple times before, but I've never seen you in the commentary booth personally. I quite enjoy it. It's nice
good.
to have
It's
you.
good. We all bounce off each other pretty well here. As I do think we've had an over from the 10-8 suited.
Yep, 10-8 to 16k at the 4-8
Yeah.
blind level. As I will let you guys know that given these are 1 hour blinds, at the conclusion of this level we will be taking a break, because looks like Poe's had enough.
Yeah.
Finds the defend with the 5-3 offsuit off of 32 to a flop we go.
A lot of people like to defend the big blind. This is speculative.
Ace 10-7, Rainbow, best for the 10-8, Poe down to sub 4% to win this one. Don't think he's going to want to come along against a continuation bet. And in goes what looks to be 12,000. And how quick of a fold are we going to see? Not instantaneous as it probably should have been, but eventual.
It's there. He's made the fold fairly quickly, which is good. So I do play online, where I guess you're probably going to follow that up with a question of what I think of online cards coming out, but we will not comment on that.
Yeah, there is the mute button ready.
Yeah, good. Get it ready, Jordan.
Actually, that's a question for you, Mike. What's it like being back in a country where you can play online?
That's true. There's many operators kind of all competing for your attention, some small, some large. I try not to play online that much anymore. I grew up playing online back in the early 2000s, and it was a all-consuming, all-the-time tournament kind of thing, and I quite enjoy life
Yeah.
outside of online poker. I moved back home to be around family and friends, so. But there are, I mean, you know what the nicest thing about it is? Sunday main type tournaments are actually starting at 10 a.m. on a Sunday.
Oh, that's good.
Not 3 a.m. on a Monday. That is a big difference.
Very nice, that. That must be a good feeling to wake up and go, I got a full day that I can just grind the mains and then
I
have
haven't
the rest
done
of
it
the
yet.
week where you don't need to play.
Is it cool that you can actually call it the Sunday schedule instead of the Monday schedule?
Correct.
Yeah, nice.
It was very weird here. I did play some Mondays while I was here. Wow, here we go.
Up goes the King Queen. What are you motioning at the...
I was just making sure that you were ready, Jordan.
Like, what are you
You're the most natural bloke that I know in the booth, and I'm still trying to point towards it.
King Queen for Hugh Wen. James folding the Ace-Jack offsuit from the hijack. The bubble is over. Not sure if he's aware of that, but we are going to carry onwards. Round 2 Poe in the small blind, 30 bigs. Wonder if he's going to find a peel from the small and try and get some revenge on the man that made his life so miserable on the bubble. Does find the call, and Tam, Queen 6 suited, also probably going to want to get revenge for the Queen 9 suited hand he played a while back.
I wonder if he's been texted that hand already.
I don't know whether 20 minutes has passed since then. Do you think it has?
Might be close, actually.
He
would be
looks a
very
little
close.
steamed, so maybe.
As it is around 20 minutes ago, the King 5 deuce board appears as top pair is very nice for Mr. Wen, and he's going to waste no time in firing out a continuation bet. Looks to be around 23,000.
Pretty big size for a dry board like this one, multi-way.
Correct.
24k it is.
He's going for it.
And I don't think either of these guys are going to be too thrilled about the prospect of continuing here against a size this large. It is 3 big blinds, but it is almost half pot. As down goes the only pair, and Tam is in a world of pain, also going to let it go as well. So, I'm not sure if there's any carnage occurring at the outer tables. We can see some people walking around in the background every now and then, but CO and Mark still sub 20 as Hugh Wen makes himself almost into 7-figure territory, which is quite a ridiculous stack to have at the 8k blind level. That is over 33 stacks. So I have to see how that eventuates. As I will let you guys know as well, the plan is we're going to rotate out the stream table at each of the breaks. So each of the breaks are 20 minutes now. No 15, 15, and then 30-minute dinners. We are going to just go straight to 20-minute breaks throughout the entirety of the day, with potentially a 45-minute dinner, but I haven't got that confirmed with the team out there. And we are going to be changing this table out every time. But for now, looks like a fresh face filling that empty seat in the 6. Let's see who our new friend is going to be as he arrives with what looks to be almost around 300,000.
Yeah, nice stack of oranges there for our new friend that's just joined the stream here as well. And if you are enjoying the stream, let us know in the chat. Keep up that engagement. Always great to see the chat popping off when you're in the booth. As that number's already come down to 369. It's only been about a hand or two.
Yeah, they're going to start dropping like flies, as Buddy is letting me know that it's actually pronounced Keo. I apologize, Keo. He did tell me that, I just totally forgot. As Keo with the yellow bucket hat in play, just going to let go of the Jack 9 suited, as John Hilkari is our fresh face, 233, so not quite 300. Those of you unaware of the chip denominations, by the way, the yellow chips are worth 1,000, oranges 5,000, and those red chips hold the most power, 25,000 each.
Do not think we've had the 100Ks introduced just yet. Might be that next break.
Yeah, when the 100Ks do come in, they will be those bright green colors. Obviously the pink 500Ks, and then later on, potentially on the final table, we may even see the utilization of the 1 million chip plaques. which are a personal favorite addition of mine to this series. I love a good plaque, as Mark is going to rip in his 10.5 bigs with the Jack 10. Tam has him dominated in the small blind, King 10 suited.
We did see Tam earlier against a 9 big blind jam from the button call off King 8-0, so I do believe that Tam's probably going to think about this and flat. I'm not saying who that player was against, and maybe that player might be in the booth, but
Flat or rejam?
from what I think I saw of Tam, he's going to flat. But
This is a
you don't
tough
know.
one. He's down to 23 bigs himself, so this is going to be just under half his stack to make this call. Tough spot.
Quick update regarding the subject of washing. Dealers on this table are instructed to not wash these cards, just to protect the integrity of the RFID cards, given they are very expensive and easily damaged.
Makes
So we
a
don't
lot of
really want to mess
sense.
with those as the King 10 goes down.
Yeah, I don't mind the fold. I actually like the fold here in this spot. Mark shouldn't be shoving this wide at that often with the Jack 10. He might be shoving weak ace-X, and you don't need to run it there with the King 10 because you're not dominating your opponent that often.
Yeah, which is definitely very fair. And earlier on when he did call, we did have about 60 bigs, so makes a lot more sense where it's not for half your stack. But yeah, nice for one to get through there for Mark. A nice spot for him to take as we move along now. And he's probably praying for a full double at some point, I would imagine.
Big shout out to Jamie Hall. Really enjoying this three-way, fellas. Really nice mix of takes. Two of them rather normal and one, you know, post-lobotomy.
Look.
As Gareth asking, does APL use different styled chips for tournaments that are running concurrently? Yes, I think there are about 5 or 6 different chipsets that are being utilized at this series to ensure that the integrity of all tournaments is very clear and nobody's taking anything and moving them elsewhere and doing that funny business. Stonecross says the shuffle should just be riffle strip twice and then cut. Yep, that is what Masaki has been doing. Stonecross, Masaki, obviously one of the best dealers on the circuit.
Gotta definitely mention that. He is an absolute gem to get your table. Great hand count and is extremely good at what he does.
He's been my Terminator in a couple of my flights. He's got this beautiful little flick
yeah, on
with the river
He-
in the all-in moments. And unfortunately for me, it was my demise in a couple of scenarios. But
I asked for it earlier when he busted me because he was dealing for me in the main, and he gave us a good flick, which was quite nice.
It's impressive.
It
Like,
is.
It's spot on. It lands almost symmetrically square where it needs to. And he flicks it
Insanely
from
good.
about a foot off the table, snaps it, and it flips upside down and falls.
It's nice.
Mark Smith asking what the yellow hat significance is, please. There's a crew of poker players from the Hills District in Sydney who rocked up last year and decided to, as a crew, wear yellow bucket hats. There was also the fantasy sorted by the Australian Poker Schedule, the fantasy competition, where a lot of the members of the yellow bucket hat crew were drafted into one team, and they basically wanted to ensure that everybody knew when any of them were running deep. So they all kept rocking the yellow bucket hats, and they've kept it up this year. There's a crew of about 5 or 6 of them that you'll see wearing, as we see Keo with the Queen Jack offsuit facing this incredibly wide open from Tam Churong on the button. Going to come along.
Yeah, he's had wide opens a couple of times. Once on the money bubble as well, he had a very wide open. So he's definitely exploitatively raising in position here. I hope he's just going to play kind of range bet type style, which this one would be a nice one to do it on.
Would be indeed.
6-7. Keo checking it over, and Tam probably just a c-bet away from taking this one down with the worst hand.
Never feels good when you're sitting there with Jack Deuce off,
No,
though.
I was going to say, we've seen Tam open quite wide, as you just mentioned, Mike. What would, not saying you would do it with Queen Jack O specifically, but what would you be rejamming there for 17, 18 bigs, out of curiosity?
From the big blind.
Yeah.
I think if he had Queen Jack suited, he'd consider it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of those suited picture cards work great in those spots, but even if it's just pre-flop, you can do the offsuit ones as well. Against late position, you can get away with a lot. All pairs, ace-X.
Yeah, just one thing when you get the stream feature, you get the stream table, final table, etc. You get all that info that you can maybe find you can find those more exploitative rejams there for sub 20. But yeah, obviously range bet takes it down here. But nice to get the insight of Mike Maddox, who definitely is one to consider if you're looking for any of your coaching needs.
Yeah, you've got a bit of a history of just sending it in if you...
I do. Yeah, I like to send it in. Honestly, the best ways to get ahead is to take down chips that don't belong to you.
Correct.
So in order to do that, you got to put your chip stack at risk
It's not theft, it's just aggression.
That's
Yeah,
it.
correct.
Yeah, we're in a sport where you're allowed to do that.
It didn't work out for me in my last court case, but we carry on. Action first on the man that was applying the most pressure on the bubble, 955,000 chips. It's a very comfortable stack. Takes this one north to what looks like 22k. That seemed like a larger open. Nope, 17. Look at me go.
These yellow and orange chips are hard to decipher
Yeah,
which is which sometimes from
definitely.
here on the stream.
Ooh, Po Jiang, ace-jack offsuit in the hijack. Is this revenge time? Is this a revenge range hand? We've heard this terminology thrown around. Have you heard about the revenge
No,
range?
I have not.
So the revenge range is it's a unique range when you're specifically trying to get revenge on somebody who beat you in a hand. This can include hands like 8 deuce offsuit, Jack deuce offsuit, 7 deuce offsuit's a very famous revenge range hand.
There really are no limitations, are there?
No, there's not.
You could have just one card.
Ooh, Poe's
we-
coming with a 3-bet in this
This
spot.
seems to be a perfect one. As Evie's been very quiet. What ace jack suited variety, slightly better than Poe's, but just decides to fold.
Good fold, I think. I
Yeah.
like it. It's under the gun open. 3-bet from Poe, who's been pretty relaxed himself.
Correct. I think it's a fine fold here, considering where the open and the free bet has come from. I think Poe realizing how wide Nguyen has been raising on the bubble and beforehand, really choosing a nice time to take a free bet. And no, we see a Nguyen. Probably not too surprised if we see a flat here.
Well, I know it's not the bubble, but I wonder if he considers jamming on him.
I think he would consider for sure, and that's why it's a dangerous 3-bet against this type of opponent, because you're not going to just take the lead here all the time like you would expect.
Looks like we are going to see a flop between these two. 100k out there, Poe, with 186 behind, so roughly a 1.8 to 1 stack to pot ratio. Couple 10s and a 5 adds some counterfeit outs to Poe, and he's almost still 50-50 after not connecting with this board.
Yeah, that,
Adonis Hall wants to know, Damo, do you play a superstitious strategy? I will say, I've said this in chat a lot, that I am not superstitious, but I am just a little bit stitious.
Okay.
And I think you're super superstitious.
Look, I've said what I've said, and don't get me wrong, I think it. But as someone that has done a bit of study and, trying to improve the game, I try my very best not to. And
It
don't
seems you've
let
been
it...
studying shuffles.
Yeah, maybe
very
I
closely
have,
as well.
actually. Yeah.
As Nguyen reaches out with these falls for 38k and gets a float from Poe. To a river card we go.
yeah, not a believer. He's got some showdown value there. Checked it back on the flop, trying to get to showdown, and
10 outs. Can he connect with them to get the best hand? Not quite, but it's not a very nice card if you're sitting in Nguyen's seat. Obviously, another over to the board and a Broadway card at that, as he does check it to the pre-flop 3-better. Are we going to see the ace-jack try and show this down, or is this time to bluff?
I think he probably feels he has enough showdown to check, but in terms of bluff candidates, obviously the flushes come in and you have the ace of clubs blocker.
If you're very confident that your ace high is no good, this is about as good a bluff combo as it gets, right?
yeah, I think you have to realize that Win here is checking to you as he's an archetype who would probably bet his bluff, so he probably has some showdown value, which means your ace high is probably actually no good, and this is a perfect candidate to turn into a bluff when you hold the jack, when you hold the ace of clubs, you have all the nice nutted hands blocked, and you're the 3-better pre, so your range advantage is high. I think you got to go for it and just rip.
Yeah, I was going to say the size has to be all in, though. I don't think anything less is going to get... I don't know if it's going to get looked up by Nguyen, but anything less would be a little suspicious. You need to balance that range with those nutted hands and those bluffs, and this seems like one that Poe may take.
He's given it a lot of thought. Do you think taking the jam now would be as convincing as after about 10 seconds, or do we think this looks a little bit too weak as he doesn't go for all in?
It's kind of like value sizing, it looks like. We're talking into 176k. And he's bet, what is it, 50-something? 60?
Yeah, it's small. 61. Good read,
Really
Mike.
looks like he wants to get a crying call from one pair. And unfortunately for him, he's picked the one guy at the table who I think really likes to cry and make calls with one pair. I really think a jam would have worked better against Wen here. It doesn't seem like he's convinced. Shake of the head does not bode well for Jiang. Are we going to see him flick in a call with these fours with no club?
Yeah, I mean,
theoretically, his hand does unblock a lot of the bluffs. He doesn't have a club in his hand. He doesn't have a jack. He doesn't have a king that could do it.
he does beat ace king and ace jack, and that is a 3-bet
In
range.
it goes. Wow.
Nice call.
Takes himself to 131k. Sorry, no. Takes himself to over 1 million, as I've got my numbers backwards there. 131 big blinds, I think is what it said.
Do you
Just playing great.
do you think all in would work, Mike?
Yeah, I do. I think, and that's one of the hardest things about this game is it's really, really difficult to put your tournament life on the line on a bluff. But the best players do it. You know that you got to rep this spot this one time, put your whole stack at risk, commit to the story, and that's why you see all those big name players with massive stacks, because they are constantly doing that when the I guess run out relies on it. And if you aren't quite committed all the way, then you put a third out there, and he's getting a great price, and he still beats ace king, ace jack. Yeah, it's tough.
So I will let you guys know that due to the chaos that was happening at the break when everything was being organized, we actually have not organized a fresh collection of faces to be brought up here. So we are going to have these guys for a further 2 more levels after this break is concluded.
Perfectly fine.
And the break is upcoming momentarily, I believe. So we'll be heading to a break relatively soon. Not sure if it's going to be right now or in 20 minutes time, as my production team has just let me know. So
They're getting extra stream time, these guys.
absolutely. I will ask you guys, what times were the tournaments that you wanted to fire this afternoon? How long do we potentially have you for, or should I start looking for some additional faces?
I'm happy to sit in here for as long as you guys will tolerate the tinfoil hat. I don't have any real intentions of what I play is whatever. I think the tournament that Mike wants to play, the Switch, No Limit PLO, starts at 6 off the top of my head, Mike. That is correct?
Yeah, I've got some time as well. I was going to go grab some food and see how that goes. So I'll be tentative, but there's a chance. Come back.
Fair enough. Tam opening ace 10. Keo, ace 10 of his own, is going to take a rip. And now what is Wen going to do with sixes? We can see that if he rejams, he's going to be in ridiculously good shape, given these guys are obviously blocking each other's outs. Wixie's asking what state they're playing in. Probably a state of general excitement, but Queensland.
This is one of those spots where everything has been going right for him so far, and you keep picking up these hands, and when they're either you're flipping here or flipping there, but it's all going right, you just kind of want to keep flipping and riding that momentum train, especially a player like Win in this spot. So the pocket sixes, even though it's gone raised 3-bet, that's why he's taking a bit of time to think about this one.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree, Mike. And from what we've seen in New In, I think we're going to get a flat. As he's really thinking about it here. I do have to say, Wixie, good to see you in the chat. Obviously one of my fellow followers and Twitch viewers when I stream my Football Manager, so nice to see you around as well. But I wonder what we're going to see here from New In.
Danielle letting me know that I'm echoing still. I'm sorry. Look, we've done so many things to try and fix this. I'm not sure why it's happening. Unfortunately, you're just going to have to listen to me. Are we going to see the man with all the chips put any more in here? Looks like another look at the sixes. Really doesn't seem convinced. Unless maybe he's tanking to get to the break. That'd be funny. Eventually shakes his head.
No, that was genuine.
I think that was too. Not a man that likes to fold, as we just saw last hand.
Back over to Tam. Playing snap.
Really tough to call here with the ace-10. I mean, you're just not in front of much of what they're jamming over top of you.
I mean, props to Keo for finding this jam as well. Not a super comfortable one to take for 15 bigs over a player who's been relatively snug opening. But he does get it through.
Relatively snug opening.
Relatively snug opening.
Tam?
Sure.
We just saw the Jack Deuce offsuit.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you've hit the right opponent.
But Keo wouldn't know that. It only just happened.
That's true.
That is
And on the bubble, he was relatively tight. So.
fair.
Naughty Dance letting us know that my sister Lucy Bonacorso was still in. Good luck
Nice.
to Lucy. That's very good to hear. More ladies in poker, the better.
We're all a fan of Lucy in the booth.
Good luck.
Rick Hughes asking if this will finish tomorrow. We are scheduled for 4 days of play.
This is going to finish on Monday evening.
It's interesting to hear your view.
Down to 344 already as well. Could nearly lose 100 players before this break.
Yeah, you're going to have to see exactly how that eventuates.
I don't know if it's just me or I have seen, to your comment, Jordan, a lot more females getting involved, in particular this APL Millions than previous ones. I certainly played with some absolute guns this series. There's a couple fresh new faces out there who were battling, and that was incredibly enjoyable. I think one of them was on my table and took Amin to the streets. I think her name is Naomi, and she there's some stories flying around how well she did there. And then she proceeded to take 80% of my stack afterwards too. So that was in the Jackstar.
I will say that there was 104 entries in the first ladies event that we had, but I believe there is a 1K ladies event that's so.
Oh,
Is there
confirmation on that?
That would be pretty cool.
Vicky was talking about this the other day.
series?
I think so. Let me just get confirmation on that.
That would be pretty cool to see. It's great to see.
No, it's a 350. It's a 350
Okay.
with dealers, not a 1K.
Oh.
Yeah, so there was a self-dealt ladies event, and then there's a 3. Thank you, Stonecross. I knew I was getting that wrong. Nonetheless, still very exciting.
Yeah, very. It's great to see. It's great to see the game growing and being more inclusive as well. So it only bodes well for the the whole community of Australia poker and poker in general.
Absolutely.
Now, I am a fan of trophies, so I want to bring this up with you gentlemen, because I'm also a realist at the same time. I love APL. What do you guys think about these trophies? Specifically the main event trophy this year. They've had some wild designs in the past. This one is definitely different than they've had in the past. What are your thoughts?
Personally, I actually don't mind it. I like a unique trophy design in general. I think too many people and too many organizations utilize the kind of same setup for a lot of their trophies, and it becomes a little bit samey. Personally, I'm a fan of a non-trophy trophy. Like I like the idea of, like, for example, there's a tournament that runs over in Jeju called the Red Dragon Poker Tour.
Yep.
And whilst they have trophies, the trophies that they utilize are lions or dragons.
They're so
That's
cool.
cool.
They're so sick, and I think they're amazing. But yeah, I like it, but I wouldn't mind some more creativity around different potential ideas.
I think the player of the series trophies could get spiced up a little bit. Those ones felt a little plain for such a prestigious award.
Like bring in like a wrestling championship belt. If you ask me, like that would be so sick. Player of the series.
You're really into those wrestling belts for sure. Aren't you?
Yeah,
I mean,
Jordan
that's
definitely
so
is.
Cool. Growing up watching wrestling my entire life as a kid, I've always been a big fan of that. Like the big gold belt, as some of you who watch WWE might remember it. WCW, and then early days of WWE, as we see John opening the ace-9 and getting 3-bet by the 8s.
Yeah, choosing to take aggressive lines with every hand, which I quite like when you're on this kind of a chip stack, and the money pressure is going to affect not just the money bubble, but just being deep in a big tournament is going to affect everyone, and he's just accumulating and building and building.
Yeah, definitely a great start here from New In here on day 2, and already past that 1.1 milli, and no signs of slowing down as well at the moment.
I was shown a photo the other day of some trophies on one of the Asian tours. I can't remember specifically which one, but they have like the goat, they have the dragon, they have the lion, they have the dragon. They have all these different amazing trophies.
I believe that's Zodiac.
Yes.
Yes, that's the Zodiac ZSOP.
They are fantastic, and I think that the Australian tour should just open that up. Just have a little look and see
That would
what
be
they're
pretty
doing
cool.
over there.
Could you?
Get some fun stuff going.
Yeah, imagine millions with like a koala and a kangaroo trophy,
Yes.
etc. That would be actually really cool and
Right?
something to throw out there in the ether. And don't know who's listening, but
I will
make
say
it
that
happen.
WPT had the surfboard trophies.
Yes, they
Amazing.
do.
Which were very cool.
They had the waves as well.
Yeah. Dean's asking, how do you keep playing when on a big downswing like a nit and still getting flogged? I can't win 80%. So it seems like he's going through a downswing and feels like every time he plays he keeps getting bashed, as we see Poe jamming the ace-king offsuit for 87k. Again, a touch under 11 big blinds. Evie with 8s plus 2 going to call. Keo with 7s behind.
Tough spot. Early position jam, and you're sitting there with a pretty vulnerable 8s. You could get jammed on from behind, and then you probably have to fold. You're probably in front of only a few hands. This one could go either way. Evie's choosing to call, and
Kind of disgusting if Keo rejams because it's only for 80k more.
Yeah.
But very rarely does it feel like a hand that you're going to be ahead of.
it'd be a pretty insane rejam.
Gonna say once COC's a jam and a call here, and from a player that's probably been a bit more on the tighter side, I think he's going to be inclined to fold this one a little bit more as well. But we'll wait and see what the decision of the yellow bucket hat is, and they always seem to make the right ones. So we'll wait and we'll see.
He is in the money, so maybe he's considering whether or not he should gamble and try and spin a stack up a little bit, or let this one go and pass it up. It seems like he's a little bit concerned by this flat and eventually fold there from Keo.
I think so indeed.
Yeah, it looks a little sus. When you can't see the cards, you think that's a pretty strong flat.
Correct.
Tight player. Evie hasn't played many hands.
I feel like sevens would be pretty close, eights would be close. I feel like if it's nines plus, you just run it. So yeah, wow.
Faded as Mark wakes up in the big blind with jacks.
No doubt.
And a 7 is pitched as well.
And this is the tough part for Evie. With so many hands to act behind you, you're taking a pretty big risk to go with eights, but hasn't seen many hands, so eights do look pretty strong when you haven't seen much.
Yeah, and I think Mark should just slide this mountain of chips that he's got in there. This single tower, should I say, not mountain.
Yep.
And there it goes.
It is for about 10k more, so
Yeah.
Evie's obviously not going to be letting this one go.
I don't think so.
I was actually in good shape because I don't think I saw an ace or a king folded.
No, you are correct there, Jordan. All available cards to him here in a big spot. Maybe one to get back to where he was before that that hand that he lost previously, just earlier. So, yeah, with the bluff.
And Evie only has to call 10k more, so yeah, she's just going to say, I call. Yep, and cards are going to be on their backs. Ace, king, eights, and jacks. Let's see all 5 and see who comes out victorious. This pot worth 293,000, so very big opportunity for everybody here, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely huge. You said we didn't have the races on in the booth earlier, but I believe we're about to see a big one right now.
Ace, queen, deuce. Jacks and eights still with 2 live outs each. The 4 of diamonds not changing anything. Will the river have something to say? It will. The 8 of diamonds peeking its face out on the river. Evie finding a double KO. And up she goes to around 600k.
And that's it for Poe.
Yeah,
It is.
Nice.
How different his day could have been if he called with his queens on the bubble and he got it through. Instead, he is in this position and unfortunately is not going to be going further in this one here today. Also the same if he maybe jams the river with the bluff. He has more chips. This is just an open and probably faces a call and a jam and a rejam, and he probably gets Evie to fold. So it's amazing how sliding doors work in poker, but this is probably one where he'll reflect to become better and maybe have a couple of different decisions next time around.
absolutely. GG's in the chat for both Mark and for Poe there. Battled valiantly to make it into the money, but unfortunately that 8 on the river will spell GG for them.
Obviously, Evie feeling ecstatic with that one, and
Yeah.
builds quite the stack now with the double knockout.
Up to 61 bigs, and that's kind of the territory where you're like, okay, I'm healthy.
Yeah.
I can hang out for a while. I might even get a beer.
Yeah, beer level.
Yeah,
Beer level?
Done.
I think it's a little bit early for beer level. We've just made the money, sure, celebrations are in order, but the job is by no means over. Getting a look at our count now at the top of the screen. It looks like Richard is our shorty. No, Keo our shorty with 20 blinds. Tam and Richard close behind. Evie with 61 bigs is actually 487, not quite 600. Q though, 1.1 million, 141 blinds. And I'm sure there are players out there that are also relatively deep, but that is quite a stack.
Well, I wonder if James, because he was quite new to the table after a lot of Wynn's aggression came through, whether he's going to take this spot with ace-5 suited 3-bet and just get punished.
Yeah.
Yeah. As I will say that when stack, it's actually almost 4 times the average. As down goes the ace-5 suited.
Okay,
Wow.
maybe he was watching the stream.
Maybe.
40 bigs and he just folds. Wow. I'm definitely at least going to call in that spot.
Oh, yeah,
Probably
for
just
sure.
call against the big stack there.
Yeah.
Folding ace-5 suited feels a bit criminal. But then again, so does folding queens on the bubble, so what do I know?
As Tamo said earlier, we are in the booth and they are at the table.
That is correct. I probably,
certainly.
I'm one that probably goes broke in that spot because I free bet, and if I get clicked on, this is one that I just can't help but 5-bet jam.
Nice. You just have to hope they shuffled the deck correctly, right?
Yeah, correct. It's coming with spades, right? I already felt it in the ether earlier before I jammed. I had a tickle in the back of my calf.
I think we are about 1 hand away from heading on a break, guys. So We'll let you guys know that that will be a 20-minute break upcoming. You guys have anything you want to say just before the break comes in? Anything you want to shout out? Anything you want to speak about very quickly? And this final hand gets played?
Yeah, let's drop. I just came up with my new website. We dropped that, maddoxmindset.com. Did it from scratch on my own. I'm super proud of it, actually. So if you guys want to go check that out, maddoxmindset.com. And you can actually go in there and download the new app that we released as well. Poker guided visualizations right to you at the table. Help reset, refresh, whether that's motivation stuff in the morning, refreshing at the table. We're going to keep building that out. I built that in partnership with a company, Crafty Wheel Studios, who already does a signature group of poker apps. So yeah, if you want to go check that out, maddoxmindset.com and have a look.
And Damo?
Yeah, look, just yet again, DAMMO_23 on all socials, etc. But I want to shout out to those that are in the chat. Thank you for being here. It's been an absolute pleasure for the first 2 hours, and who knows, there might be some more tinfoil theories a little bit later throughout the day.
Getting back to the action, Richard Pountney, one of your boys. Is this a Maddox certified open? What is this? What is this here from the cutoff?
He is probably attacking what he thinks is the type player in the big blind there. I like the exploitative aggressiveness, and I mean, I probably would do this too, let's be real.
King 3 and Ace 4 is the King 3 takes the lead on Jack 7 at 3 board. Couple of spades, neither with one.
That's how we do it.
Looks like a C-bet will get this one done. Evie checking it over. Richard wasting absolutely no time, immediately reaching for chips, firing out what looks to be 12,000.
Richard's great because when you look at him...
No, one big blind, 8,000, forgive me.
When you look at Richard at surface value, or face value, you just see, you know, an older gentleman who we would describe maybe as an OMC, old man coffee by definition. But he's in the streets. He's sneaky.
I like it. I like it a lot.
He's getting after
Occasion,
it.
OMC stands for Old Man Counting Chips. As he takes himself over the 200k mark once again. He's at a very swingy level as these guys are going to stand up, and we will head on that break. We may be back with the same crew in 15 minutes, but if not, boys, good luck. And otherwise, we'll see you relatively soon.
Thanks so much, Jordan.
Thank you, Jordan.
I believe we come back here, right? What do you play, 10 levels today? Yeah, 10 levels. What level do we bag? 10. Like, what level, like, blinds? Up to 10. Up to 10th level we bag. You know what the blinds are? Right? What level are we on now? Long way.
I know I am. All right.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jordan Bromley, joined by Damo once again.
Hi, Jordan. Good to be back from break.
How are we doing? So now we've had a bit of a scout around. I had a little bit of a look at some of the people that were still out there. Some big names still in play. So going over a few people that are still out there in this tournament, we've got Amin Riazadi, our last year's champion, still battling. Other notable names include the likes of Cale Burns, Matthew Wakeman, Travis Endersby, some other big names like Lachlan Crilly, as well as Jonathan Karamalekis and I believe Michael Kanan, as well, still out in the field. But current chip leader, I had a quick look, witnessed an all-in. I thought that he was already the chip leader, but then I saw him stack another player to add a further 200,000 to his stack. I believe Romain Movan is currently your chip leader. He has around 1.65 million. So around 165 bigs. Absolutely flying at an outer table, feeling very, very confident in how he is feeling. And he's going to be a bit of a menace out there, I would imagine.
Yeah, definitely. He played Romain a couple of times and definitely have sweated him when he's been in deep spots online. Very capable of putting those chips to good use. And yeah, it means there's a few stacks between Nguyen, who's on our feature, and that chip leader that is Romain.
Yeah, 312 is the count that you can see in the top right of screen. I can confirm that things have slid a little bit further since then in real time. Obviously, everything that you're seeing on the screen is 20 minutes ago. Adrian's asking about thoughts on the payout structure. Is that being discussed? Seems very top heavy. Ninth is usually 10% of first. Yeah, I don't really have too big of an opinion on the payout structure. Obviously, APL has done what they've done for such a long time. I believe it's very similar to last year's, but the amount up top being 20 times ninth is a little bit unusual. However, I believe that's the way it's been throughout the entirety of the series.
I think so, off the top of my head, without looking into it too much. It feels very similar to last year's as well. So, yeah.
Getting a look at the action now. Keo pocket sevens in the small. It's like he's going to request the triangle for 139k. Takes it down up to 18 bigs. And no surprise that Nguyen has been our most active player. 29% VPIP so far.
Yeah, from what we've seen from Nguyen in our first session, not scared with the aggression, and definitely not scared to be free betting a bit lighter as well. So should see some fireworks over the next 2 hours that we're sitting here in the booth.
James Daly asking, is Toby Giles still in play? Unfortunately, I don't believe so. So earlier on, before I even started commentary in the first couple of levels, I walked past the table and saw him having a conversation, not in the poker room. And that was whilst play was ongoing. So I think he was eliminated relatively early. I will send him a message and ask the question. But I don't believe he actually made it out of that initial kind of run of bust outs as today's play started. Evie letting go of the Jack 3. Keo pocket 9s on the button.
I think we'll just see an open here from CO or Keo. I think he's looking to induce for hands such as strong as 9s. Try and get some free bet jams, especially from, I believe it's Nguyen that's in the big blind and does love it. Unfortunately for CO, does not get any action from a very active Nguyen.
Yeah, Keo, though, adding 80k to his stack, basically instantly getting a jam from the small blind there, and then that raise. So north of 20 bigs he goes. I think that's the most chips he's had at any point in the tournament. So he's going to be feeling good about that. Let us know in the chat who you guys are cheering for. Pretty ridiculous prize pool. As I believe that we've actually adjusted this title for the stream as well. 739k up top. Nathaniel saying payouts are a little top heavier than last year. Too top heavy IMO, but I understand why APL would want a big marquee payout even at the expense of the economy. Yeah, I mean, obviously all of these questions and ideas are a bit above my pay grade. I can let you guys know that I have had a conversation with Joel and with Iba, two of the big grand poobahs here in the APL, and they have confirmed that they will have time to come in and have a conversation with us for a couple of hours during the final table as they did last year. So we're going to have those two gentlemen in here on Monday for the final table. So feel free to ask them any and all questions you can during that period of time, and I'm sure they'll be happy to answer.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there'll be a few, and they're very open to have a discussion. You can even speak to them on the floor if they have the time as well. And we'll give you the time of day as Nguyen continues the aggression here, finding the Jack, and I think CO here will Probably fold the 5s, Jordan. What's the sizing here?
I think you just want to fold these. I mean, we're too shallow to be peeling. Jamming is not a good prospect. As we have a question from Karen about the Sweet brothers, I didn't see the brothers Sweet out there. However, I will send Jack a message and see whether or not either of them are still in.
Yeah, I didn't see him out there in the field when I was perusing around. Unfortunately, they're on break. One of the notable female players, Phoebe Yann's, got some chips now as well.
Does she?
Yeah,
Fantastic.
So she seems to have spun up a little bit of a stack from her bag over on one of the day ones on Friday. So there's a good support for her, I know, as well. So shout out there, as we do see Keo or Seo? Keo, I think, is how we were told.
Keo,
Keo. In the Twitch chat. Thinking about it, with a player that has been as aggressive as New In, maybe even thinking about the jam to try and get him to fold out his Squadouche, but thinks better of it and finds that fold, which I think would be the correct move there.
Damien Dendyson cheering for any WA peeps. I saw Travis Endersby was in the left side of the room. However, I had a look for Dean Cox's glorious bearded face, and I could not see him out there.
Nah, I had a look for him too and couldn't find him. Nice guy to have a chat with as well. So, yeah, unfortunately not able to find him in the poker room, and probably signaling that he has unfortunately fallen to the wayside.
Yeah, I will say, though, there are a number of other stacks that were north of the 1 million chip mark. I saw a couple of 1.2 and 1.3 million chip stacks. Plenty of guys around that 60 to 100 big blinds. But obviously, as well as that, plenty of shorties that are out there doing their best to try and stay alive. Najim Ajez, another player that I saw that was out there, though he was grinding a relatively short stack. He said to me that when he busts, he's going to want to come in and chat. And I just said to him, mate, don't worry about it. There's no chance you're busting. Come on now.
Look, if Naj gets hold of some chips, we could be into some fireworks, especially if he gets on a feature.
We saw what happened in the Centurion. Like, anything is possible if he spins up a stack. So.
Yep. Definitely, indeed. One to definitely keep an eye on. And very fun to have at your table. Was John here waking up in the cutoff here with 2 10s?
Take 5 folds.
And I believe we're going to see a all-in here for, I think it was 12 bigs.
That's all right. 8 folds.
Might be 17 bigs, and I missaw that because I think we're at the 5 and 10k blind level.
9 folds.
And we do get it through, as no one else behind him making up anything of real resistance there against the all-in. And John will get himself up to the 20 big blind mark with that one there. Probably off 17 bigs, probably deep enough where he probably can open so he can get free bet jammed on.
Yep, for sure. As we see, Adrian Grenier says, the Sweet Brothers are out. They need to let others win. Well, I'm waiting on the update from Jack, but I know that if they are still in, they're going to be causing problems for everybody out there.
Definitely. So. The rise of the Sweet Boys has been remarkable and awesome to follow.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be taking over 550k back to Mara, so pretty ridiculous amount of money.
Yes, definitely indeed. Definitely had some fun in the first 2 hours here. Don't know how much tinfoil hat stuff is going to be said, as Matthew Hall, UTG, taking the 6-4 suited for 7 bigs, and in she goes here.
As I've just been notified that apparently Mike Maddox is on his way back.
Beautiful. Good to have the Frio from before, as New In's waking up with another premium here. Ace King for our table captain, and he is going to isolate. And unless there's something waking up in the blinds, it looks like we're going to be off to a flip with the 6-4 suited versus the Ace King O, and here we are.
All right, what do we got?
I'll let you run this for a moment, and I will go and collect a third member to join us once again.
Perfect, no problems at all. Thank you very much. So we're off to the races here, ladies and gentlemen, and we have a King 4 Queen on the flop. And it's a King on the turn. The 6-4 suited is dead, and we are going to lose another player here. New In picking up some chips. And I believe that was Matthew Hall that is just busted. And unfortunately, we're going to lose another player. And New In continues to grow this mammoth stack over 120 big blinds. If you are in the chat and you are enjoying today's stream, make sure to let us know in the comment section and keep the engagement up. As always, great to interact with all of you out there. Jordan will be back in the booth shortly. We'll have Mike here again as well. And I'm sure we'll rotate with some other commentators throughout the day as well. So make sure you keep us tuned in the background, or if you're out there playing and using the stream to listen into to stay up to date with everything happening on the feature, wish you all the very best. And let us know what your stats looking like as well if you are out there in the field.
I didn't think I honestly thought he had a hand like that. Any ace would have been him.
No. C4 folds.
I've lost kings to sixes.
5
And
folds.
we are here with another hand where New Win's going to have the ace-7, and considering what we have seen, he is definitely going to open this one up from the hijack
Raises to 22,000.
as we will move
8
along.
folds.
I think we're all hoping Dean was doing well. And one of the nicest guys in poker is Dean, but unfortunately, it seems like he is busted, unfortunately.
Call.
9 calls.
Do you have a call here from Richard
9 folds.
on the button here with the Queen Jack O? And Tam probably getting a good enough price probably to come along with the Jack 9-0 here in the big blind. We'll see what he wants to do. I believe we'd have the question, what is starting stack in the chat? It was 30k. So 30k start stack. There's a lot of start stacks in New In stack. A lot of start stacks in a lot of the players stack here today. We did see the fold from the Jack 9-0.
Alright, heads up action.
It was only a 2.2x open multi-way. Jack 9-0 probably doing well enough to probably have defended, but it is fine as we see the flop of 6 Jack King Rainbow and the Queen Jack of Richard taking the lead. New In, though, going to continue his aggressive style of play and fire the C-bet.
22,000. Call. C 9 calls.
22k here to call, and I don't believe Richard's going anywhere and fires out a quick call. Paired board on the turn, and it's another 6.
7 checks.
Interesting to see if New In here wants to go with 2 streets of C-betting. Doesn't look like it's the case, and we're going to go check. The third 6 coming here on the river. It's a full house for Richard.
7 checks.
Be interesting to see how he proceeds once check 2 again. I believe we're going to see some sort of...
Checks.
No, we don't. He doesn't go for value here and checks the boat. And probably missed out maybe a little bit considering seeing New In hero earlier. But thankfully for you guys, we haven't flown solo for too long. We've got Mike's back in the booth. Jordan's setting him all up. And the trio is back at it again here for a little bit longer.
Can't wait to see what we talk about this time.
I know. It was,
Universe, dimensional paths we cross over and break molds.
I'm so excited just to get myself into the 5th dimension of poker shuffling. It's going to be really quite exciting, you know.
yeah, check.
What are the hot takes you got over the demo?
Don't even know.
You know what I'm disappointed about right now, Damo? I don't know if you're disappointed as well. As Mike has joined us with a beer, but just one.
Oh, you wanted one?
What is this? What is this, mate?
Ouch.
I've always been a little selfish, boys. You
Talking
didn't know
about
that?
beer level for the last couple of hours, and you rock up with one beer.
Would you like me to go get you a couple beers?
Oh, it's okay.
It's fine, mate.
I'll
Don't stress.
don't worry about it, mate. You just sit there and you enjoy your very cold, delicious beverage, and we'll sit here.
Let me just call Nikki to
Thirsty.
deliver some for us.
Oh, do you reckon she would?
She's still waiting to get in that double stack. Quite the queue.
Here we go. Mike the ideas man. As we see John open this time, he did jam 10s slightly earlier here for 17 bigs, whilst Jordan and Mike were getting themselves set up. And Evie in the big blind making a defend here with the A6-0. Absolutely dominated.
Let's see a flop. 55k out there. How about Queen 5-4 all of spades? Very, very nice one for John. Ace King with the King of Spades. 91% lock is... Evie's only got one out, but I don't think Evie's going to be sticking around facing a C-bet. So how about just all in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say...
How about just all of the biscuits
Yeah.
immediately?
Let's just load it up and fire the gun for all of it. And yeah, very quick fold, as you would imagine.
Power poker. Love it.
As I feel like it's only right that I return the favor of the coffee you got me earlier. I'm going to go wire us a beverage. Would you like a...
I'll thank you very much, Jordan. I'll take a beverage.
Fantastic. I'll be back soon. I'll leave you in the capable Well, I'll leave you in the hands of these two guys.
It's going to say capable.
This is like leaving the kids without the babysitter.
Yeah,
no,
here we go.
I'm kind of nervous about this. I'll be back soon.
Well, now I really feel bad. Jordan's gone off to get beers, and he was serious. He wanted me to get a beer, and
Look, I was just being nice, Mike, but come on now.
I did think about it, and then I also thought about how you just get louder and louder and louder, and
Probably didn't need... We don't need that on stream, do we, really? Me getting overly loud.
I think ahead too much. You know, it's a
Yeah,
byproduct of poker and chess and all those
This
things.
is why you're a coach, and I'm just a humble mid-stakes reg, right? It's you know that next level is coming. As we've seen you continue the aggression with the UTG +1 open of the A7-0. And we have Tam Trong, who has been very loose, in your opinion, Mike. Actually wake up with a premium one here off 15 bigs with the King, the King Connors.
Well, if you remember, these two battled before, right? We had that 5-bet pot between them
correct.
earlier with the Queen Nine of Spades. Tam opened with, and then got 3-bet by Nguyen, and then they just battled back and forth. So now he's woken up with the kings, and he's just loving life because he's got the right opponent, he's got the right hand, but
All in.
30%.
Look, and he's just shipped it here of 15 bigs, as CO's probably going to get away from this one with the ace-10-0 in the big blind. I probably would have preferred to see him click it here to 4.2, 4.5 bigs to induce action with kings.
Opponent specific, I don't know if he needs to.
Yeah, it's probably very true as well. CO having to think about it. I think he'll think better of this after a moment of thought, and there it goes. He does slide the ace-10-0 into the mark. And I think we're going to find our way over to Nguyen, who has, I think, very quickly asked for a count. For a second or 40, very quickly asked for a call.
Yeah, it's going to feel small sizing, I guess, compared to what he's been calling off before, and he's been running very good on his all-in. So, I mean, honestly, this could go either way, and it probably shouldn't, but it could go either way. And I think Ricky in this spot just getting punished for his kind of loose call with the Queen 10 off, going to just donate 22K in the spot.
Yes, he is indeed. But you know, we'll see what happens when it gets around to Nguyen, as I think Ricky's going to make the fold here. What beautiful people were talking from Dean. I don't know about beautiful, but in terms of talking, it is Mike Maddox. And Mike, feel free to shout out to your socials there very quickly.
Yeah, hey guys, Mike Maddox here. As most of you probably know me in the scene. Follow me on Instagram for all the fun story updates that we do way too often. Mike.mdx on the socials. You can find me at maddoxmindset.com or Maddox Mindset on Facebook as well.
We obviously have Jordan Bromley, who's about to come back in with a couple of beers, which is quite nice as well. And lastly, I am Damo, Damo_23. That's DAMMO_23, talking to you right now. Thank you very much there, Dean, for asking the question, as Ricky is not folded yet, or has the graphic not got around to it, mate? Seriously considering it?
No, it's not on Ricky first. It's on Quinn at the moment, I think. And
apologies.
Does look like he lets it go. And then Ricky also lets it go.
Yes, there we go. Apologies for getting the order out of sync there. I was too mesmerized by the beer. Thank you very much, Jordan.
Thanks for joining in comms.
Oh, it's nice that you include me on your cheers, even though I excluded you on the purchase of beers. Jordan, how do you avoid getting the froth on that beautiful mustache of yours?
Well, I trimmed it this morning.
That's a secret. Make it smaller.
Yes. Yes. it's not the size that matters, boys. It's the well, it's the size.
Yeah, that was definitely not started by a man.
Yeah, no,
not at all.
Shout out to Dean Stacey. Hope you're doing well, mate. Resident Crusher up in the north side of Brisbane.
Definitely got a few winners photos in the mix. Certainly
Absolutely.
an APT.
Crushing it up at Empire, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Empire's doing good things, man. They've
Empire's
been
doing great
building.
work.
I have indeed.
Mixed game stuff they're doing is fantastic.
Yeah.
They're constantly running mixed game stuff up there.
Yeah, Shannon's going up there quite frequently, running the Mixed Game Academy series, and as someone that's played in a few of them, definitely highly recommend to get up there, even if you want to learn mix.
Here we go. Richard, another small pair. Man, has he had more small pairs than anyone else in this tournament?
Yeah, him and Nguyen, definitely, for sure. I've seen their fair share on this feature.
He's not been afraid to utilize the smalls pairs and his big pair to make some big decisions. As 55k out there, Queen 8-4. Yes, yep, you got that. Good. Queen 8-4 with one diamond. The 9-7 wrapped around that 8 is John in the middle of nowhere with. He's up a certain creek with no paddle.
No, doesn't get to
Check
bet.
goes, and there's some counterfeit outs.
Doesn't want to take the lead here. Had an opportunity to take it. Cheap elects not to, and Richard's going to pounce on that one. Probably thinks he's ahead. Takes it down.
Did you answer Cooks Arena's question about the starting stack?
I did already.
Fantastic.
All over it. I answered all the questions so far.
Amok says, last series didn't do too well. Unfortunately, need more people in the mix. Well, if I am in Brisbane when the next mixed game series is there up at Empire, I will do my best to make an appearance. I haven't played enough mixed games as much as I want to, so definitely something I want to do.
They are fun.
They are
very fun.
Definitely fun. Missed the last one, unfortunately, there, that Eric was referring to, but I definitely recommend.
Eric says, I believe it when I see it. Yeah, honestly, me too. But you never know. Mr. Pountney. Queen 6 offsuit into the muck, I would think. Yep, down it goes.
It's almost like you're not sure anymore. How aggressive have we taught him to be?
I was going to say, what are you teaching, Mike?
I'm actually curious, what does the structure look like as far as the coaching that you do with these guys? Are we allowed to talk about it, or is
Yeah, it's no secret sauce in there. It's wide open. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, and the actual structure of the lessons, the content is what I keep to myself, obviously.
Sure.
But the whole curriculum that I've created, and it is a curriculum, is based off of my 24 years of live poker experience. I'm fairly unstudied as an individual, except when I started using charts as a graphical show and tell for my clients to have the visual aids to help them. So I use my strengths of what I think works well, and the first kind of 12 sessions or so that we go through is really what I call foundational elements, and that's all plugging leaks, playing defense first, really just making the students unexploitable by pros like us, getting the bet sizing right, getting the pre-flop ranges right. Then once you get all that kind of stuff down, not making mistakes out of position, then you start working on more intermediate concepts, more exploitative concepts, because you've got that first foundational layer to build from. And then we just keep going, and it honestly just never stops. As you guys know, there's just no end in sight with how far you can go in poker and how much you can learn. So I'm learning all the time, and by coaching people, I learn so much more. It's really a blessing in disguise.
Do you feel like you've been able to evolve your poker playing ability since you've started coaching people?
Yeah, good and bad. I mean, I was far more in the streets when I first started, and now I'm a bit more structured, I guess, with my game. Those foundational things carry into my own game too, which gives you what I call like a baseline. Right?
Sure.
To have that baseline to work from, to know what other people are doing, and then go from there. That's I think that's a huge part of poker. If you're just kind of flying dark all the time and playing based on feel, it can be pretty tough to read your opponents, know what they're up to.
So we see the 5-3 deuce board. Nobody really connecting with this one. James with the best hand with a gut shot to a 6 and that backdoor nut flush draw. Ace high also still in the lead, so action's going to check over to John, who just says good luck. 2.5x pot in your face, boys.
Wow.
What are you going to do about this?
Yeah, I think this one's going to get through. I don't think James is going to call from what we've seen, but who knows? I was going to say before this happened, this is a board the big blind could lead some of the time too.
Definitely.
So, yeah, one where if he led, he would have maybe have taken it down. I wonder if John would have jammed this one without it, but I think he just sensed some weakness and off he went. And
Yeah.
in his unconventional style, John picking up some chips here.
That is pouncing. When you see weakness, you're pouncing. He didn't pounce the hand before when it was checked back, but this time I'm going for it.
Yeah, 100%.
I actually have a question for you, Mike. I'm not sure whether or not it's something that you have done in the past or something you're potentially looking at doing in the future. There are a lot of coaches that are kind of popping up all over the place. We had Nelson Dong in recently talking about his poker meets fitness side of things. We've had Corey Van Jaarsveld obviously in the past with High Odds. Have you ever done any kind of collaborative coaching, any kind of collective workshops, anything like that? Is something that you looked at potentially doing?
Yeah, we've done master classes in the past with other coaches. Won't name them on stream, but I've done one with Corey in particular. That was fantastic. He's very sharp, very smart guy. Tried to line another one up, and I probably should do another master class when we come back into town when we fly to make it even more of a reason to come. But the series is so long. When are you going to find the time to do a masterclass in between it, right? But
Yeah.
I really like those 2-day masterclass settings where you sit down and you get to talk to everybody and really dive into it. But I really, and I say really a lot because I truly feel strong about this, I like the motivational side of these things, almost like motivational content. How do I get people to go outside their comfort zones, push them beyond their boundaries, dream bigger? Like, what poker goals have you set for yourself? They set their goals, then we triple them.
Right.
Like, we really push them way beyond what they're comfortable with. And the mind is such a funny thing that when you do that, it just kind of resets and you almost start thinking that that's the baseline.
It's kind of an aim for the stars, shoot for the moon type
That's
mindset.
exactly right. And I have this saying where I want it so that if you went and showed your goals to somebody outside of this room who knows you, I want them to say that those are completely unrealistic. Like, they would literally say the words, good luck with that.
Yeah.
And then we've set the right goals.
And how have you found your students kind of goal-wise? What are some achievements that you've had as far as your students? Because I've seen you put posts up of cumulative earnings, and it seems like you're crushing it all over both the country and the world.
It really is phenomenal, and I don't understand how it goes so well sometimes for them, but we're just about to cross the $3 million cumulative earnings
Wow.
since they started coaching with me. So some have, 200K when they start with me. That's after what they've done. And most of them start anywhere between like 5 and 50K hand in mob. That's kind of the typical person who comes to me. And so generally like winning the first trophy or finding the first 5-figure score, and we've all been there, right? Those are huge accomplishments. And I just really enjoy getting people to hit those milestones. And it just constantly happens with people. So something happens, I don't understand, and this is me, my spiritual, hoo-hoo stuff, but when you set goals, when you actually commit to something, the universe just starts providing. I see it all the time with my clients. They just set a goal, all of a sudden they just go on a run, and it's like 3 sessions in, so it's definitely not me.
Eric Sokolov is asking, who are the coaches talking? Mike, I'll give you a 15-second chance to plug it one more time.
All right, we're going to keep plugging. Maddox Mindset. My name is Mike Maddox. I've been a coach for 5 years full-time in the Australian scene. Certainly a pro first, coach second, but probably coach first, pro second now as we've shifted over. You can find me on mike.mdx on Instagram, where I do lots of story updates all the way through. So.
And have you ever had much experience in the past with coaching, or has it mainly kind of been a one-person journey?
I haven't had any coaching up until the last few months, and in the last couple of months, I've had some nice success. Obviously, with the couple of APL series that we've just had. But yeah, I've got Josh Foster that's working with me at the moment, which is quite nice. And
he's very talented.
He is very talented, very smart, and he sat down with me first session and said, "Seeing how you play, you need to make this one change right now." We made that one change. And
you want to let us know what that was, or
stop thinking that the dealers are going to give the right cars into the right spot.
Yeah, don't watch the shuffle so intimately.
That's a meta joke. I've read about those ones. So that's good.
He says something about how we handle our free bet pots and out of position free bets, which when you've been on the journey so long by yourself. I was talking to Lachlan Crewdog about this because he did a lot of work by himself to get to where he is, and then employ a coach as well.
Yep.
And you can see a lot and do a lot of work by yourself, but you don't objectively sit back and go through their hands and think about it differently than someone looking inward.
Yep.
And then Josh looked at a few things and you need to change this now. Made that one change and shipped the Adelaide main event and second in the mini high roller here. So definitely plug not just Josh's coaching, Mike's coaching, or Corey's obviously got implied odds and been in the booth as well. You've got so many good coaches to choose from, and they really can help you elevate your game to that next level and reach the goals that Mike's just been mentioning here. Is I think CO's about to open here with the Ace Jack UTG +1.
Here with the Ace Jack offsuit, taking it north to 20,000, just 2 big blinds. We haven't really seen much opening outside of that min raise. We had a couple of people that were playing yesterday that the terminology we use is telegraphing their sizings a little bit, seeing people opening to kind of 2.5x normally, and then all of a sudden kings. But for the most part, we haven't really seen any of that, as I'm a big advocate for trying to keep things as quote-unquote balanced as possible and not give away any hints as to the strength of your hand. Over to 10 with the 7-3 offsuit. 20 big blinds for him. He hasn't really had the most fun journey at this table. He's hovered and hasn't really accumulated, as Keo's going to take down another one. But you've enjoyed the coaching experience you've had?
Absolutely love it. Being able to sit down, break through your hands. It also helps when you do make a feature final table. You've got some actual hand footage to go through as well, apart from just documenting your own. And it's really interesting to see how that next level thinking is. So outside of watching riffles and everything else, being able to actually fundamentally make your strategy better is obviously really good, and was able to start implementing some stuff straight away, which has really helped.
And what was it that was kind of the turning point for you to think, I need to locate myself a coach?
I think we had a question earlier about downswings, and obviously Mike follows my stories quite a fair bit, but I made the commitment to play semi-professionally a few years ago. Started okay. Had obviously great success in Spain a year and a bit ago, and then from there went on an immediate 30, 40k downswing and was like, oh, okay, why? What's going on? And then I finally bit the bullet to get some coaching and said, look, there must be something I'm doing wrong. I'm trying everything, but you'd be surprised how much being in a downswing, you start just adjusting your game even slightly, because you're just worried about being in a downswing. And that was the one thing Josh highlighted, and I said, no, okay, time to go back to being natural aggro demo, and amazing how much that little mindset switch can make all the difference.
Just picking up the action really quickly before we carry on with this conversation, because I definitely want to chat about it. We have an open from Wen with the King 10 offsuit. Richard flatting 3s in the hijack. Evie, pocket 5s, a pair of her own. The favourite at the moment, but we are going to see a flop 3-way. 81k out there. Reminder, the starting stack in this tournament was 30,000. So we're getting more and more expensive, and the King 6-4 all heart board is only good for one person.
Yeah, everyone's pretty deep in this spot, so you can get speculative with these small pairs when everyone's deep, and here you got enough implied odds to realize your equity, but
8,000.
I don't know if too many people want to go up against Win in this spot.
Yeah, he fires out 28,000, which is a little bit over 1/3 pot. Obviously, neither of these guys flopping a set, and neither of them a heart in the most ideal prospect for them to continue, especially against a bet seemingly this large. Usually, you'd see something a little bit smaller, around 20% to 1/4 on monotone flops, but Hugh is going to win it. And moving from somebody looking to find a coach to somebody that looking to get into coaching, how did you kind of originally make the decision that you wanted to help people in poker? Because obviously in poker it's very much considered that if you have ideas and you have things, the methods that you want to play, you kind of want to keep it a secret. It's a very individual, I'll say, sport. Everybody's kind of in it for themselves. What made you want to give back?
Yeah, and if you rewind just like 10 years ago, coaching in Australia almost was not existent. There was just no one you could get access to, and now you fast forward to today and you have some of the biggest names on the tours offering up their secrets. Like, I open my book up to all my clients and they get to know everything intimately. I want them to be as good as I am, if not better, which is fantastic. But to answer your question, Jordan, I didn't try to become a poker coach, to be fair. In COVID, I actually went back to become a life coach. And I got studied up in NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, and became a master practitioner, studied hypnosis, went through that track. I was trying to become a full-fledged life coach. And then I also had this simultaneous run at the 2021 WPT where I mentioned to somebody next to me that I was a coach. And then a gentleman across the table, Martin Ward, overheard the conversation and came to me and said, "Will you coach me in poker?" And I said, "Okay." And then it just became my niche for life coaching. And not everybody, wants to be life coached, but they certainly want a poker coach. But you would probably be able to attest to this. Like, there is an element of the mindset of the life coaching that is part of it as well. Like, whether it's bankroll management, finances, mindset when you're showing up at the table, it's all encompassing in poker, because poker, as we know, is a microcosm of life. So to be able to go out there and get a coach who you vibe with, I mean, that's the best part about it. And I love that there's more coaches out there that are doing this stuff. It's great.
And just a quick interjection, Scultsy on Twitch says, "I don't know how I'd feel if my table was a trained hypnotist." So,
well, if you notice, I engage with people all the time when I'm in chats, but I am not hypnotizing them.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, because there's somebody that I've been interacting with a little bit, mainly through the commentary sphere of things. He was the man that got me actually into doing Asia, Grant Gardner, who actually does hypnosis as well. I mentioned him earlier, definitely somebody who I enjoy interacting with, similar to yourself, but I don't kind of understand how that's something that he got into. It's a very foreign concept to me, and we see more and more people leaning towards the way of getting people to help them with their mindset in poker. Obviously, a lot of people refer back to the mental game of poker by Jared Tendler being kind of the catch-all thing that you have to read if you want to become a poker professional and kind of succeed. And is mindset stuff something that you're looking at as well with Josh?
Yeah, me and Josh have spoken about it briefly.
Sorry to cut you off.
No, go.
Action, ace-8 offsuit, 22,000. Ricky, fresh face to the table, finds the 3-bet.
He doesn't know who Win is, so...
Not at all. I wonder if Win's just going to put him immediately in a spot from what we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because earlier we saw Win actually
he's not going to
find
get the chance.
a fold when faced with aggression, and this time John is not going to allow this to carry on any further. Ace-King offsuit in the big blind for 23 bigs is about as clear a rip as it comes. These fives, not so much. And we know John isn't afraid to request the triangle, and I don't think this is going to be any different. He likes to do it for 2.5x on the pot. Oh, sorry, on the flop. 2.5x pot on the flop. In this occasion, the glasses are off. What do you reckon he's thinking about, boys? What?
No, hang on.
Wow.
I thought we were going to finish that sentence with Vegas and the effing Mirage.
That's what I was leading to.
So we have
Instead, we see the fold from the ace-king offsuit.
we have a man that loves a 2.5x pot jam, King Jack O or King Jack suited on 5-6-5 flops, but does not want to put in 20 bigs with ace king O. It's going to
Okay.
make for a very fun dynamic.
So he hasn't been at the table. He hasn't been watching the stream. He doesn't know what kind of range we're opening. So what he's seeing is an under the gun open and a 3-bet against the under the gun, and he's just looking down at ace king offsuit. It's a drawing hand.
That's what I mean. Ace-king is a drawing hand. Fine fold. Charles Nightingale referring back to that. It is a drawing hand. Easy. It's not an immediately strong hand. How would your mindset adjust if you were folding king pre-flop like that?
I would.
No, I'm just kidding.
I was going to say, I'd definitely be looking at how that deal is being shuffled and how they're cutting those cards very
my
quickly.
goodness. I just want to go back because if anyone's just joined the stream and they don't understand the
I have to
meta
keep
jokes that
bringing
are
it
going
up.
on, we had a brief conversation before the break around
Very brief.
what the ebbs and flows, the momentums, whether people believe in runs, and Jordan and I kind of were on opposite ends where I believe in momentum and Jordan believes more in isolation of every individual event. And then Damo just went on his complete tangent and just started saying that the deck gets shuffled in the exact same order and the cards come out the same way.
Sometimes.
We are now not ever going to let that go. So that's what that meta joke is about if you weren't here.
100%. But yeah, obviously, irrelevant of all that, I think the ace king just has to go in there personally, and I think most of us, if not all three of us here in the booth, probably were doing the same thing. But in saying that, we're in the booth, and John is currently still out there on the feature. So
Very good point. Looking at the action, Keo, king 8 suited, raising it up to 20,000. Rocking that yellow bucket hat. Those of you who are only just tuning in may not know about those, as Win waking up with absolutely nothing. Back to what we were talking about with mindset and coaching and stuff. So is that something that you've been working on?
yeah, so Josh and I have talked about it briefly. We haven't done too much work on mindset because there was just specific leaks that we wanted to plug in theory and how we construct our ranges and stuff like that, and free bet pots, etc. But something I definitely need to work on, and I'm the first to admit it's the main reason I started my Instagram, is to keep myself accountable for my mindset.
Notice as well that you're filling out Excel documents and doing updates.
Yeah,
and
so
showing-
I'm actually back for the first time ever. I sold for a series, like full series. I usually just sell for like the 2.5K. Sometimes I sell for 1,500 if I feel like it, etc. Just to minimize that bankroll at the top of the buy-in range. I'm very risk averse. I like to have 100 or 200 buy-ins for a tournament. So,
Yeah.
but if there's ever a time to sell, it's definitely APL Millions because it is absolute juice and it's great.
And it takes a few buy-ins sometimes.
Yes, it definitely does. But yeah, so I'm work with spreadsheets in my actual full-time job. I don't play poker full-time just yet. It's one of my goals. By the age of 40, I want to. Yeah, I said that if I'm going to do this and I'm going to sell for a series, there's going to be a live actual spreadsheet that my backers will get, and they will get an update every single day that it's filled out and give them absolutely all the info they need.
to interrupt you there once more, but John has opened the ace-queen suited to 30,000, and Win has just put him in.
So dealer versus small blind.
And this time he decides to run it. The ace-queen, too good of a hand. The ace-king, not good enough last time. Pocket nines against the ace-queen of clubs. Let's see all 5.
Is the run going to keep going here? That's the question.
Yeah, Win has been winning. Let's see if that continues. Oh, a couple queens and an 8. It looks like not so much. 7 on the turn. River card is the 4 of hearts.
Goodness, that's a fast deal.
That's a gigantic double there for John.
Maybe that ace-king fold was good.
Maybe.
Maybe. I mean,
Maybe
the butterfly effect, right?
maybe he felt it, knew Nate what Nate was capable of dealing, and Nate
Yeah.
firing out the flop
He
turn in
subscribes
reverse.
to the Damo
He
theory.
subscribes to the Damo theory, huh?
There's no such thing as bad.
DTO, which is Damo theory optimal.
Oh my god, it's been branded. There you
no.
go.
Well,
I
it
might
can't
need
be.
some
DTO
patches.
is trademarked. If I say that again, I might get copyright struck. Jason Marto's asking, are phones allowed at the table on a live stream? They are allowed. However, you can't actually watch the stream on your phone, or actually, that's wrong. You can watch the stream on your phone. However, we have 2 televisions above the table on the stream truss to actually allow you to watch the stream on the delay. So that kind of disincentivizes you from having your phone open and be staring at it the entire time. We just make it a nice level, fair playing field for all of the guys that are sitting at the table.
I just want to call out just the correct pronunciation of win. N-G-U-Y-N is win.
Win.
Thank you,
We've
Roger.
been
Roger.
Doing it correctly. For the
Some
most-
of us have.
Some of us have. I haven't because I went to school with
Right.
someone that has the same spelling and they said it's Nguyen.
They were trolling.
I
They
think
were-
they might have been.
Right.
It's a very, very
at
common
least
last
you're not,
name.
It is.
At least you're not saying like Nguyen or something, which when I initially saw it, I did when I was in high school. It was terrible.
Nguyen.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, fair. Okay, I'm not going to judge. Like,
I was judging myself very harshly.
I was going to say, you
how it
guys
was
haven't
actually
judged me
pronounced.
too much for my my shuffling takes, so you know, I thought I
Well,
wouldn't
rightly
judge
so.
you.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
you should be locked up, really.
Well, as I said, my partner tells me that every single day, and that's probably why I'm still with her.
Can we talk about that? I met your partner for the first time. You are punching, bro.
I know I am. She's probably not listening, which is great right now. So yeah, go ahead.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well
I know.
done. Is what, that's what I mean. Is well done.
Yeah, someone that actually likes me playing poker.
She's railing you. She's here. She said she was on there, and then next thing after I met her, you go and chip 40K.
Yeah. Oh,
Brilliant.
since I've been with her, I have won 2 main events and a mini high roller technically.
So this
yeah.
mindset coaching, huh?
That's why I specifically scouted out a person in a partner that works with mental health children in a Category 1 school that has some techniques to do with box breathing, etc. It was great.
Whenever I have been on a date with a girl that says that she's interested in psychology, I've always said, "Oh, I'd be a perfect case study." But it sounds like you've actually taken that the whole way.
Yeah, I have indeed. That's why I plan on marrying her one day. And it's not bad to have that in a partner. And I will say, you've seen some rants and stuff, Mike, especially previously, trying my best to make the mindset not affect me, as we do have a hand coming. She's the first one to pull me in line. Thinking the Centurion, I was down to 35k day 1, level 2. And first thing she did, she came in on break, and I was saying, the world's over. I'm cooked here. I'll come back for a match later, and she slapped it straight out of me. So, yeah, nice.
That's what a good woman's meant to
Yeah,
do.
100%.
It's what a good woman's meant
Very
to do.
unusual.
Physical
here.
violence.
We got a limp under the gun from Ricky Lee, which you don't see this deep that often, but it is the APL Millions main event, so you still do see it. And Tam is gonna punish the limper here, not afraid of that sneaky aces limp. And Ricky's actually gonna limp call with the Queen Jack O off 25.
I don't know what sort of a character you are.
Jack high flop.
Yes, it is.
What a call, huh? Jack 7-8 with a couple of clubs. Let's see whether or not Ricky is going to limp lead, which is something that we occasionally see at the table. 115k out there. Those red chips, that red one on top of his stack, worth 25,000. Eyeing off Tam, decides to check. Very, very serious mode here.
Yeah, that was a long delayed check too.
Very much
Sometimes
so.
you almost read that as weakness.
A
but
little bit of eye contact too when he made the check as well.
Oh,
He
that's
looked up a
strength,
little
though.
bit. Yeah, so
bang bang. You
yeah,
got
I
both.
think he's balancing here. Maybe he's balancing that limp range so he can limp aces. Who knows?
Tam sized up on this 40K.
Very wet, dynamic board. It'll be interesting to see how Ricky plays this.
Yeah,
I wonder whether or not he's going to find the check jam. Looks like that is
Yeah.
the go.
and that is what I would do in this spot as well. You kind of have to just protect and run your equity at this point. The stacks are, not really going to level out of turn cards. So if you're beat, you're beat. Get it in. I mean, you did call speculatively pre-flop with Queen Jack. Oh, you got a flop you want. So
Correct, and I think when it's this wet as well, you can get paid by worse hands here as well. So, yeah, I think great play here from Ricky once he decides on the limp call, and I wonder what Tam will do. Pretty sure I know, but you never quite know in an APL Millions main.
This is a bit of a saving face kind of tank.
Tam's been around the game a while.
Yeah.
He's not new. He's just been up against it in a lot of spots so far today that we've seen. I really, really liked his Queen 9 suited 4-bet. That was
That was fun.
Gangster. Did you like it as much as the Ace 4 suited 5-bet though?
That was better. But it was in the same hand.
It was great.
I'm happy that we were in the booth for what might end up being one of the highlights of the series.
Oh, absolutely. You missed some stuff in the Jackstar though. Troy Sweet was pulling out all the stops. man.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I might have to go back and watch that highlight
he
reel.
was doing stuff. It was good to. You pulled out a couple of 3-bet rips covering with King 4-0, which
Amazing.
was pretty gangster.
From the big
it was
blind?
good to watch. Yep, from the big blinds.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
You know it is.
261 left. Getting a look at the bottom of the screen, there is a jump at $258, although it is only for about $135. So these guys won't be thinking about
Dinner
it
money.
too much, but there are incremental ladders. Dean's asking what time are they finishing up today. To be honest, Dean, I actually don't know. When we break for dinner, or when we break for our 20-minute break in about an hour and a half, I will go and check.
10 levels total today, so 2 hours per level. So yeah.
So we're going to be wrapping up at
2
around
hours per level.
11 o'clock local is the time. So we've still got another 6 hours, 6 and a bit hours of play to go.
How do we ping the media team and get them to do like the top 10 highlights on stream of APL Millions? That would be fun. We should be hitting the, because we're in the booth, right? We should be hitting the, that's a highlight mode right there.
Yeah, correct.
Send it to them so they can just chop it
Where's
up.
Chris when you need him? He would be all over that, I feel.
I reckon Chris has barely got enough time to breathe.
He doesn't need more work. Actually, I came in the other day, 2 days ago, I think I was walking behind the media desk, and I'm like, he's deep in the editing bay. I'm like, oh, why aren't you in your uniform? He's like, it's my day off. And he's working so hard.
Yep, he doesn't know how to take care of himself, that boy. Over to Ricky in the big blind with the King 5 offsuit.
Tam getting punished again. He's not going to like Queen 9 after this.
Well,
the open is maybe a little bit wide off that stack depth, but he gets punished by his nemesis, Win again.
It is against Win, and Win is going to take this one down, gets himself almost back to 7 figures. MaxBet Junkie says, so it's only a 3-day thing, I guess? Nope. This thing runs until Monday. It's a 4-day thing. There were 10 different opportunities. All of these guys had to make it through day 1 onto day 2. 10 flights. Certainly it wasn't a one-bullet affair for a lot of the time to try and get there. One of the people in this booth managed to do that, get through on 1. The other person, 5's the number.
If we average it out, then we're both okay, right?
Yeah, correct.
Sure, it's a 5K.
Yeah, then it was only 3 buy-ins each. I'm going to say that between me and Damo, we did 3 buy-ins.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to take that because if you asked us that question last year, yeah, let's not go there.
I'm really surprised that they managed to break last year's record considering Bert Perry's not here.
I did see that comment that he left that without his 10 to 13 bullets or
He
something
fired
like
13 last year.
that. Oh my
Yep.
God.
I think if Bert was here, we would have seen an extra. Look, I'm going to be respectful to one of the Australian goats, but probably an extra 100k up top.
Look, if we get first place up to 850 next year, then, I mean, I might put 10 in my package.
I'm being honest, I don't know whether or not it's outside the realms of possibility. The only thing that needs to happen is we need to somehow locate another same size.
They could just build like another level, right? Like in that
I've
room.
asked
There's
the
a lot of roof
question.
space.
I've asked the question, allegedly it's an engineering problem, so it's above my pay grade.
Boring.
3s for John, 45 big blinds. James, been relatively quiet, but looks like he's not going to let that silence continue. Takes it north to 50, a 2.5x 3-bet. Bowden, getting rid of the King 8 suited back over to John with these crabs. What will he do?
Really like the 3-bet here from James. You got the offsuit combo. It plays better heads up than it does multi-way, so you do want to 3-bet this pre-flop. If you maybe had a suited combo, that one you can go multi-way so you can flat and let the blinds come in, but
Yeah.
the 3-bet's good here. And
Looks
you
like
can
the
see he
3s
just
go
takes
away.
it.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Bowden showing down 100% of the hands he's playing. Granted, that's only 1. But I'm sure we'll see that percentage level out the longer he spends at this feature table. Let us know in the chat if you have any out in the field still battling. Always love to know who you guys are cheering for. My name's Jordan Bromley, joined by Mike Maddox and Damo Alloy. Hope you guys are having a fantastic... It is Saturday, right?
Oh.
All the days are melding together for me at this
Well, we
point.
have the beers out, so it's definitely Saturday.
And
there's a PLO event on later.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, inclusively here. And the PLO event is 13 minutes away. Are you going to be starting and sitting down immediately?
I have a reserve ticket, which means that I'll probably... Like, the waits
wait.
are wild. The main took priority. So many tables today. The double stack accumulator, they're waitlist still. So I think we might not get up right away for a reserve ticket.
All right.
I can stay here with you guys for a while.
That's wonderful. So we
Happy
get,
to have you, mate.
we get additional Maddox as Win takes it up to 23,000 with the pocket jacks.
Continuing this run of good cards that Win's been getting ever since showing that Ace 4 suited 5-bet. I feel like every other time he's had it.
Would you say that he is just going to, keep winning?
Oh, dad jokes in the house.
Mate, we haven't even started yet. Don't you get me on a run.
Look, that joke's as good as Zero, mate. And good as the guy that invented Zero. He was good for nothing.
There you go.
All right, I'm going to go back to the spiritual land for half a second
Here we go.
because this is another one of my core beliefs, and you can shame me for it if you want, but that's all right. When Win did that 5-bet with ace-5. I believe that the universe rewards you for going above and beyond, taking risks. Let's say you're in business. Let's say you go out of your norm and you take a big risk. Sometimes you get rewarded for that risk. I feel like ever since then he's been getting rewarded. And so my sample size is an hour's worth of stream footage that we're watching, but in my heart, this is true.
I've actually got an interesting story of the last time I took a big risk.
Oh no, here we go.
The last time I took a relatively big and notable risk,
8 folds.
I ended up having to have a conversation on stream about somebody who thought that cards were shuffled the same way.
Yeah.
All right, I apologize. You didn't deserve that. Okay, maybe you did.
I
Ace
think
nine
I did.
suited for Keo,
Oh.
20,000, and
This could get dangerous.
Richard Pountney probably going to do something with these 9s. Is it all of it, Mike?
No, I don't think he's going to whack. We're not really at that spot where he wants to whack 22, but he is going to find a 3-bet.
Looks like he takes it north to 65,000.
That is a little high on the 3-bet size, so... Oh, 45, I heard.
Oh, 45,
That's a
forgive me.
good size. I like that
Wow,
size.
what on earth is happening at this table?
Oh, well, this is good for Richard. He's going to be able to get away from
I was
this.
going to say, yeah, I think we're going to see a couple of hands clash here, and Richard should be able to get away, and Kyo should be able to get away from this one as well, relatively easy.
And if it sounds like I'm slightly favoring Richard in my comments, that's because he is one of my students, and so therefore I do want him to do well.
Over to Ricky. Now, these pocket queens, I think there's only one question to be asked of the dealer here, and that is, would you be able to please pass me that triangle?
Yeah, 35 bigs with a raise and a 3-bet in front of you. You kind of just want to shut down the action and just put it in. Look, if you're up against aces or kings, so be it. You're going broke. But you don't necessarily really want to just 4-bet small here. You just whack it in.
And facing open 3-bet, 4-bet jam for 35, does Bowden ever think that maybe one of these guys is linked to the hand as kings? Or does he just have to pile in his 18 with the ace king offsuit?
Look, this is strong action. This is under the gun, then hijack, then cut off, and then he's sitting on dealer button. So, honestly, I would be very tempted to let go of ace king with this action.
Look, and you also think that there would be some card removal as well, that someone's probably opened here with an ace too, so you probably think a couple of your outs might be dead as well. As much as you're blocking aces and kings, you also know that if you're getting it in, you're probably flipping against queens and jacks, and
I'm
a few
all
of
in.
your outs are gone.
Sorry, I'm all in as announced from Ricky. 345,000 chips sent, double clutched into the middle. And Bowden instantly sits back in his seat. He's not feeling good about this one.
And that is a very confident-looking man on the jam, isn't it?
I was going to say, whenever you see someone slide their chips in a triangle motion, all together, all lined up, I always think that's just super strong.
I'm going to do that against you every single
Yeah,
time from now on.
balance, please.
Every
Mark.
time I play a tournament, I'll do it against you as
I
well.
just feel like
So
it
in
is.
2084, when I play a tournament again, well,
Yeah, I'll see you there.
down
he
goes
gets
the
away.
ace king. We alluded to the fact that they might be happening.
I think it's a good fold. I like the fold. Stack preservation, ICM. You're in a massive event. Ace King's just not going to be in front. Your opponent's not doing it with Ace Queen,
I
right?
don't know whether or not there's really much ICM implications, really. Is there?
Well, there's just big money up top, so there
Sure,
still is
but, like,
ICM.
immediate ICM factors, no. And the only way that you're going to actually be able to have the opportunity to have a look at big monies up top is by spinning a stack up. So
True.
immediately there's actually factors involved, I wouldn't say.
And this hand is just over with.
Yeah.
That was very quick.
Very
fold
quick
from everyone.
fold, and Richard didn't even think about it, which is great.
Yeah.
Tap him on the shoulder and say, well done to
Nice
Mike. And
2.25x 3-bet in position, and then just get out of there.
Yeah, correct. So
Beautiful.
in the end, well played by all, and very highly respectable fold there from Ace King. But yeah, it's a fun spot for a few people there, and everyone avoided catastrophe.
Yeah, I thought we'd get some carnage.
I did too,
Well,
honestly.
Not today, allegedly. We had that on the bubble, but not right now. Question for both of you guys from MaxBet Junkies, which is what bankroll management do you recommend for MTTs for a experienced but not super studied player? A semi-experienced but not super studied player.
Bankroll management is always a fun one. I group it into 3 categories. So either you're going to play completely recreational and you have a full-time job and you are going to supplement your bankroll with your paycheck every single 2 weeks, 1 month, whatever it is. And then you don't have to really worry about bankroll management. Maybe have like 20 to 30 buy-ins for whatever you're playing to be safe. If you're semi-pro and you really kind of can replace some bankroll every now and then, part of your budget, then you might want to go with something like 40 to 80 buy-ins tournament. But if you're going proper professional, then you need probably north of 100 tournament buy-ins where you're not dipping into your funds at all. This is where your poker money comes from. That will allow you to go through some downswings, but also ride the upswings. And you can shot take. I always say, like, play some satellites. If you win the satellite seat, shot take for sure. Like, go play. So we're not saying you can't play the big events, but probably satellite into them if you're trying to go. Because what I've seen more than anything else is so many talented poker players have come into the game and gone broke and just not been able to make it. But those who have been here over the years with a bankroll structure, they actually make it because they gave themselves the opportunity to.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Mike, as we will get back to that, but we have a bit of an action flop here. Evie with the ace-jack, John with the king-jack. Here, obviously, with a pair as well, defending from the big, but Evie's just going to lead out from the small blind with the best jack, and could be an interesting one, given John was actually the pre-progressor.
Yeah, what do you do if you get raised here? When you lead with the ace-jack, it becomes a really, really difficult spot. I mean, I don't mind the lead, but
This board is just so dynamic that, yeah, I'm not really sure how I would approach it. Keo's going to get out of the way with a pair of eights.
We
and
know
back
how
over
John
to
likes
the
to
man.
play.
I was
too.
going to say, from what we've seen of John, this is going to be an all-in, right?
nah, he's got too many chips for that now.
Are you sure?
Wait, what's 2.5x pot? That's
I don't think Evie has 2.5x pop back.
Uh,
Oh, actually, never mind. She's got 28 bigs.
In goes the raise. Looks like
Oh.
he takes it north to 75.
Did he put it? Yeah, he did put it out there. Didn't see.
he
the-
looks like a man who just raised.
Yep.
No, 100.
Oh, he's not messing around.
Oh, he likes it.
All right, well, this is the test for Evie now because you've put in the little prod, right? You found out, where am I at? I want to know. You've been kind of told, but now you got to decipher, would my opponent raise worse?
What's he doing with a hand like 10-9 suited?
These, I don't want to generalize on players, but call. I don't think that they're going to take a speculative line. This feels more like I'm trying to protect my hand. I'm trying to overprotect my hand. I'm not going to run semi-bluffs.
And off the back of that, how often do you think this is a hand like exactly what it has King Jack or Queen Jack? Or are you feeling that this is mainly just the...
Well, probably based on pre-flop action, could be overpair, but also could be a hand like Jack 10. And so that starts to slide into your mind because that needs to protect on the board like this too. So, yeah, what do you do?
And down it goes. Wow, big fold.
Tough spot though, and sometimes this is why when you're out of position, you don't want to lead into these spots when you have some showdown value. You just want to check, let them bet, then you call, let the board develop, and just do your darndest to get to showdown.
Just a quick answer of a question on Twitch. Stonecross is asking, what is MTT? Just in case you aren't trolling, because I know you're in the chat very often, MTT's...
Yes, that is correct. Well done, Jordan.
Usually that is what is referred to online is probably the origin of MTTs, because people would play multiple MTTs at once. A couple of people in the Facebook chat asking if there are any players from Empire still in Let's Go. Not as far as I'm aware. I haven't really seen the Empire hoodies around. Please forgive me if I've got that incorrect. As far as the Brisbaneites, I did see that Sam Haddad or Porps is cruising with around 1 million chips. Dipper was still in.
Yeah, Dipper had not a big stack, but a decent
About a
stack.
middling
Yeah.
stack. Yeah.
Those guys just always know how to accumulate,
They
don't
really do. They really do.
They're fun to play with too. They're great humans, great poker players, great businessmen.
Some of the nicest gentlemen you'll come across at a poker table, I will say.
Yeah.
My name is Jordan Bromley, joined by Mike and Damo. If you guys have any questions, send them through. About 150 people watching on Facebook. Make sure you like the video on Facebook. I want to try and get poker in front of as many new faces as possible. Prize pools keep getting larger like they have this year. All of my evil plans must have worked, getting you guys to like the video, because everything is about 30% larger. So, hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Over to Tam, 8.6 bigs, triangle flung his way. All in is the request.
King Queen is a strong hand when you've got 8.6 bigs and you're in the cutoff. You're very happy to look down at that.
It looks like he's going to take it down. I don't think John's going to fling in the 4-3 suited here.
Crazier things have happened.
That is very true.
We've got 252 left.
Didn't immediately muck it either.
I mean, we did see the 6-3 suited raise call off in the Jackstar for about 12 bigs, so
Whoa.
anything can happen.
Doesn't really want to let this go. Look at him. He's
Oh my
very
goodness.
pained. I think when you take this long, a red chip might come forward.
I'm
and
starting to like John.
I am too. I really want him to stick around.
He's
I
gonna
love
be a fan favorite, isn't he?
the
If he wants to get
Ask
after
for
it
an
this much.
exact count.
the 2.5x.
Crazy thing is that he's still 35% with the 4-3 suited.
Well, it's the thing, right? He's probably thinking it's only, what, 6 bigs more, got a big line invested. How much percent do I really need? Don't think, I'm not advocating for a 4-3 suited call, by the way, guys. Do not flame me in
Who
chat.
knows what you'd recommend, mate? I don't.
Yeah, let's be honest. But I really think he really wants to run it.
It reminds me. Have you spoken to Josh about your theory about the dealer shuffle?
Not at all. Please hoping that he's not watching this. Actually, he's
Somebody
not playing
tag
them.
Josh Foster,
He's
please.
He's not watching because I believe he has a footy grand final on today that he's part
Oh,
of. So.
good luck.
Oh, he's gonna do it.
I think
Chips are
he
being
is.
counted.
See, he's got chips here with the previous hand that he held, and
What
now
are we going to see?
Boys, look, mathematically, it's not that far off.
No, I don't think
like
so.
Sure,
Four
but
and a half
4-3
bigs.
suited for
like
8.6
I think
blinds.
7-6 suited would be okay here. That's probably the cutoff, right?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Sometimes there's.
Oh, he really wanted to.
He knows we're in here drinking, having a good time.
I
and he
think
just wanted
so.
to give us a sweat. I
You
think.
know, what I will say is that when you get that feeling that was coming.
That's a thing.
Yeah, apparently. I think John had that feeling that he was gonna win that one. So
I wonder how the deck was shuffled. We could see whether he was going to flop
wow,
like the joint.
could you imagine if we're allowed a rabbit on stream?
Damo Stanley says, "Have missed Mike. Good to see him back."
Yes, Damo. You're actually part of my my phone rotating screen backgrounds, Damo. We have a great
Oh.
photo together, so.
Well, there you go.
Yay! But yeah, love you, bro.
Hey, you said it. Pudge1986 says, "How is it that the field is so much larger than last year? The payout for top prize is less than last year. Last year they paid top 10%. This year they are paying an extra 40 players. A couple of things there, Pudge. Firstly, the price for first is more than last year.
By about 35 grand, give it
About
30 grand.
35, yep. Secondly, they specified that I believe it was 16.8% was going to first, and due to a 0.1 to 0.5% overlay remaining in the prize pool, they decided to actually allocate the payouts to an additional 10 places. So what that means is that there are more people being paid, but there's still going to be the same amount, if not more, up top. So this was larger than last year, larger up top, larger in general, larger in every way you can, as Evie has a larger hand here working up with the ladies.
Yeah, Tam avoiding disaster there. He could have jammed off that King 7
I
suited.
was going to say 9.3 bigs, not the worst. Evie just going for it with 23 bigs, no open, just straight all in. Probably missing some value.
This is generally one of those jams where my hand plays so well pre-flop, but I'm afraid to play it post-flop. And the range is like at the top, it's queens. Generally, it's not even as strong as queens. It's like eights through jacks,
Yeah.
ace queen, those kinds of hands. But she's got good old ladies, and
She's going to take it down here.
well, maybe she knows that Win is in the big blind and just doesn't want to allow him a chance to defend and outplay.
Yeah, Win likes winning, so this is one way to eliminate that. And yeah, maybe missing some value. She probably would have got to defend out the big blind and likely still would have won a bit of a bigger pot. But I think Evie's quite happy just taking down chips where she can.
Pooch saying, wasn't it 785K last year? It was actually 707, I believe.
Correct
up
is
top.
the right answer. It's in the Hall of Fame in the room.
Yeah, so it was 585 the year before when Sean Oy won it, which is probably what you're thinking of.
Which was a huge leap from the year before that.
It was indeed. And yeah,
What they've been able to do in a matter of like 3 or 4 years in this APL Millions is absolutely incredible. There's a reason I flew back from Vancouver for this series. It is not to be missed. And I don't want to tell any more of the international community what we have. Such a little gem nest egg that we want the Rex to enjoy themselves. You bring in
really
too many
do.
international pros, it'll change the series.
On the topic of international people, there's a gentleman in the Facebook chat that you might be very happy to see, Lee Bradbury.
Oh,
Morning,
Lee.
fellas, locked in.
Lee Bradbury, one of my favorite humans, went off back to UK, started a family, started a education school, doing very well over there, doing what most of us strive to do, is have a real life outside of poker.
correct.
But we actually, one of the best things, I did a vlog where it was me and Lee and Mina and Brenton Buttigieg for one of the Gold Coast series. And if you haven't seen it, you can go to my YouTube channel. There's not many videos in there, but this one's worth watching for, it's called Maddox Mindset. and it was great. So you get to know Lee Bradbury that well. We did kind of interviews at the start of everybody and followed the journey. It was great. Lee's a great guy. Welcome aboard, Lee.
Zai Richards asking, sorry, Zai Rickards asking, what's the average stack? Average stack at the moment is around 430,000. So a touch over 35 bigs. Christopher Clements says, watch out for Ashley Mason, ex-British pro, currently dad of 3 living in Perth, who's been let off the leash for a poker trip, 850k stack in Hungary, as Wynn is hungry for chips that he hasn't had the chance to accumulate for. Finds the 3-bet to 78,000 with the Queen 4 suited. John not going anywhere in a hurry, and all of a sudden there's 180k out there.
Yeah, Win loves these spots, button versus small blind. Obviously, we saw the 5-bet click with the ace-4 suited early versus Tam, and here he is maybe sensing he has an opponent that he can pounce upon. But tell you what, John is not afraid to mix it up, and I tell you what.
Oh, that is
Oh my
a
God.
board that is beautiful for John. And John, yep, you do have top set. Don't be doing anything too rash. He may not know that Win has a tendency to blast.
Oh,
he does just jam.
Did he? He insta just ripped it. Oh, wow.
John not taking any prisoners, and he's going to be taking his stack up to 669,000.
Well, he's given Win an
10-4
out.
Yeah, 10-4 deuce rainbow is Win. It's drawing about as dead as you can possibly draw, and this get out of jail free card delivered on a platter. We know that we have seen Win absolutely go to war, and on this occasion, he's not going to have the chance.
Yeah, I think missed opportunity here for John. Probably had the right opponent the flop top set against, and if he likely slow played, probably would have got paid a lot. But from what we've seen, not surprised. He does love a 2.5x, 3x pile, and yeah.
You could think from a psychology perspective, he might be trying to play on the fact that he's jammed in multiple occasions and like, hey, he won't expect. Maybe he thinks Win is stronger than he is because he hasn't been here. Maybe he thinks Win's got an overpair and won't fold, just wants max value now. But you got to think, how much protection does my hand actually need? And you have to, we said this before, separate yourself from the emotion of your hand, which it's very hard to do when your heart just goes through your mouth when you flop top set on 10-4 deuce.
And I will let you guys know that that is an error in the top right of screen. Don't worry, we haven't had a further 240,000 people rock up. The reason that happens is our production team at the back has to manually input all of the bets that are made at this table. And there is a button on that input value that has a couple of 3 zeros on it, so that whenever he's putting in 25,000 or 1,000 or 10,000, it is made a lot easier. And obviously he is just accidentally button there. Rick Hughes says, oh no, could have gotten so much more value. Yep, unfortunate there. Toby Bell says, surely a face cam for the announcers. Got to put a face to the beautiful voice. Well, as my mother always said, I've got a fantastic face for radio. So I'm going to keep it going as we have at the moment. We had the idea to potentially bring in a webcam. However, the logistics of having that organized with the delay, with everything else, not so easy.
Yeah, and there was a photographer in here snapping some photos. So if you want the still shot, you can probably, if it's posted, not sure yet, head to either the Instagram account for Australian Poker League, where I believe there was a post that we did reshare, and then maybe even on the Facebook channel, they've got a photo, a better looking photo of us up there.
Yeah, correct. I believe that at least Mike and I's photo is already up from beforehand on their socials. As,
So the second and third best looking people in the room.
Yeah, correct.
Please.
Yeah,
I'm a clear third right now, boys. It's okay. I understand it. Monty Monahan's asking, who's in the booth? My name is Jordan Bromley, joined by Mike Maddox and Damiano Alloy.
Thank you very much.
Getting it absolutely spot on. I practiced outside before we did.
Very well done. Applause to Jordan, and good to see you in here, D-Money, one of the SA lads from back home. So great to see him in and around in the chat, and hopefully everything is going well, as I think we just saw Kyo rip Ace Jack and get it through.
Straight through was MaxBet Junkies asking, I've known Corey Van for nearly a decade. He used to play cash every week. He was good then, but how do you guys rate him now as an Aussie Poker Pro? And I think I know the answer you guys are going to be bringing up here when we talk about Corey Van Jaarsveld.
Yeah, Corey just gets better every year. Every time I play against him, he gets more and more difficult to play against. The more study he puts in, the more he coaches himself through his implied odds coaching. He's a very talented player. Certainly young and much younger than me. So he's got a lot of room in front of him to continue to grow and get really, really good.
Yeah, echo that. I think he's absolutely fantastic and not someone you want on your left and someone on your table from a perspective of playing against an opponent. Someone you love to have on your table, though, for table presence, table talk, and just an all-round great guy. But and amazing in the booth, too. The main reason when I'm on a big stream is I still watch the TVs because there's no point having your phone, but I still listen to the stream, and it's usually that soothing voice of Corey's and letting you know about all the mistakes that you've just made, which he definitely did back in Adelaide.
Well, people will often come into the commentary booth and say, "Oh, Corey, it's good to hear your voice," and that's the best compliment I can really get any given day. If I get compared to him, then obviously I'm doing something kind of right.
Yep.
Now, Corey's a great guy. I mean, I've known Corey for the best years now, being in poker in Brisbane, and every time we interact, it's always fantastic. We did commentary together for all kinds of streams, APL, AP, WPT, Sydney Champs, all kinds of things all over the place, and I've got a lot of time for Corey. He's a fantastic human. Hugh Wynn opening the ace-10 suited from the cutoff as the blinds have ticked up that 6K, 12K. 25,000 is the request, and Ricky, not going to be coming along with the 8-4 offsuit, just puts it into the muck.
Yeah, I think Richard was in the small blind there with 6-5 suited. I know off a short stack there's not too much that we're meant to flat out the small blind, but I believe aces and kings is one, and the balance that is the 6-5 suiteds, the 7-6 suiteds of the world. So maybe a slight miss spot there, Mr. Mike.
Yeah, I mean, opponent dependent. I don't know if we want to be playing against
12.
him. He's off 12.
Yeah, I mean,
It's very, 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 very small.
I'm not reading those charts. Demo.
Yeah, I've probably looked into way too much stuff.
I'm in the streets. I don't know those balancing ranges. I play against Rex. We just do one speed. This beer, Spear's got one
nice.
speed.
It's probably the best speed. Let's be honest.
Egg is asking how many players are left. 240,000. No, I'm just kidding. 240 players remaining in real time. A little bit more, I believe, in real time. Obviously, you guys are watching on a delay. It's 10, but obviously that's not just yet. Max Beer Junkie says, "Respect, guys, and thank you. He's a great person." He certainly is. It's a shame he sucks at poker.
If we all had recency bias, sure. But Corey's results speak for themselves, right?
As a Balatro player, he is terrible at poker. You play Balatro?
No. I have got someone at work that has recommended me to play it a million times.
Wait, we have a demo expose over here. They shuffled the deck in the exact same way, and Win got dealt the exact same ace-10 of diamonds 2 hands in a row.
What are the odds of that? 50-50?
In my world, isn't it like 100%?
If you didn't watch the cards, it's probably at least 50-50. Yeah.
Los Craig says, "I love Corey. He's a great coach." Absolutely.
Definitely
The best coach in the building.
He is good.
Balatro is brilliant, says Eric. "I'm glad you like it, mate. I'm in the process of trying to gold stake everything, and I'm currently stuck on the black deck gold stake, so hopefully I get through that eventually." Ricky finding the Jack-8 offsuit flat in the small. Bowden wants to come across with King 7. Guys, what's going on?
Here we go. Multi-way to a flop. Feel like it's been a little bit since we went multi-way.
This is the Mike Maddox wheelhouse. To the streets we go.
Yeah, well,
a couple of threes.
Streets are post-flop.
What do you mean post-flop? This is post-flop.
It is
we get
now.
more post-flop than seeing a flop with King 7-0.
That's it. I mean, especially off 14. Holy cow.
Checks it around to win.
Doesn't
Happy to
fire.
check it through to the turn card, which is a 7, which improves everybody apart from Win. Ricky with a gut shot and an over. Bowden, obviously, with the best hand now with a pair of 7s. Ricky's the one doing the betting, fires in 25,000, good for 2.1 big blinds.
Tough spot for Schnapps or Bowden here, like facing this bet. You think you might be in front, but there's always the chance that he was trapping the 9 or the 3. He's got all of those in his range. He's leading in multi-way.
Does he have all of the 3s in his range? I don't think he has too many 3s in his range, but ace-3 suited, maybe?
If he's calling Jack-8 off, I think...
Sure, but like, he's not calling King-3 off, is he?
Not offsuit, no.
No, don't think so. I guess there's some 9x, right, that he would have called out the small blind and that would have auto-checked to try and check raise. So Must be worried somewhat, but probably have to continue at least once.
So it looks like Win is letting it go. Maybe. I can't hear what you guys are hearing. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like he might have accidentally flashed the card as he went to fold. Nate seemed to pull him up on it. One of the SA dealers from Stack Social, actually, Nate.
Fantastic.
So
I'm yet to get out the stack. I've heard very good things.
I've never been.
it's
Never played
quite
South
nice.
Australian poker.
Oh, look,
Yeah.
it's growing, which is good.
Adelaide, Radelaide, sleep with your dadelaide. As we continue to the river.
What
And
river?
there's the
Back
jack.
of clubs, he gets there. It's one way to get there, Ricky. Semi-bluffing the turn and binking the river. Have you heard that one before?
Oh, now he checks.
Does check it over, and now the 7 probably just going to be happy to check it back and hopefully beat some of the worst 7x, but I think a lot of the time it's not going to be the best showdown. Oh, I thought that was a check
too, but it wasn't.
Not to be. Ricky not giving away anything. The
Now
jack on the river.
checks.
Yeah, a bit of a screw up of the face there from Odin, not super happy. As I must say, Mike, do you want to make sure that you're not missing out on a seat right now, my friend? It's 6:15.
I'm happy to late reg the PLO events.
Hi, man.
They're probably
I wasn't sure if you already had registered, was blinding out. That's what I was worried about.
no, but there's a. I don't want to give away too many secrets, but there's a hack that you can do where if you rego early,
Oh,
then they'll pick up your stack after the first level, and then you become the first alternate.
right.
Yeah, very true.
So there you go. If you're listening on the stream, I just gave away one of the pro secrets.
There you go.
That pays to listen to the stream. There you go.
Just like the Swiss flag, that's a big plus. As we carry onwards here,
You just are the gift that keeps on giving. It's like
Oh,
Christmas morning
man.
in here.
Christmas in August. I have a joke for everything, I think. Somebody tried to test me the other day and I managed to figure good times.
My jokes are not appropriate for stream.
Well, neither are mine, but here we are. Action first on Evie. 25 big blinds to start. Not interested in this one. Ooh, King 10 offsuit may have been the absolute bottom of 25, but just passes it up. You guys like any stand-up comedians? I've been listening to some guys really enjoying it.
Look, I haven't watched too much stand-up, but surely everyone's seen Gabriel Iglesias by now. Yeah.
Fluffy, right?
Fluffy, yeah. I obviously fell in love with Fluffy, seen a lot of his stuff. It's pretty good.
Mike doesn't know who that is.
No idea.
Funny man. And great voices too. He's fantastic. Obviously Sushi Mango I relate to a lot, being obviously ethnic background.
Sure.
They're fantastic, and I watch a lot of their skits and stuff and trying to get along to that Adelaide live show.
You see Ricky opening the ace-5 offsuit to 30. Tam, 7.3 bigs back with the queen 4 suited. What will it be? Obviously, you defend this against a min raise, but what about this 2.5x?
Yeah, this is something that I actually really like, is this sizing up against the shorter stacks when they're in the big blind. Don't give them the opportunity to realize their equity by defending. Make it expensive enough. Like, normally we would just be min raising here against most stacks, but if you go that extra, like 2.8x or so, it's just that much more, where he can't even defend the queen 4 suited. So
Yeah,
But then you're obligated to call off, obviously, when you face a rip with the ace-5, right?
sure, but you're probably still going to have 35% equity in most spots anyways. And
correct. And I think one of the few times you'll see a good deviation from the min open. And yeah, definitely disincentivizing a lot of defends, which look, off a short stack, you probably should defend even wider to one more big blind out the big. So yeah,
tough one though. You got to be paying attention, especially if you're raising from early position and the big blind is sitting across the table and you haven't really paid attention that they're on a shorter stack. You just do your normal min open.
Yeah,
You can get yourself in trouble.
you definitely can.
It's really interesting what you say about paying attention. Here with Jack 10 offsuit. John with the king queen. Looking like he's going to find a raise here.
All right, 6 raises to 24.
I feel like there was a joke in there that I
That
didn't
went
catch.
straight over Damo's head. He didn't.
I wasn't paying attention.
24k is the raise.
Richard hasn't found a hand in a little while. He's working on his mental fitness.
Yes, he is indeed.
Discipline.
It's Rural Masters saying, crazy how you decide to watch a stream and notice a kid on here you played in the streets with. I assume
Hang on.
I assume you're talking about the actual road streets, not like flop turn river. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? That sounds very interesting.
That is great, Richard. No wonder who it.
Especially because I don't see too many kids at this table anymore.
No, not at all.
And who would be the youngest? It's probably Keo.
Keo's got to be.
Yeah,
youngest.
I would have to say it's.
He's
Keo.
the only candidate, really.
I don't know. He could be John.
I don't think they were streets back then.
I was gonna say, someone that loves the overbet jam so much, surely.
They were just dirt roads.
Yeah.
Wow.
Surely he's still a kid.
We were pushing trams and horseback carriage.
Yep.
Apologies.
Sorry, John.
Apologies about that, team. Just bumped into the mic. If you got any feedback then, sorry. Had half a beer and now look, I'm bumping in the mics. I'm doing all sorts.
Give yourself some credit, my friend. That's 2/3 of a beer.
Yeah.
Your beer's already.
You do have some catching up to do.
I was going to say, your beer's already been digested. See, I've been paying too much attention to the stream.
Did you know that we actually agreed to this before we all got in the booth, that the last one to finish their beer had to go and get the next round of beers?
That's all right. I'm happily fine to do
The
that.
high roller. Oh, the mini high roller.
Oh, you should have been getting every round of beers.
Why do you think I grabbed coffee beforehand?
He did. He did get me a coffee.
But I didn't know you were joining us at the time.
No, that's okay. I feel slighted.
It's okay.
How is
I'll
the
let you.
Canadian dollar doing to the Australian anyway?
We're a little ahead. When I
good.
transfer money from Canada, I get like a $300 premium on a 3K transfer. So
Nice.
There you go.
Take that. Maybe it should be his.
On the topic of premiums, John with pocket tens.
Here we go. He's had these once before. We saw what happened last time.
David Bell saying, Keo, APL Ride District represent. Looking over to Ricky, 44 big blinds in the hijack. Oh, but Bowden wakes up with nines.
Might
This will
be,
get fun.
Pairs on pairs on pairs.
Might
Must
be
been a
good
bad
night.
Shuffle from this dealer.
Yeah, it'll really depend whether Ricky decides to... okay, just calls. I was going to say whether he decides to 3-bet or not.
Now what is the decision going to be after?
I think he's going to have to jam, and he does.
He hasn't been getting much distribution, so these nines have got to look very, very strong for him.
Normally, he would probably find a flip a lot of the time too, which he'd be happily to take, but unfortunately, he is going to be right up against it.
Nine's looking like fours after about 8 beers.
6 goes all in.
Back over to the tens with the snap rejam.
Here we go.
Ricky with sevens.
Yeah, surely-
He's just going to let it go.
Yep, he is, and there he goes. And look, if Nate is true to form for what he does in SA, there is going to be the 9 of hearts coming on the flop of the turn.
You reckon?
Look, I'm not saying that it will, but Nate loves these spots.
You reckon the 9 of hearts in the turn?
Maybe.
How about the ace-7-4?
Oh, the
Stone card. Another ace needs to locate a 9. River card does not go bink. Jack of diamonds.
And we will lose.
And,
As we
Just
say,
noting there was a 7 on that board as well.
there it is. Nate does love it. He loves to punish. And,
He tried to punish. He picked the wrong pocket pair.
Yeah, did. And
as Chris Petrie saying that tens will shap call. That's terrible.
Doesn't sound good at all.
His name-
Oh, jeez,
Saw the
Chris.
guy's name, I'm guessing, right?
yeah,
Oh,
it
okay.
was. It was about his name.
He nearly locked him
Splendid.
out. Pocket 10's hit the set.
Are we having too much fun? Is that what's happening?
I don't know.
Is this what your streams are normally like? Like, do you
No.
just sit here and have beers and have a good time? And
Oh, no.
because, sometimes you get a little nervous when you come into the commentary booth.
I
And
was
this time,
nervous.
I'm leaning so far back in my chair right now. I'm so relaxed.
I'm open to say I was more nervous walking into the booth than I was playing heads up earlier.
Well, there you go. And you haven't made a fool of yourself at all.
Well, not in the last hour and a half.
He reckons not more. Action continuing. 2:27 remaining. Not psychic anymore. That's right, Mark. If you guys have any questions for our resident spiritualist and our resident card conspirator, please feel free to send them through. These guys are going to be with us for at least another 45 minutes, at which point we'll be heading on another break. And I've had a couple of conversations with people out there mentioning that they may want to venture, but all of them are still in the tournament, so I don't know why they were talking.
Just in case, got to have that backup plan.
Just in case. I mean, Naj in the booth. Imagine that.
It would be fantastic, but if he gets some chips, we're not going to see him in the booth until he probably wins the thing, right? He's Naj usually puts him to good use.
Definitely.
Liam Murray, another one that is fantastic in the booth, but has chips in this as well in the field. Don't think... I haven't seen an update in about an hour and a half from him, but he did have chips when we came back in.
As Dean says, the funniest thing I've heard. I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
don't know, Dean, which one you said think from Jordan, but if you think it's come from Jordan in this stream, I don't know if you know what the barometer of funny's been.
I don't. That's almost my name.
What, funny?
Barometer. Barometer. The barometer. Barometer.
Okay.
Some are better than others.
Yeah.
Crilly is still in.
Always
Dean.
a pleasure, never a chore. As we see John with the Jack 3 offsuit's not going to come along. Dean's asking, is Crilly still in?
Yes,
I
he
believe he is. Last we checked, he was still in.
Self-plug. I believe I've got 4 clients still in. We are
That's
proper
amazing.
sweating. I don't think I've ever had 4 clients this deep in a tournament this big. So hopefully we've got one on stream. Richard at the moment hasn't found a hand in a while, but we've got Janet Wyville out in the mix as well. She's been with us for a long time. Ilivinil, a Ruminagrum. I think I didn't butcher that. He's actually
butcher it at all.
behind Crafty Will.
Yep. Danielle saying, we've had the same table a while. Didn't they change after the last break? No, they forgot to. So when I'm in here, unfortunately, things get missed out there because I'm the kind of glue that holds it together. But I have spoken to the team and they are sure that in the next section we will have a fresh table of faces for us to make fun of. I mean, to analyze. Toby asking, how's the beer in the booth? Well, empty in 2 spots and 1 spot is empty. Inexistent, really. The beer is inexistent. Tam jamming in the Queen 10 for his remaining 7.5 blinds, as he should. And cut off, though, Evie, King Queen offsuit.
I think this is one where you know that Tam has to jam fairly wide, that you probably a happy ISOing from the cutoff. And one that maybe Evie may or may not, depending on her play style, but she chooses not to.
Evie is, I've got calling here.
High. Very well played, Jordan.
Thank you.
And so that's a bit of a nice straight bat, that one.
I'm here all day.
Kind of have to be, don't you?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, that King Queen is a bit of a risk, but you are dominating your opponent a good portion of the time. They're going to shove King 9, King Jack, King 10, etc. Obviously Queen 10, as we see with Tam. And so sometimes you're up against Ace 8 and you're 65-35.
Yep.
Other times you're dominating and you're 70-30. Or you might be flipping against a pair. You just got to run it. But do you feel lucky? Not this time, Evie. Let's it go.
Rickard's asking what the average stack is. We're cruising around 470k right now, I believe. So that is the average stack as of this point. We'll let you know, guys, that we're about 15 minutes away from the next break because the graphics are waiting to catch up. Things are a little bit behind.
Sorry, I didn't say.
Toby says, something to really feel. I think we'll go the next break. Not going to spoil anything because
Sorry, John. You're a nice guy, John. I'll
way,
talk to you
but I
later.
think the beer's been
Yeah, probably. Something like that. We might maybe switch it out for some wine. That could be dangerous.
Yeah, we're going beers. I had a bottle of wine behind the bar last night. I can't do that. 2
I
nights
saw
in a
your
row.
story, and if I was staying here at a mantra, I probably would have just come down.
Wasn't that? Did you see my story about that, Jordan? I messaged Matt Ginn and said, "Hey, I have a bottle behind the bar. I need help." And he said, "I'm in bed, but I'll come down for 1 or 2."
Great response.
my
That's a true friend.
That is a trooper. Applause in the chat for. Is it Gin or Gin?
It's Ginn. I've been
Always calls
saying
me Matty Gin.
Matty Ginn forever, and
my
it is actually Ginn.
God. Applause in the chat for Matty Gin. Queen 9 for Keo in the cutoff. Looks like he's going to aim for a raise. Big blind stack from
6 folds.
In terms of players still in, because I saw that question come up, we don't have an updated list, but as per the break, we had Liam Murray, Phoebe Yan, Malcolm Trainer, who I just saw is absolutely crippled and down to 20k after losing a flip Ace King versus Jacks.
Yeah.
He held the Ace King versus the Jacks, and the flop came King 5 Jack.
That's a nice looking flop
Yep.
there.
That's all spades, and yeah, interesting to see how this gets played here. I think Keo did open button. Might have...
This is the type of board you'd expect to see a 1 big blind bet on.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Might still see a 1 big blind C bet, and there's a lot of 1 big blind C betting off 10. And it looks...
Especially on these monotone boards. Looks like
Yeah.
he's reaching for. No, goes slightly larger. Goes 16k.
Interesting to see what James does here. He does have a spade, but it's only threes, so might just see this go on the mark off 20 bigs, and there it is.
Well played, Keo.
Yeah, it's certainly nice to pick up that small pot when you're on sub 10. It's every little fighting for chips at this point of a tournament is just life or death.
Yeah, like Jonathan Cullen-Marcus. Oh, jeez. Okay, that was a
You
great.
okay?
No, I had.
You having a stroke?
I was
Are you
going to say
alright?
I had a mini stroke then.
Smell burnt toast. Are you all right?
Your left side of your body's gone limp.
Oh, why is there now tingling down my arm? No.
Jonathan Caramelakis.
Thank you very much, Jordan, resident commentary guru and name pronouncer for those that are not with it.
Shouting at a couple of other guys that I saw out there. Sean Ragazzini no longer.
Okay.
I believe that Cale Burns is still lingering. Matt Wakeman, Josh Hutchins, a few other familiar faces. Amin Riazadi, if I checked. Getting a look at some in the faces in the background.
Was a bit short when I was walking back into the booth. So.
Okay, interesting.
Some faces that I can see in the background. We've got Uno Uka. We've got David McAllister. Over elsewhere in the background, I think we've got Dara as well. So plenty of faces in the background. Malcolm's still there.
Yeah.
I can see but it might be a little bit of a spoiler.
I will just say that Malcolm may have doubled off the 23k as well next hand after that.
Well, fantastic. Good on him.
So he's still in the field.
He had a sun run. He doesn't run very good, that guy.
No, not at all.
Ricky with the A3 suited, raising up to 34,000 from gun. This is a very low.
He's been doing these larger opens, so I think it's more of a standard thing. But Richard going with it, which is going to be interesting now.
I mean, this is a jam for what? 11 blinds, and you've already got almost 3 out there.
Price-wise, I mean, I think we're getting pretty close to finding a call here based on how big we've opened. But position-wise, you've raised under the gun, and you've got what a player he hasn't seen play a single hand just jam from the big blind back at him. So you might not think you're in front very often.
Yeah, very true. I feel like this is one of those ugly spots that you don't really want to be in. Unfortunately, by raising that little bit bigger, UTG is going to find himself in a very big predicament here.
I do like the jam out of Richard. Sometimes in these spots, when you still have some fold equity left from your opponents, you do want to pump it and give them the chance to get away pre-flop. But as soon as you're out of fold equity, you know you're going to get called. If he had a little bit less...
Oh, here it is. Let's run it.
We got
King 8 against the ace-3 of hearts. Diamonds and hearts available.
8 of diamonds.
Let's see who comes out on top as Ricky with an opportunity to get north of 600k. Richard with an opportunity to get north of 20 bigs.
Oop, there it
Not the
goes.
best start for him. Needs to locate a king or an 8 turn or river. Ace of diamonds gives him a flush draw. Needed the diamond on the river. Instead, it is that 8 that we mentioned. We say GG's in the chat to Richard Pountney, a member of the Maddox Mindset crew, going down.
A very well-played event. Congratulations to Richard finding that 224th place in the main event. Out of 3-3-7-5 runners, that is a significant accomplishment. One better than any of us in the booth were able to do.
Correct, indeed. And,
Absolutely.
He's definitely played well and deserves a pat on the back when you see him next, Mike. I think he has definitely done himself very proud here and been on the stream for quite a long time. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
A couple of the other names that I just saw in the background whilst I was letting you guys chat about the all-in ranges there was Romain Morvan. Obviously, he was our chip leader when we came back from the most previous break. He had around 1.6 million chips at 5k, 10k. Also saw Cooper Feltham, not 100%. Obviously not feeling too good, that APL flu affecting him, but he is still in the background. They're grinding away, and I think I saw Armand van Wyk as well. Haircut, difficult not to notice. Very, very outstanding one in the background.
Have you seen the shoulders on that man lately?
Yeah,
other
they
day
are just growing.
We weren't sure whether or not we were going to get away with the stream on Facebook. Thought we might get censored the other day when he was running deep in the jackstop.
That man is now a specimen. He's moved into specimen territory.
Yeah, he definitely has. Instead of just putting work on the table, he's putting a lot of work on that body. And very intimidating to be on your left when you're playing back home in SA when he comes home for a series.
Strong, 9.3 big blinds with the ace-3 suited himself. Is he going to request the triangle here as handed?
I feel like when I'm presented with these spots, I just flip a coin in my mind, and whichever side it lands on, I either whack it or I don't. But I hate these spots.
I think for 9 bigs being UTG, we just have to take this one. And he does indeed. Still has some fold equity as well. It's not like an immediate, just straight off call here out the big blind. So I think I like this one with the suited ace-X.
Yeah, I mean, you block some of your opponent's calling range, and you really just want to get this through.
Yeah, not looking to be called here.
This is asking, do we have any predictions on who will win? Any of you guys got anybody you want to quickly try and see who's going to win?
I said it earlier on that I thought that Lachlan Crilly is due. And really good, really great player that's not had the best of 2025 so far. But if a Min finds chips, I honestly see a world where he could go back to back. Knowing Romain's in the chip lead at the moment makes that very scary for anyone else, though.
I'm going to go for a age demographic. I think that we're going to get a 45-plus winner this year.
Nice. I like
Somebody
it.
a little bit older, but someone established. We did mention a couple names like Pops and Dipper earlier.
Yep.
Somebody in that range, I think, is going to come through.
The
this
masters of the multi-tabling fields that are huge.
Show the young boys what it's all about.
How to navigate those minefields, and they have plenty of experience of doing so. I like that shout, Mike. What about you, Jordan? Who are you thinking?
I think Romain is due, to be honest. I know he's got a lot of chips at the outer table, but he has been crushing it every opportunity he has. This series hasn't been the best for him, but I really think he's hit a stride here. A lot of trouble out there if he continues to have that stack that he has.
Yeah, a person you don't want to see with chips. What would be awesome would be to see Romain and Nudge very deep, late doors in this thing, because there would be 5-0s between both of them, and it would be great viewing.
I can get behind that Romain promotion because specifically his hair is looking unreal,
it's
and that
fantastic
would look great on a banner.
With the bandana as well. It's just his
he
next
actually-
level.
The bandana, I had a chat with him earlier because he wasn't wearing the bandana, and he said that it's actually been retired because it wasn't doing too well.
Interesting. Sometimes you just need that little thing just to flick the switch.
I think it's more of a spiritual thing, so that's you, Mike.
Yeah, superstitions.
Very superstitious and just a little bit stitious.
I haven't changed my underwear in 24 days.
That'll be all for Mike Maddox, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've enjoyed his company. He is going to get his big stinky butt out of here.
Don't worry, I'm playing the 5K tomorrow, so I will change it. I'm ready.
Wonderful. And is your strategy in that to sit from the start? No max late reg in this?
At this point, you kind of just have to get in when you can get in. But at these series, for me, I am a advocate of getting in as early as possible because there is so many players who do not understand how to play deep stacked. And that's an edge that I have as a cash player. So for me, that's my advantage. But for those who are studied in tournament play and know 25 bigs and less, they come in max late reg. That's their strength.
Yeah, definitely agree. Nothing wrong with a max late retro strategy as well. Obviously worked well for me in the mini, but someone like Sam Burns only goes around and max late retros every tournament he plays. And he swears by it. And, you've got half the fields already gone. They are large fields. So, from an ICM point of view, it's great to get him with half the field already gone. So there's definitely different types of strategies you can take. But, yeah, if you have a cash game background or are used to playing deep as Evie wakes up here with the queens, we saw her gem 23 bigs with queens a couple orbits ago. So it'd be interesting to see if she just goes with it here again.
Yeah, I think it's probably the way that she will lean to going. I mean, it feels like a pretty easy jam, especially at cut-off range. I don't know whether or not she's going to lean towards potentially 3-betting to get some more action, like taking a non-all-in size, maybe to something 70,000. No, just an all-in as the triangle is flung that direction. And James, obviously not having too much fun. He's been jammed on times. See if he's going to let this one go, as I don't think he's going to be sticking around.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a call here from James. Been very snug and has had to make some folds, unfortunately. Every time he's open, he's basically been ripped on today, and I think he's about to make another disciplined lay down. But yeah, yet again, Evie just going for all of it with her big hands.
Great vest, though.
Oh, unreal vest. Which, see my vest. Jordan can't sing that one as he's walked out the room, unfortunately.
Is he getting us beers? That would be great.
Oh, look, I would love to say that that's what's happening, but I don't think that's the case. Jordan was checking the clock a few times, so I think that this one's going to be a break of relaxation for Jordan very quickly. Obviously, you guys can read between the lines there.
Are you a vest guy? I can't pull off a vest to save my life.
I only wear them for golf when it's really cold. So my arms are still free.
You are a South Australia guy. That is a cold golf scene.
Yeah.
We just do wet golf in Vancouver.
Fine. That's cool. I would love to play some links wet golf. It would be great.
Well, we don't have links courses. We're just all lakes over there.
Yeah, my handicap just went up about +10. But yeah, anyhow, as James is still thinking about this. Before we saw the fold, but doesn't look like we have just yet, as he's really pondering.
I feel like we did see the fold because like the action's back on. We just haven't seen the graphics.
Okay, cool.
The new hand has already been dealt.
Right.
We're into the action. We've got a raise from John, I think, over here.
Yeah, I think we got a bit of a graphical delay here, but it is the next hand. I was going to say, I thought that James was going to fold fairly quickly.
Keep going. Damn, off the,
They're on it though. They'll figure it out.
Who you've been most impressed by on this feature that we've been covering for nearly 4 hours, Mike?
I mean, without a doubt, I'm very impressed with Win in general.
Alright, now
Just
chuck him back in.
pure aggression at these phases of the tournament. It's hard to coach that.
Yeah.
It's hard to teach pure aggression, and I think that if you have a raw skill set of aggression by nature, then you can be one of the best players. You have to refine it, of course, but it's much easier to get somebody from being super aggressive and pro risk in terms of going the other way, which is quite
You
difficult.
talked about this earlier, Jordan, as we do see Ace King versus Queens, but notice the opening size of John here with a really strong hand.
He takes it a little bit larger than 3x to 3.3, and we saw him actually open Ace King to a relatively easy size. I think it was a blind. So for him to now take it to 40k is a little bit peculiar. Last time he faced a 3-bet, he snapped. Pretty fault this. Obviously, Tam very shallow. Requests the triangle. These queens fired into the middle. Evie with natural 9. Wrong game. 10-8 suited likewise going to be getting out of the way, and Tam is going to have to flip for his tournament life. Let's see who comes out on top as the snap call is made into a flop, turn, and river we go. The most classicest of races.
Finally a spot here for Tam. Now, can he hold?
Doesn't look like he can so far. 3 of clubs on the turn, no help. The river jack is close, but we say GG's there to Tam Churong. Flipped his way out of this one, unable to hold on there with the queens against Ace King. As obviously you guys have been playing poker for a while, and we haven't had the conversation of idols at any point. Is there any specific poker player that either of you have ever really looked up to, or any individual outside or involved in poker that you can't have viewed as an idol at any point in your life?
So I come from an earlier phase of poker, like early 2000s, and one of my favorite players was one of the some people may know, or if you're quite new in the game, you might even not know, was Antonio Esfandiari.
Yep.
Magic, we used to call him, and he was a magician turned poker player. Very good table chat. Ended up shipping what was the biggest tournament of all time at the time, the $1 million takedown, or one drop for $1 million.
Yeah, correct.
But before that, he was always on high stakes poker, playing the cash games, and I just really loved his table presence, his table talk, how he carried himself at the table, and I kind of mapped my game around him. And funny enough, I actually was flying back from a conference in Los Angeles to Melbourne for the WSOP series that was on, but I was living in Melbourne at the time, and he was on my flight with Jeff Gross, and I ran into him in the luggage area, and I got a photo with him and chatted to him, and then we were on a United Airlines flight, and when we got into WSOP, he saw me, we got sat next to each other at the table, and he said, "Hey, United," and he kept calling me this, and then we started playing games of Lauden Thinks, where you both look at...
He very iconically was one of the founding fathers of Lauden, I believe, him and Daniel Negreanu.
The game is fantastic. If you're not familiar with Lauden Thinks, you basically... you make up a hypothetical scenario around what someone else... what they interpret that scenario to be. So, for instance, we did a bet that was, how much would that kid in seat 3 take in order to shave his entire head?
Oh, that's a great game.
And then we both set a mark, an under-over,
Yep.
and then from there, we asked the kid what he would say, and somebody wins. And I won $800 off of Antonio Esfandiari, and he was yelling at me from across the room saying, "I need my money back, United." And for me, that was like my hero moment. That was very special to me.
Jack 7-3 with a couple of hearts. Nobody connecting immediately. Ricky, the favorite in this one, obviously. If John hits a queen, it would be no good. Looks like Wen was the pre-flop aggressor and Ricky just flattered. Is Ricky going to reach out and try and take this one away, or are we going to turn card?
He did bet that Jack 8 gut shot earlier, so he probably will fire.
I think so. It's good pick up here from Mike, because I believe he did this previously, and we've seen it yet again.
Looks like he does fire in the bet. 55,000, a little bit inflated here. Betting a little bit over half pot, and Obviously, Wynn is not happy that he's going to have to relinquish this one, but the King 8 just has no playability to really be able to carry on. So I think, as it does go down, as we are going to just press pause on our idle conversation very quickly, joined once again by Nikki Pickering. Nikki, do you have any news or anything?
No news. Busted pretty quickly out of the second chance mega stack. One hand, one dream. No good. Got riveted. Got a special game for you though, Jordan. There are 2 snacks in my bag. If we get enough likes, you're gonna have to eat one.
Oh my god, I love this game.
I'm worried for my life. So
I have got some guesses, and I am hoping that they involve some heat.
all right, guys, we're at 62 likes. If it is involving something spicy, I'm going to make it a little bit more difficult than just 100. If we get 150 likes, the video will be uploaded onto the APL Millions page.
The
of
likes
me
are pouring
eating
in.
whatever is in this bag.
Hold up, let me just log into the
Yeah,
Facebook.
I'm jumping
You
in
got to
too.
get
I'm gonna like this as
150
well.
likes, and a video will be uploaded to the story of me eating whatever on earth is in this thing. I think I might have undersold it at 150, but
Oh, I hope it is something spicy.
Nikki is cackling like a wicked witch in the background right now, and I'm nervous.
My first thought when you said that was, oh, there's nice Kit Kats and stuff like that behind the bar. And then I saw the grin on your face, and I know it's not a Kit
You
Kat.
see,
Listen, I just know he
He doesn't like the greens.
won't maybe enjoy it. I'm not sure.
uh,
I think most people would like what's in my bag.
oh, okay, so maybe it's not as bad as I was
Not as
thinking.
bad as you think, but you're gonna eat it the way that I eat it. That's
See,
all I'm gonna say.
Nikki just had a very obvious tell though. When you went to
Oh.
tell you there was something in her bag, she gleamed with joy. So to me, that just meant it was something disastrous.
So how you eat it is probably gonna be the thing that really.
Oh,
Pocket nines for Ricky opening to 35k mark.
seamless,
Calling
seamless from
easy,
the professional.
Calling the Jack 8 offsuit from the
Absolute.
cutoff.
Okay, interesting. But seamless from the professional that is Jordan.
Always a scared professional, as we see the Queen 7-5, couple of spades. Nobody with one. These nines still comfortable, but Mark is wrapped around that queen, and what we mean by that is that obviously the king and the jack, either side of this queen, 60% of a straight, so plenty of good turn cards should he choose to continue, but looks like Ricky may not give him the opportunity to do that.
Is Edie
Firing
in this
in.
hand?
I think she is.
Yeah, which is against the norm for what she has played so
Very
far today.
uncharacteristic for her. You're right.
Might be one of her favourite hands. There is some people that do that. That is a specific hand that they do like and just always play it. So might be one of those. But yeah,
No, I don't think she's in the hand.
maybe not. Maybe it was a graphical error.
It's down. It does go.
Did you know that this was coming, Jordan? Is that
No,
why you
no,
shaved the mow a little bit today or trimmed it?
Oh. Great.
How do we see how many likes we're at? Because I'm going to start messaging people on the floor.
Yeah,
for-
100%. Get him in.
It's going to be interesting if it's like not actually that bad, and you guys.
It's not that bad. I do know that you don't eat this.
You've got a whole jar of Vegemite in there, don't you?
And,
Oh, that's a shout, Mike.
and not many people would eat it.
Oh, it's a kiwi. It's a bloody kiwi fruit, isn't it? Oh, it's a kiwi fruit.
Skin on!
What's
Oh,
your
yeah.
issue with kiwi
I'm
fruits?
not the biggest
we good?
kiwi fruit fan, and I
now turn it
don't.
back on.
It's fine,
Do the hook
right? I
back
just
in, we
don't
turn
really
around.
like it. Okay.
The skin on is a great
Yeah,
call,
skin
though.
on.
Skin on. Yeah.
Does anyone else eat with the skin on? It's the best thing for you.
Look, I eat it like it's an apple. So yeah.
Is that what really? I mean, I'm looking at your skin, so I have to believe you because you have gorgeous skin.
There's terrible lighting back here. I mean, imagine what I look like in dim lighting. I'm a babe.
Oh wow, I like that.
Here we go.
Fucking confident. Excuse me, French.
As the stream descends into madness here with the lights, keep them coming.
So am I gonna have to eat a kiwi fruit like an apple? Is that what's gonna happen?
Look, I'll cut the ends off for you. You can eat it any way you like. I can cut it into quarters or eighths for you if you prefer, but you're eating the whole thing and you're eating the...
John again coming in with big sizing with the pocket tens.
Pretty.
James just finding to defend King Jack suited.
Fair enough. With a defend.
2x, and how's that for a flop? King, queen, jack, all spades, but John, tens without a spade.
What's our graphical error doing there with the ace, jack,
That is
queen?
a little bit of an error. That is not the ace of clubs. In fact, it was the king of spades, or as Lex may call it, spade haroos.
Miss Betteroos in the house as we do get a disgruntled fold from John. D Money asking who's in the booth. We have got.
Lead jam. Did he just lead jam?
He
that?
did. He had
Yeah.
the triangle in front of him.
Yeah, he did. Just lead jammed it with the king jack. Wet board.
Wes is asking, where does Jack 8 offsuit call fit in GTO charts? It doesn't.
Yeah, I think we determined that that was also a graphical error
You know
or
about
entry.
GTO charts. He doesn't know anything about GTO charts.
You're not wrong. I don't know anything about GTO charts.
So give. Div says, turns on stream, listens to what I can only explain as Kiwi porn, questions life choices. Well, look, we're not speaking about anything to do with New Zealand. It's okay.
Yeah, that is definitely
You know
true.
how a New Zealander finds sheep in long grass?
Oh, here we go, Jordan.
Tanya says 159 likes already.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
You know how a New Zealander finds sheep in long grass?
How, Jordan?
Irresistible.
Oh, my God.
Hang on. Is this? Can I?
Yeah.
Can I go live? Am I allowed to go live back here?
Wait, are we doing this right now?
I think I have to go live, guys. If you want to see this live, you gotta jump on
Got
the.
it. Mike Maddox's Instagram. Mike, please plug it.
I'm gonna eat a kiwi fruit.
Please plug that Insta.
Instagram, Mike.mdx.
Didn't you have
We're going live.
knife?
Guys, I've never gone live before. I don't even know how to go live.
Look, I'm gonna just.
Nah, that's not mine. Queen 9 suited for Keo, opening to 24,000. I can't believe that this is something that's happening. This is something that my career has gotten to, I guess.
This is.
Over to Ricky with the King 8 offsuit and the big after Win actually flattered the button with the 6-5 suited. Good hand in blackjack. Decent at this depth in poker as things are happening all around me right now. I'm a little bit worried about it.
We have a knife, and I can tell you right now, it is now being cut on a black napkin. So
Nice of you to drop by, Nikki. Thank you so much.
Call, so we have 3 runners to the flop.
I don't know if I want to.
Oh,
Look.
I believe we're live now. Yeah.
I will say, luckily for Jordan's sake, the skin is staying on, but the sticker has come off.
Ace, Jack, Deuces. Guys, we've got a poker tournament going on here. Please, have some respect. Ace, Jack, Deuce, couple of diamonds, Keo. That Queen High flush draw, but King High is still the best hand. 54% three-way as I can't see anything that's going on right now. There's a kiwi fruit being cut in front of me.
All right, so we are actually live now.
you're
I
actually
wasn't
doing
live
it in
before,
pieces.
but
Oh, no, that's fine. I can eat that. I thought you were just wanting me to just dripping it everywhere.
we just go straight for it.
Alright.
We didn't even get to like set the stage.
Look, I'll admit, I'm more used to these are sweeter than I'm used to. These are good. No, this is delicious.
This is backfired. We were expecting something with some squirming and horrific, and instead we have all been conned into a man that is licking his fingers.
But don't worry. Yeah, I'll have a crack. I feel like this is phase 1, like it's segment 1. There's going to be multiple trips up by Nikki as we go.
I'm worried about what's going to happen tomorrow.
By the way, Keo bets flop and takes it down here.
Easy game for Keo.
Yeah.
This is like a pear skin, not a kiwi skin. It feels less furry than normal.
Cheers.
We have the boys cheersing, and we have got Mike and Jordan eating kiwi fruit with the skin on. You can check that out on Mike's Instagram. I have filmed it too, and we'll post it on my story tagging the lads.
Nikki, are you just trolling us and you don't actually eat this with the skin on?
Unreal. Great stuff.
211 players left as I feel full of vitamins and...
Chosen a protein bar.
Oh, what kind? Yeah, no, it's not a good one.
That's all I've got.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
I can't wait for round 2.
I'll get on the break.
See what you
I
bring
reckon
next time in.
This is going to get gradually worse over the course of the series, isn't it? I worried that this is like a Pandora's box that we've opened. Tomorrow you're going to rock up with like the flaming hot Doritos, and then on Monday you're going to rock up with like a bird's eye chili or like a Carolina Reaper or something. Yeah. Honestly, if it means we get more viewers, I don't really care.
So if you guys have no idea what's just happening, you're just tuning into the live stream.
Actually,
Nikki came in here and said, "Hey,
very
let's
sweet at the table.
if we get
we
150
do have
likes."
Troy. Maybe
There we
not,
go, Troy.
maybe not for long. I do think we're coming up to a break.
Jordan has to eat whatever was
Chris Waddy walking in.
And
wondering what on earth is
she
going
pulls
on
out
next.
kiwi skin, or kiwi fruit with the skin on.
It's live.
Yeah,
a
it's live. Chris, it's happening right now. Our media guru questioning if it's actually happening or not.
Fresh faces for the table as well. That is a mountain of biscuits.
Wow.
So this is the stream footage back here. This is on a 20-minute delay that we sit in the booth with. We look at the chat over here. We got no access to anything else in here. We're just having a good time. Nikki here, and 3 empty beer glasses.
I'm really sorry,
Yes.
but I really just want to find out exactly how many chips are working greens. Okay, we've got a stack of around 1.4 million.
Okay.
That is quite the stack.
Firepower.
And Peter
coming
is
to play.
he's
James,
good.
the Ace King offsuit, locating the raise, taking it north to around 30,000. Is my mouth meant to be tingling and kind of stinging a little bit? I'm not allergic to kiwi fruit, am I? That'd be hilarious.
What a time to find out, eh?
Hey, look, at least you're surrounded by
My lips
people.
are kind of burning. That's really not good. Ricky with the 9-8 suited, finding the flat from the small blind.
Nikki cackling like she put some
Yeah.
chili on that one as well, just in case.
To the flop we go.
We are. Ricky flooding the small blind here with this 9-8 suited off 60.
Looks like the flop is going to be favorable for the 9-8. Couple of jacks and a 9 backdoor flush draw for the 9-8, but the lead is still firmly with Ricky from this small blind call with the 9-8 suited. James, 21 bigs behind, 255,000 as we see Nikki actually doing work in the background. Go figure. As opposed to being here, feeding people kiwi fruits. To be honest, I felt like a king for a moment. I was being fed fruit. It was fantastic.
Any regrets right now, Jordan?
Or as long as I'm not about to go into anaphylactic shock. No, that was actually quite good. 7 of hearts on the turn, changing nothing after.
Experience, right? It's a red balloon experience. If you'd like for me to cut up a kiwi fruit for you and feed it to you, that's probably going to be, what, 300 likes?
I was thought you just
You're
gonna
gonna go and do it to everybody that's liked the video. I don't really think.
look. No,
One lucky punter out there, whoever you may be.
see, I think you've made a mistake here, Nikki. You should have asked for $350 and got your entry back for the second chance.
Yeah.
$8 a month for the kiwi fruit feeding.
Or we start setting up a Patreon for Nikki's kiwi feeding.
Or it could be for your recovery if you go into anaphylactic shock, mate.
If I die tonight, you guys are going to need a new commentator. You could start a GoFundMe to get somebody else to do.
Speaking of feeding, there is a horrible video of me eating Liam's focaccia.
Yes.
Oh, really? I'm going to have to check that out. But
That is-
focaccia is. It sounds like a euphemism, but it.
I was going to
he's
say
got
that's an
a-
innuendo.
He's got such a springy and delicious focaccia. It's really nice to nibble on.
Tasty, it was salty, loved it.
That's over on the Facebook page at the Australian Poker League, so go and check that out.
Yes.
All right, guys, I'm shutting down the live stream. The kiwi fruit has been eaten. We're going to wait for Nikki's round 2 on this one. Whatever you got for us.
Yes, indeed.
Also, one question before you go. How premeditated was that kiwi fruit?
What do you mean?
Like, did you plan that this morning that you were going to make him eat this?
No, not at all. I just thought, what's something fun that we can do in the box? And here I am.
I'm having so much fun. My throat is closing up. It's really good. 30k out there. Yeah, with the 5-4 suit, it's going to pass it up with 17 bigs.
1.5 for Peter, by the way.
That's an obscene amount of chips to be sitting down with. 1.5 million for Peter Apostolou, a Gold Coast reg, plays a lot of the casino, good friends with a good friend of mine, Attila. I'm not sure if Attila was able to spin up a stack. I believe he was eliminated prior to the money earlier this morning, as there are a couple of faces in the background I'm recognizing. One of them being Matthew Wakeman standing over his stack, the other Cale Burns not standing in front of a stack. So that is one fewer reg in the field. Probably one of Australia's most accomplished poker players no longer in this tournament. So that's good news for a lot of you guys out there still in there. Ricky opening the Queen 10 of Hearts. Troy not defending. Look at the V-Pips win. Obviously the most active player. He hasn't really slowed down too much. The bubble was rather unique. He managed to get a jam through the 4-bet jam with the 6s into the queens, forcing the queens to fold. And I'm just talking to make sure I don't black out, because if I'm actually going to anaphylaxis, you have a serious trouble in front of you.
No, I should just...
You chose to eat it.
You just force-fed me kiwi fruit.
In your mouth, you swallowed.
Yes, there are so many things that I could say here that are going to make that stand up in court.
I gotta
really like.
pick my jaw up off the ground after that
Yeah.
comment.
Yeah.
I want to actually clip that as a soundbite and then throw that in all the APL videos.
Yep. Done.
Sorry, I live on the Gold Coast now.
Oh,
You guys didn't pick one up.
no, I don't think so. I'm glad that you're having fun there, Daniel.
30k out there, and Mike is wondering with his life at this point. Peter,
It's 7 p.m. and it's only getting better and better in this
Look,
booth.
if yeah,
A6 offsuit finds the raise to 24,000.
if a few more beers get consumed, this stream might be an
We've
all-timer.
literally only had one.
Heads up.
To bed soon.
Thank goodness.
It is bed the new name for the No Limit Hold'em PLO rotation event?
Are you on the waiting list?
I think so. Yeah. Is it started? I was having way too much fun in here.
It really is a fun stream, and
I think there's a break coming at some point.
Yeah, I think we're not too far away from the break.
all right, come on, guys. Let's get back to business. Very serious as the lights have gone out in the background. Peter with a C bet takes it away from Evie. Not going to stick around. He takes himself up to 1.6. If you guys have any questions for any of us in the chat, we're about to go on break, so it's probably not a good time to send them, but we will answer them whenever we can. You guys, thank you so much for joining me. I'm probably going to have to let you guys both go after this. You've got a tournament to fire, and you've got a deck to shuffle.
Yes.
So,
You dealing?
No, you've missed all the inside jokes. And Nikki just being like that fielder at cover trying to get in on the jokes from the slips, but anyhow.
Alright, 12k to play.
I hope you guys have enjoyed the last kind of half hour of absolute nonsensory, and
7 folds, 8 folds.
no doubt we'll be able to do more of that in the future. These few days for the main, we always try and make it as much fun as possible, as we can see those guys in the background standing up, heading on a 30-minute dinner break. Ricky going to try and take one down before head off. Ace King suited, raising it up from the hijack. Looks like he's going to take it to around 31,000. Fold from the cutoff to the button.
Note this is a little smaller than his normal sizing as well.
35,000 it actually was.
Then
As
it's right
Troy
on.
wakes up with tens.
Oh.
What are we going to see here? Troy, obviously no stranger to running it if he feels like it's the optimal decision to make, but are we going to see him recognizing that this size is a little bit stronger than otherwise, and he does just put in the flat, and I
like
love
that.
this flat from Troy.
Very much so. You do not really want to be attacking an opponent who already says they've got a strong holding by sizing up.
I will just say that there's some alarm bells going on here, because Keo, usually relatively quick to fold if he doesn't have a hand, looking very stoic.
Having a think about it, is he? The last 10 before break.
Your X-ray vision, good boys. You can see through this.
Looks like he just has Queen 3 suited, and he's just ensuring that we get to the break.
Fair play.
With 10-10 vision, I can see straight through your nonsense.
Is that a pun? 10-10 vision.
Was. Nothing gets past you. And it looks like Keo is just ensuring that we do in fact get to the break. Down goes the Queen 3, and we're going to go heads up to this flop. Last hand, prior to these guys disappearing for half an hour, I will say that I tend to walk over when we're on break or when we're going to break, and the Sweet Brothers always tend to be playing hands well into the break. So get comfortable if this one goes check, check on this flop. It could be a little bit longer. Obviously, that is about as bad as board as possible as you could get for tens.
It's interesting to see what Ricky just tries to do here, knowing that he's locked up most of this board.
Probably about a 25k is about as much as I would recommend, but it looks like he's going large. Yeah, it's 60k. Snap fold from Troy. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. We are going to be concluding this stream and restarting after the dinner break. We'll see you all in half an hour. Ladies, gents, thank you for joining me in here. Thank you for the kiwi fruit, and we'll see you guys relatively soon.
Go and get some treat.
Oh, yeah.